Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hey Zach, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Got a bad back, but that's other than that, not too bad.
Yeah, I have
We up
school
to?
in like an hour, so I'm just playing video games before school, to be honest.
What are you playing?
I was playing Destiny 2. You know what that is? It's like
Oh, I don't know that.
it's like I don't know, just think MMORPG, like with space, I guess. First person shooter.
All right. I'll have a look. I like space. I like 4X games. I used to play Master of Orion 2. That's a very good game if you ever come across it. A
Wait,
lot
what
of
did you
people
say?
think that's
Which game?
Master of Orion 2. Moo 2. MOO2. Type it in. It's an old game from the 90s, but a lot of people don't think it's been beaten. I don't think. I think it's a very, very deep game. Very good. Obviously the graphics are crap, but actual gameplay and the tech
Oh,
tree is really, really good.
it's really old. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. No, it's really good though. The tech tree is really good. It's
Is it
really
a
well
4X
balanced.
game?
Yeah. Tech tree is really well
Oh,
balanced.
it looks
And
kind of cool. I could try it.
also you can design with the different technologies. You can design your own spaceships. So it's a very, very good game, and it's multiplayer as well.
Have you played
I haven't
Kerbal
played it for
Space
a long time.
Program?
Sorry?
Have you played Kerbal Space Program?
No.
It's pretty cool.
No,
You like
so I've played a few space games since Master of Orion, but none have hit me. I played Civilization 4 and 5.
you would
Played them
probably
quite
like
heavily.
Kerbal Space Program. It's really fun.
Yeah.
You basically can assemble fully functional like spacecrafts, and they fly on like realistic aerodynamic and orbital physics,
All
and it's
right.
it's pretty cool. Yeah, and basically you have to like hire like crew members and stuff, and it's pretty cool. It's like it's 3D. It's
Yeah.
really
Do
it
you
was
understand much about orbital physics at all?
not really, to be
Oh,
honest.
okay. I
It's
was
a
hoping
topic
that
that
somebody could
has went
explain to me
into my
how.
head and kind of like went out.
You didn't study it what high school is it? Would you have to do high school higher maths to do that? I suppose. Where are you from?
I am from Atlanta, so that's Georgia,
Right.
like
So
around there.
what? I suppose you'd study that at sort of 16 to 18, wouldn't you?
I was taking
Orbital mechanics.
I'm taking AP physics right now, but
What?
I
What?
think
How old are you?
I'm 16.
Oh, right. So you wouldn't have done orbital mechanics. You'd only just start up orbital mechanics now, wouldn't you?
Um,
Really?
so I think
Unless you're on
in
higher
like
tier or something.
one of like the next units we're doing is orbital physics, because it's in AP
Yeah.
Physics 1, I think.
What's AP stand for? I'm not familiar with the American
Uh,
system.
AP basically means it's like a college class that you can take in
Oh,
high
right. An
school.
advanced program, is it?
Yeah, that. I don't actually know what it means. I just know like what it kind of like
Yeah.
symbolizes. So yeah, you get college credits for the AP classes because I have like AP Computer Science, AP Seminar,
Oh,
AP
right. Yeah. So
World
it's
History.
pre-university. Yes.
Yeah, some stupid stuff. Uh,
Advanced placement. There you go. Yes, that's equivalent to when in England we have A levels, advanced levels.
Wait, they're called like A levels.
A levels, yeah, advanced A levels. We used to have O levels and A levels.
On
Hence
level,
the
on
sexual,
level and advanced.
hence the ordinary.
Okay. Well,
hence the sexual
we have
connotations
on
from that.
level, which is basically the same. We
Right.
basically have the same stuff. Oh, one sec, my dad's calling me.
What brings you to a flat Earth server then? Are you gone?
Who was that? Was that Chad, was it? Talking?
Yeah. Yeah, I was chatting to Zach. He just seems to have disappeared.
Oh, Zach, right. I was wondering who the other person was. Right, yeah, Zach. Right, okay.
Probably just had some phone call or someone call him in.
Yeah, I think he said his dad was calling. So we have a real Chad.
Yeah, I haven't seen you for a while, Twad. I've been here for a while. I think I spoke to you for quite a while back.
Right, in VC check-in, was it?
No, I've been here a few years, so.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry.
Oh, cool.
Oh, Zach.
I think you said something, why am I in the server, right?
Yeah, what brings you to a flat Earth server?
Well, I thought the idea was stupid when I was coming in. And I thought it was just a ton of conspiracy theorists just like trolling and like, well, I just thought it was a like, what do you call it? Like maybe a hoax or something? I don't know, but
Yeah.
A
that,
meme?
yeah, whatever. Like that, something like that. But, and then I did my research. Some people here kind of like, I asked some kind of questions that a dumb person would ask, like, why do you think the Earth is flat? I mean, you can't really ask that question because there's a ton of different aspects of it. So I basically asked that question, and then somebody taught me how to like rephrase my question, I guess. And then that's kind of like where it started. And then I started doing like different researches on like different documentaries and articles and watching movies about flat Earth. And it's a pretty perplexing topic for me, and I'm
Yeah.
really interested in it. And I just feel like it's kind of like an awakening because in like when I was younger, I was always told the Earth was a globe, right? We're spinning, we're a big ball in the sky, and I just really, really believed that, right? I really believed that when I was younger, and I never saw a different way to look at it, like another observation. So I think it's pretty cool, and I would like to get more. Um, well, I can't like get my words. I would like to get more like educated on this topic. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, and I think it's pretty cool. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So I've been just chilling in VCs, listening to people talk and like argue and stuff. It's pretty funny. But it's also really interesting.
That's cool.
because
When people actually take the topic seriously and do look into it a bit more and just don't dismiss it.
yeah, it's really
It
cool.
they Yeah, and you realize it's not what you thought it was, right? Like, yeah,
Yeah. It's
that's
it's like so I've said this before. I told my friends of this new interest I had of flat Earth, right? And they were just like deny. They called me like delusional, and they were like, "No, this you're just being dumb. That's not true." And I'm like, "Just come have a look for yourself. There's nice people in here who will get you started, and if you don't believe it, then you don't have to. Like, I'm not forcing you into this like way of looking at the earth." And I don't know, they just like were just so against it. And I know if they exposed themselves to the topic, they would be very interested in it. And it's like just they just have like a hard wall like that I kind of want to break, but I don't really know enough
Did you
to
did you happen to see the bloody hell, the Stephen Hawkins one with the helicopter? Did you
no,
see
I
that?
actually didn't. I didn't see that one. I
It's
think I
very
would.
interesting. Stephen Hawkins and some Discovery Channel.
Can
There's
you
a
link it
two
to me?
Discovery Channel. One with a flag on a boat, and one with a helicopter. They're both on YouTube. And there's Discovery Channel trying to debunk the flat Earth, and both of them do exactly the opposite. They show that.
Wait, what would I search up? So Stephen
Discovery Channel, I think it's called Genius. Stephen Hawking, Genius, Flat Earth. There's a helicopter. So
okay.
basically, they find out that the Earth is actually flat, and the helicopter is. Then they have to fake it. So it's really obvious
yeah,
fake. It's really silly. And then there's another one where they have like a flag, and they say, look, the curve of the Earth is covering up the flag, and then they show a picture of it, and it isn't. The curve of the Earth isn't covering up the flag at all. Quite the opposite. It's not covering it up. And so they're just using two really silly, like really low level Jedi mind tricks. And that's
yeah,
my doctor. Gotta go.
yeah. They've just they put it on TV and people don't question it.
Wait, here,
'Cause-
watch this. I watched this. It's pretty interesting. Like, I linked it in the chat. I don't know if you can see it or not, but I linked it.
All right, yeah.
It's pretty interesting. I Do you see the video I sent? You should watch it. It's pretty good.
it's calling them scientists. Yeah, yeah. They're not scientists.
Bill Nye, I didn't even know he was an actual scientist. I just watched him on TV. Like I watched him in my freaking science classes like a while ago.
He's an actor,
I know, but
and
like
if yeah,
look how much view this like or not views like look how much exposure this video got like 1.7 million views, and there was
right,
and all the freaking globe earth or like yeah globe globe earthers get so many more views than us, so we can't really
Right.
argue with it. I mean, we
Yeah,
can try, but we'll just get denied. Like I mean, I'm just waiting for it to be proven. Actually,
that
like,
they're all rushed to those things, those ones, because they're looking for a savior. Don't take my ball away, please. Like, save me, pseudoscientist. Tell me the Earth is a ball, and I'll believe you. And that's what Chad was talking about. They're just because it's on TV and it's got some scientist's name behind it, like Stephen Hawking. People just watch it and believe it. They don't look at it. They don't critically analyze it. And it's an obvious forgery that the helicopter. So what the idea was to take a helicopter over a large body of water. And they've got a guy with a telescope, a high-powered telescope, on one side of this lake, and they fly the helicopter to the other side of the lake, and then it lowers. It descends towards the water, and what they show is the helicopter go below the water, like it disappears, and they're showing you what the guy's supposed to be seeing through the telescope, and that's what he's claiming to see is the helicopter disappear behind the water, and they say there we go, it's gone behind the horizon, right? Even though there's mountains and stuff in the background. But if you watch it carefully, you'll see a flock of birds fly past as it's descending.
look
And
at
then when it's
Wait, what'd you say? Sorry, I cut you off.
as the helicopter's descending, you'll see a flock of birds go past, or 3 or 4 birds or something. And then after it's allegedly come back up from behind the curvature, you see the three same birds fly past again, exact same sequence. It's an obvious fake. Like they've just they've fabricated it and just to fit the narrative. They really do not. They couldn't do it in reality because the guy would have just seen the helicopter hover down to the water and it'd still be in full view, right? But so they've got to fake it.
Who is Professor Dave? Why? Why does he just like hate on all flat Earth?
He's a globe zealot, and he thinks that all flat earthers are stupid. He thinks that we think Earth is a pizza in space or whatever, pizza disc.
I sent another link. The interview. Professor Dave humiliates flat earther David Wise. Apparently.
Right? Yeah. He thinks that pointing at the sky and declaring things is proof of Earth being a spinning ball.
Wait, what did you say?
He thinks that you can just point at the sky and declare, and that makes Earth a spinning ball. You can just point at the sky and say, this and that's happening. Here's the maths behind it, and that's enough proof that Earth's a spinning ball.
Sorry about that, I just had the doctor ringing up to get me some medication for my back. Oh.
I don't know why all of his comments are agreeing with him. Like, he didn't say anything that was good.
Who's that? Sorry, I missed out on who you're talking about.
Professor Dave.
Yeah.
Professor Dave's debate with David Weiss.
Oh yeah, I watched about 2 minutes of it when Professor Dave tried to explain that gravity was the bending and warping of space-time. I thought, well, I don't know what that means. I don't know if that... Yeah. Someone else said it was like trying to explain what a unicorn was, and it was just saying, well, it's like a dragon, or it's like it's like a. It's just you can't use something that nobody knows what it is to describe something else which nobody knows
I
what it
just
is.
scrubbed into the interview or debate or whatever, and he said, looking at things in the sky and thinking is figured out the Earth is the sphere 2000. What? Oh wait, I was just reading the subtitles and they were wrong. Wait, 2000 years ago. It's like the first thing we figured out. So this is why it's so offensive, because it's a denial of all of science. Huh?
Yeah, he appeals to authority and the consensus of majority. Right, so he thinks because all quote scientists say Earth is a spinning ball, then it is. You can't argue with their science. Right?
Mans is just insulting him. That's literally all he's doing. He's giving no like actual evidence.
Yeah, it'd be interesting what his definition of science is, because I mean, if looking into the sky, I'm assuming he's talking about Eratosthenes. If he thinks that's science, then I think he's got a very strange definition of what science is.
He
He's
probably is, talking about Eratosthenes and
Isn't
probably
the entire
Aristotle.
the entire what's it called, like the thing of science to prove other science wrong, right? Like prove past
Well,
science wrong?
generally is not science. You just generally try to prove your own theory wrong, don't you? That's
Yeah,
how
so
you test it.
why does that make sense? He said you're you are like insulting the entire human race. Like, no, that's what science is, right? You're finding a new like theory or something like that. I don't know. Just a thought.
If they're looking into the sky and asking a question, why, then they have to, then they're asking a cause and effect question, right? So why does this happen? Why am I seeing this thing happen in the sky? Well, then, if it's a cause and effect relationship that they're trying to establish, then they need to follow the scientific method, right? How are they going to perform a scientific method on the sky? What's their presumed cause? The spinning ball Earth, right? That's the presumed cause for why things happen in the sky the way they do. So how are they going to manipulate? They got that's the Earth is their independent variable, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how are they going to manipulate the spinning ball Earth? What are they going to do? How are they going to vary it? How are they going to remove it or anything to see that is the cause?
Let's see. Look at the timestamp I sent on this video. Look what he says. It's funny. Wait, both of their names are Dave. I just figured that out. Oh, it's a David and Dave. I guess they're both David, but it's like a nickname.
You'd have a different experience in here, or against Nathan Oakley or anybody that's on this server. We wouldn't let him beg the question to begin with. Like Dave Weiss wanted to take it to like a couple of times, said let's get back to the ground, the curvature of the Earth. We'd be hitting him up for the radius straight away, and of course he'd go to Eratosthenes, and we'd show how that's.
I just feel like the environments that Dave was in was pretty Dave was in was like pretty like biased, because all three of them were globers and he was the only flat earther. And they were just like laughing at him and stuff, basically. And he kind of just like was overpowered and couldn't really say anything, But an observation.
Well, he went off into the weeds too. He allowed it to go to the things in the sky, and the debate over planetary movement and stuff like that. It's all without the radius. You've got none of that, right? So it's all got to come back to this, the radius of this spinning ball that they suppose that we live on. That's what I'm saying. He wouldn't be allowed to beg the question here. He wouldn't be allowed to beg the question. He wouldn't be allowed to affirm the consequent and say maths is reality and any of that.
Mm-hmm. Totally agree. I don't know. I just get secondhand embarrassment from all this. It's like, I don't know.
That's all Dave has. That's all Professor Dave has is logical fallacy to stand on. He doesn't have a good foundation. But there's nothing in his direct personal experience that can tell him that Earth is a spinning ball. He can only look up at the sky and declare. That's all he can do. Hey, basic. If you'd want to head up to the VC check-in. VC check-in 1.
Wait, what'd you say? Sorry, I was
I was just telling basic 612 if they would like to to speak in here, they can head up to VC check-in 1. I can go up there and VC verify you if you like. Then you can come back here and have an open mic if you choose, or you can just hang in here and listen. It's up to you.
I want to get my flat Earth roll. I I think I need to do like an interview or something. I don't remember.
So what about the Danny that's in here? That's not Danny Faulkner, is it?
No, it is. That's him. That's funny. He's in here, but he's deafened.
Yeah, is it Danny Faulkner?
Yeah, it is. That's the account.
For real?
Yeah, look at his roll. He has the globe Earth roll. So yeah, that's him.
Wow, I just watched something with him in it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, last time he came in, it was like kind of like I don't even know what really happened, but it was kind of like chaos. Everybody was kind of like arguing. One person said something, and then everybody just went like crazy. So
Yeah, I just watched a clip where he's on a radio program and he's talking about how he hasn't come across a flat Earth argument he can't refute, and then they cut to where Nathan Thompson has confronted him at a conference and says, "How do you have gas pressure without a container?" And he's just like stumped and just gobsmacked and doesn't answer. I don't know how long that pause was for before he actually said something. I haven't seen that whole clip.
Can you
but,
send me the clip or like put it in
I'll
voice chat?
post it. I'll post it. Yeah.
I want to see it on the somehow.
There's actually two things there. There's two clips. There's one of a cosmologist that was approached by a flat Earth boxer. Yeah, he was asked about gas pressure without containment as well. It's a bit of a conundrum for them because they have to be able to demonstrate that it's possible, like without just assuming it is, right? And it's happening on such a large scale that I can't just demonstrate it. It's a kinetic theory says that it's not possible. It's not how gas behaves. If gravity is capable of holding gases down, then we'd put gas into a container and it would
Look at the
It
timestamp
would
I sent you. It's pretty funny. I think you probably already watched it, but it's pretty funny.
gases would gradually condense. The density would increase until it was just a puddle on the floor of a container. That's not what gas does. Gravity isn't pulling it down like they claim. It's not observed. It's just not what happened. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Yeah. He's stumped.
I was like, why did I get like the pro Professor Dave role? I was like, bro. I think he gave it to me because he thought I was like saying that actually, but it was a comment. Hmm.
Yeah.
Come on. Why is my keyboard in caps? That's weird.
Why is what? Sorry.
My keyboard is stuck in caps. And I just typed so my thing in caps. We should we should get Danny to say something to us. That'd be fun.
He was undeafened there for a moment, and he's guy. He might have seen his face in the. He might have seen his face in the live stream voice text, and thought, "What did
I'm,
they say? What did they do?" Take out a quick listen. But he's gone back. He's deafened again. Now he might have seen the thumbnail on the video. That's me. What are they talking about?
I stared at the camera when I was asked a question. Wow. Nah, I think it's really funny.
It's great. Yeah, I love these experts getting approached with these questions, and they basically don't have an answer. There's another one. I'll put another one in where Flat Earth Box.
That's funny
He
though.
approaches. Yeah, he approaches a physics teacher and hits him with some questions, and he just keeps on saying, "Oh, I'm not I'm not an expert in hydrostatics. I'm not an this or I'm not a that." He's a physics teacher. He should know this stuff, but he's palming it off. He's passing the buck over to other subject matter experts.
Danny keeps on deafening and deafening. So we should add him in the voice chat. Or, I don't know. I kind of want to hear what he has to say right now because I'm kind of bored and I want to hear like a topic maybe to debate on or something. I don't know. Maybe it's not the vibe. Oh, I have to go to school in 30 minutes. Bruh.
Yeah, I think I have to go too.
No, a physics test.
I heard you saying something about orbital mechanics.
Yeah, I don't even remember what it's on because I had spring break last week. So
But you got to do what you got to do, right, to get your grades and pass, right?
yeah, I'll be fine. Physics is pretty easy anyways.
Yeah.
Especially like the physics I'm doing. Not that hard. It's like oh, I have to take a shower too. Dang. I have to get off and go do all that. And then I'll be on later. I'll
All right,
probably be
man.
on during
Talk to you
school
later.
just to listen. But yeah. So if you want, um I guess I mean I have like a couple questions that I didn't really ask this morning. If you want to like maybe talk about them, you can just DM me and I'll be down to ask them because that's if you're down, of course. You don't have to be, but I just have
Sure,
like a
no
couple
problem.
questions.
Yeah, or just feel free to just jump in here and ask away, no matter who's on. It's
Yeah, but
fine.
I
Yeah.
can't talk during school, so I just have to type. So it's just like
Right.
hard.
I got you. Yeah. It's late for me. Probably not gonna be on here much longer.
Well, what happens when I type in like the lobby? If it's like a dumb question, it's just like they're like, "Why are you even asking this?" I'm just like, "Cause I'm interested in the said topic that I'm interested in." So I remember asking a topic earlier. I said, um, I don't even know why I asked this. I think it was like, "What is?" One second.
Anyone know what's happened with Sonny? I haven't heard him on for a long time.
Yeah, you're right. Hmm. I hope he's all right.
Yeah,
Well,
me too.
I have to get off and take a shower and do school stuff, and then I'll be on later. And then we can talk about more Earth stuff.
No problem, Zach.
Yeah, it was good talking to you.
Yeah, you too. We'll talk to you
Yeah,
later.
have a good night or day or whatever time it is for you. You said it was night,
Yeah,
right? It's late.
yeah, it's late. Yeah, yeah, it's
What?
10 past 10. Yeah,
Oh my God.
yeah,
You're like a whole, how much would that be? Like 15
probably
hours?
like 14, 15 hours. Yeah, 14 hours probably. Yeah, ahead.
That you're in the future. I think it's funny. When people are like in different time zones, like you're in the future. Or it's like this, it's like what happened down there?
Yeah.
I don't really
I'll tell you what
understand
happens.
time zones that much. I've never really done any like research or study on time zones, so I'm probably gonna do that today. That's an interesting topic,
Yeah,
and
for
it's
sure. For sure.
probably self-explanatory. But
I think you'll find some of it's even political.
what? Oh yeah, maybe. Oh yeah, that actually kind of makes sense because I guess like in like alternate worlds, there's two states. They have the same time zone, but the government says that the other state's an hour ahead. Nobody will ever
Right.
know. Nobody will know. They
Yeah,
can just
there's some
say
pretty
the sun whatever. What would you say goes down past a certain time, I guess? I don't know. Like it starts getting dark at like 5. And then at the other state it gets dark at 6, but I don't know. Makes whatever. I'm in like my head is like thinking something, but like you know how you can't say it that much? Like it's like a head thing and you can't really put into
yeah.
words type. That happens to me all the time. 'Cause I think about like 10,000 things at once. It's like my brain just blows up.
Was that from Professor Dave? What you copied and pasted there, Zach? Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's answered. Yeah.
Okay, well I'm going. Bye, everybody.
Number games are fun, but we're going to move
Listen,
on. We're
I
going to move
just-
on because I just
Yeah.
wanted
Yes,
to
let's
ask
move on.
quickly,
I
Matthew.
wanted to
Matthew
point out
learned.
the flawed part of his logic, though, is that
Yeah, I know, but we're doing that anyway. We're doing that anyway by talking about the Earth because
well, I
just
was
want
going to
check
take it
with
back to the
Matthew.
Earth, but yeah. Don't worry.
Let me just ask Matthew. So, Matthew, would you say that you know that the Earth is a globe, or would you say that you believe that the Earth is a globe?
I actually think those words are overlapping, and I know that the Earth is globe, and I believe it, but I can't prove it.
Wait. Could you say that? Could you say that again, please?
Sure, I know the Earth is a globe. I believe the Earth is a globe, but I cannot prove it.
Right.
logically.
So, is it I know the Earth is a globe, or I believe the Earth is a globe?
Those are not contradictory.
What is knowing something?
Wait. So, what's the
Matthew?
difference between belief
that
and knowing?
he believes that he knows that the Earth is a globe.
Wait, guys, let me get an answer. Right.
Okay, let's let Wolf take
what does knowing mean? What does knowing mean to you, Matthew?
Well, there's a whole field of philosophy called epistemology that sort of talks about that, and it'd be hard for me to summarize it all in one
But
sentence.
just like colloquially, if I'm asking you,
Sure,
what does knowing mean? Or
yeah,
knowledge?
having a justified true belief, like thinking something that is actually true, is knowing something. Believing something is a lot more tenuous. You might believe something that's false, but you might also believe something that's true.
Would you not say that knowledge would require some kind of experience?
I think experience is a big part of knowledge. I think that you can know some things without experiencing them, possibly.
What can you know without experiencing it?
Logical truths, mathematical truths.
And you know fire is hot without experiencing it?
Well,
No.
give me an example. Give me an example of something that isn't just like a mathematical concept. We're talking about like reality. Tell me something you know about reality that you've never experienced.
I guess I would say that I know that the Eiffel Tower exists.
Curvature.
Mhm.
I've never experienced it.
How do you know that?
Based
Well, no, you don't.
a whole bunch of other people saying it. My brother's been there.
Okay.
I believe him. Like a bunch of
I
evidence.
liked it better with the Canada example.
You could experience that.
I could, but until then, do I say that I don't know it until I've gone there?
Yeah, my dad fought a sea monster when he went fishing the other
Yeah,
day.
then you just say
He
that you
told me.
believe.
What is something that you can't experience? What is something that you can't experience that you have knowledge of?
What it's like to be a woman. I don't know.
Are you serious?
Wait.
Serious?
You saying you know what
Curvature,
it's like to
dude.
be a woman, Matthew?
I don't know what it's like, and I can never experience it.
Okay, so in that example, then knowledge requires experience. So, is it true to say that you know you live on a globe when you have no experience of living on a globe?
What do you mean by no experience? I think that I think the things that I have experienced do lead to that conclusion.
Well, like
Right,
the
but you
flat
don't
horizon.
experience living on a spinning ball. What you experience is just a flat and motionless Earth, right?
Oh, you're talking about my senses, like what I sense.
I'm
Well, what
talking
you
about.
experience, right?
Oh my god.
I think that the things I experience lead me to believe that the Earth is a globe. That's what you mean.
Like what?
Okay.
Oh, the constant size of the sun all day, the constant size of the full moon all night.
Also, it has nothing to do
sunsets,
with
all
the
that
actual Earth, right?
But
But
we're talking
everything
about the
to do
Earth,
with
though.
those dreams.
No, talking about all of reality, the whole realm of reality.
No, but we're
How
talking
big
about
is
what
that?
you
The
stand on.
universe?
Huh?
What you stand on. You know what's
The
below your
ground.
feet.
Like I go to the
Yeah.
ocean.
We're talking about the ground.
Yeah, I go to the ocean. It
Yeah.
looks flat. If that's what you want me to say, it
Yeah.
definitely looks flat.
So you don't experience the Earth to be a ball, then. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
One
that's
second,
right.
I just want to
Experience
say,
flat.
so you don't know that the water in the ocean is made of salt water, yet you know that the actual ability to see the sun tells you enough about your reality to tell you that the thing you are stood on, in fact, has bending oceans on it. Yet you know not what the bending oceans are made of. Okay, thank you very much.
Crack.
That's a great point,
Let me respond to what
actually.
Crack
That's a
said.
good point, right?
Let me
So
respond to what he said.
exactly, you're saying you don't know it's salt water, but you know that you live on a spinning ball of water in a vacuum, and that the sun is 93 million miles away, and the moon is 250. You know all that, but you don't really know if seawater is salty.
You're
I
misquoting
mean, this is
me.
kind of
I
what we're seeing.
know that the sun
Is
is I do think that the ocean is made of salt water. I do think that. I do know that. Just said that I
But you
cannot.
just said you don't know that the sun, for example, is X amount of miles away. You don't know that.
I wasn't talking about the sun. I don't remember talking about that.
I thought you just said
You said the
I don't know
sun
the
in your
distance of the sun.
experience. That you actually leveled the sun as being part of the sum of your experience as to how you know that you live on a globe.
Oh,
Because
yes.
we asked you about what your experiences made it thus that you know that you live on a globe, because apparently knowing that you live on a globe overlaps also with believing the fact that you live on a globe, and that's based on your experiences. So we thus asked you to label them. One of the first things you spoke about was something in the sky called the sun. However, the sun itself, ambiguous as it is comparatively to the salt water in the sea that you can clearly know is salt water, that you admit is salt water, it's just that you cannot prove so. How would it be in relation to the fact that what can you prove about the sun in relation to the earth that would tell you any inference whatsoever about the shape of the earth that we're stood on? In relation, when you have those two paradoxical situations that clearly show a statistical sort of, statistically speaking, almost like this, thinking about the odds there, right? That you can know so little about one that is so knowable, but you can know so much about the other that's so unknowable and have such high yielding results from one and such low yielding results from the other. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I hear what you're
Flawed.
saying. I would also say that I can't prove anything about the sun, just like I can't prove that the ocean is saltwater. So I was just saying I don't like the word.
So then you can't prove the globe in that, right?
No, that's right.
We're
I
back
can't
to
prove
this.
it.
We said we can't
I
prove the
think
globe, and then now
I
you say you
think
can prove
that's
the globe, and now you're saying you can't prove the globe again. So
I think that's
okay.
the whole point. It's like it's hard to fucking prove something that crazy, right?
Well,
Well,
it
it's
doesn't
Prove
exist. Yeah.
anything in the physical world.
Not water.
Sorry, that was the best
Honestly,
one, man.
this is it.
You
This
can
is
go
it.
to
This
the
is the
ocean,
logic we're talking about, right?
salt, that there's salt in it, but you can't go to the sun and try to do anything with it. You can only look at it. So you can know a lot about the ocean and salt, but not much about the sun. You can just look at it.
You just barked like a radioactive dog. That was funny.
Someone go on
Just to
YouTube.
lighten the mood. But yeah, so I'm just saying it's funny how you list as your as one of your experiences that allows you to know that you live on a globe is the sun, but yet you admit that you know not enough about the sun to effectively prove anything with it, thus admitting that what your claim was false already.
Well, more than that as well. We just spoke a few minutes ago, and you agreed with me that the teachers shouldn't be telling the kids we know we live on a ball, because you're saying they don't really know they live on a ball. That's just their belief. I mean, that's basically what you just said a few minutes ago.
No, I said they shouldn't use the word prove. I would be more comfortable with them saying we know we live on a globe, but not we can prove that we can live.
No, but you kind of said it was like their best guess.
As a ball. What do you think NASA should do? Or do you think NASA shouldn't use those words too? Maybe you should go and talk to them. Because that's what
I
NASA
don't think they use the word proof that much.
Well, NASA uses 3 proofs to show you that one of those proofs is that Bosco
Matthew, you're confusing me with the proof. You know, I'm from Croatia. I also speak Italian. Can you tell me, translate me that I understand in Croatia what proof could mean? Then that my brain then can later figure out what is proof and what is whatever.
Sure, I use the word proof as a logical inference, a logical deduction based on mathematical or logical deduction.
Okay, if I say 1, do you use number 1 like a 1, or you use number 1? You writing number 1. You go to diagonal line and then go down, and you write again. You draw again line down.
As if you were making like a row of ones into a hash of five.
Is it your number 1 different from my number 1 when I'm writing, or our number 1 is the same number 1?
When I say China number 1, what does that mean to you?
When I say 1 and when you say 1, we mean the same thing, and we're using it the same way.
Yeah. Oh, great!
But Matthew, you're not saying. You're saying that NASA haven't proven.
Can we do the same thing for like with 1 now? We did the same thing with the word proof. Let's say that your proof it's like my proof. It's the same, like a number 1. Can we do that?
Yeah, so I would just maybe we should just not use that word.
Okay. Because I'm normal human being. I'm not a scientist. Let's do like this. Let's say that if we boil the water because we add the heat, because of that water is boiling.
If you just want to use it colloquially,
Is that
you
a
could say-
proof? Is that a proof that water is boiling?
if you just want to use it colloquially, I guess people could say that that's proof that the water is boiling. I'm just uncomfortable with that. It was kind of
And
wishy-washy.
again, I don't want to speak colloquially. I want to speak like a number one and number one. You know, we are speaking now about number one. That means that proof in this moment means number one for us, for me and you. Can we agree on proof that it's the same thing like a number one?
He wants
Yeah,
to be
like one
specific, not
One
colloquial.
apple. Okay, so we put one apple in front of us. Okay, can we prove that there is one apple in front of us?
No, I want to Bob. No. I want from him.
If I eat the apple, then it's gone.
It's the same like a number one. You know that I thinking what he is thinking. What proof it is. You know, but I
Set a
want
bar, yeah.
Question.
Let them set a bar.
Yeah, so I would say proof. The word proof and proof only should exist in the realm of mathematics and logic, and not when we're talking about apples sitting in front of us. And to illustrate how much I dislike that word, I would even say I can't prove that there's an apple sitting in front of me, even if I'm looking at it. Maybe it's an illusion.
So what can you prove?
Yeah. Okay, great. But I ask you
Why
one
is it
specific
maybe an
question:
illusion?
Is it a proof? Is it a proof if we add the heat to the water, that water will boil? Is that a proof?
That too could be an
No.
hallucination or an emulation.
No, that's not.
Yeah, that's
proof.
what
What
I'm
is
saying.
that?
He's saying, wait, Sasha, he's saying he doesn't use the word that way. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, and
That's
so
what
we
he's-
should just
yeah.
I'll just avoid using that word. That's all.
Yeah, but
we
here's
can agree.
here's three proofs that NASA teaches. See, these things are taught in school, okay? Like, and you said they shouldn't be teaching these things in school. They shouldn't be saying proof. This is what NASA is saying. This is why the teachers are teaching it. So what you need to do is go tell NASA. They need to stop using the word proof, right,
Right,
Matthew?
so-
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
Right, and that, Matthew, I want to draw a baseline with you. So, how many senses do we have to use before we start to? How many senses are impacted before we start to say that those senses indicate that we have experienced something in reality? Would that be sight mixed with touch, mixed with, let's say, and touch, for instance, could also go into the parameter of pain. For instance, all at the same time as also smelling, all at the same time as also, let's say, like feeling almost like an energy field or a frequency, which we can feel. So what we do this time is we boil water in front of your you see with your eyes. You're downwind from it, so you smell the boiling from the gas, right? At the same time, this is in a progenerated field of electricity, right? Because the heating element that's heating it as well. Also, we also use an electronic heating element that's overly charged, right? And just for some reason has an electronic field. So you're feeling an electronic charge, like your hairs are standing up on end. There's electrostatic in the air. You're feeling the heat from this touching your face to the point of almost like pain. You're seeing the water boil. You're breathing in the moisture of the water that's boiling into your mouth. And you're also seeing it with your eyes, all at the same time. So what would constitute a form of proof in the sense that what is it that defines things that can be conceivably true in reality if it is not, in fact, the apparatus in which we basically observe reality with?
That's a great question, and I like the way that you put it. I would say the more senses we experience something in, the more and more sure we can be about something. I would just say that
would the water be boiling then?
But I don't think any of them ever reaches the with our physical senses. I don't think any of them ever reach the threshold of proof. The same way that mathematics.
Okay, could you then explain to me how we could create the exact same situation that I did with the impact that I explained upon the senses of the eyes, heat feeling on the skin, almost hair standing up because of electromagnetic field, breathing in of the warm steam coming off of the pot and the smell of the gas all at the same time? How could you experience all of those experiences all at the same time with it being outside of reality? Please go ahead.
Oh, sure. So yeah, I don't think it would be outside of reality. I think those would be great evidences. It's just that I'm saying that I would use words like, "Oh, that's strong evidence that the pot is boiling." I don't think, no matter how many physical senses, you would ever be able to prove that the water is boiling, because I reserve proof for something stronger.
So that means you just deny reality altogether. So
no, I'm saying that I use the word proof for a different realm, not the physical realm.
But you're saying that your reality that you experience isn't necessarily, proven. That's not necessarily true. Everything
it's not provable. Yeah.
Sure. I just make a difference between 99.999 and 100. I think that there's a fundamental.
But you're at the point where you don't believe anything is technically real. Then,
I'm not a skeptic at all. I'm not a radical skeptic.
You sound like the most radical skeptic I've ever heard of.
Radical. Oh,
listen,
damn.
no. Wait. Matthew, you just said you're skeptical of reality.
No.
Because reality is
Let me
what we
explain the difference.
experience. Reality is what we experience, and you've just said that can't be relied upon.
No, you can rely on all that type of stuff. You can rely on it. You can think it's true. You can believe it. The difference between me and a skeptic is that I say it's not proven, and skeptic says it's not known. And I'm just making a difference between the word known and proven. That's all.
But early.
Right, so what about this? What about this? That super spinning monkey ball posted proof, evidence or argument establishing a fact or the truth of a statement. Example: you'll be asked to give proof of your identity. What do you think of that definition?
That is a great colloquial definition of proof and how it's used in everyday life. Usually, in the realm of mathematics, you couldn't prove your identity in the same way that
No,
mathematics isn't a realm. By the way, can we just state this as well? Definitionally, though, mathematics isn't a realm. Let's just get that clear. It's not a realm.
So we're talking. So it's when it's talking about the truth of a statement. What do you take the word true to mean?
Matches reality.
Oh,
right. So then the flat Earth is true.
Wow. I cannot believe the one match.
Wait. Reality is what we observe and experience. So we observe a flat and motionless Earth. So by that definition, then flat Earth is true. If true is reality, right?
Sometimes we perceive things that aren't real.
Wait. So what does true mean then? If it's not reality, because reality is.
True is what is actually true in the real reality. Maybe I would say what Descartes said, as God knows it to be
the
true.
real reality. Do you know that?
So do you know that it's true that the Earth is a globe?
I would say there's strong evidence for that, and that's what I believe. Yes.
I think the military calls it real world.
You don't know it, though. So you definitely don't know it.
You don't know that it's true. You believe that it's true.
I would say that I know it.
You can't say that you know it.
How would you know it?
You can't know that there's a boiling pot in front of your face where you can smell of the gas, feel the heat in your face, breathing in the moisture that comes off of the steam pot. All the while,
you can't know salt water. You can't know apples.
You cannot know the Earth ball while not knowing that, Matthew. You have got something called a bias of your levels of what you would establish as what would be true or what you would call real reality. Again, the oxymoronic statement of real reality. Again, you said real reality. Did you know that? You said real reality.
Yes.
That's an oxymoronic statement.
No. See. Like, listen. Let me just address says who in the chat, right? Matthew doesn't have us in the weeds here. He's showing himself to be flip-flopping so hard between what he can prove and what he can know. And, well, he can't know that the seawater is salty. He can't know about the boiling pan.
I know. I said I could know those, not prove them.
A pot of water, an apple. But he knows that he
I said I could know all of those things. It's just that I didn't like the word
No,
proof.
because we found out your burden of proof for knowing, and your burden of proof for knowing is not able to be met out to know those things, because that's why we asked you those other questions about logical frameworks around how you know something and what makes up the body of knowledge of knowing something. And
you can't know something and say it's not proven at the same time. You already said it's not proven. You can't then say I know it. It's not proven.
No, there's a difference between knowledge and proof. That's all. That's what I'm trying to point out here, that I can know things that I can't prove.
Yeah, but you can't know something that you've never experienced or observed. Can you?
Crack, your example of the boiling pot is a perfect. I know the pot is boiling. I just say that I would reserve the word proof for something else.
I get what you're saying, that like you can know that Canada exists, for instance, without going there, right?
Right.
Like you
Yeah,
know
hell
that
yeah,
Canada exists. You know
Canada.
for a fact that Canada exists. How can you accept something like that as part of real reality? But like, for instance, you know, you do not see where your logic seems like double speak almost.
Yeah.
Where
So you're not sure about salt water, but you know Canada
No, I'm
exists.
sure about saltwater.
Okay,
I'm
does
100%
Canada exist?
Canada exists, and saltwater is in the
Hey,
ocean.
hey, man, if I ever hear you misuse the word proof again, I'm going to mute your ass.
So, Matthew, when you said at the beginning then that the globe isn't proven, what did you mean?
What I meant is that,
Now
like
show the
all,
strong evidence for the curvature of the Earth.
Well, is that proven? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
no,
Okay.
Wait. What did you say, Matthew? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
no, I would say that I don't
Right.
use the word proven for anything physical.
So then the globe can't be proven because
That's
there's no
right.
curvature to prove that it's a globe
Exactly
to begin
right.
with. So then you can't know that it's a globe since you've
Now,
just
knowledge
said
is a
a
separate
globe can't be
question than
proven.
proof.
So how can you just said you don't know that there's curve though. You just said
No,
you
I
don't
said
know
I
that there's
can't prove it.
curvature. Yeah, so you don't know it.
No, you
how-
asked me about proof, and I said,
Okay, let's then ask, how is it that you know that there is curvature then?
all
Since you
kinds
can't
like
prove it, let's at least know how you do know it. Like that would
Maybe
be
I
nice.
can try and bridge the gap here a little bit.
Crypto.
He was
Crypto,
talking about.
sorry, I don't want to get in the
So-
weeds. Sorry about that.
Yeah, maybe I can.
Question, please. Are
No.
you saying
Yes. No.
that you
Hello.
can prove?
Yes, please.
Can I get a mic check?
Go. Go for it.
Quick
cool.
question. One question for Matthew.
Crypto, go.
One question. Can you? So you're saying you can
I'll just
prove
wait
the
then.
curvature
No worries.
mathematically, right? But there is no strong evidence for it in the real world. Is that what you're saying? Or are you
Yeah, so
saying
you're just asking the same question that 5 other people have asked. I'm trying to bridge the gap here.
Thank you.
So, what Matthew was talking about earlier was epistemology, and he used the phrase "justified true belief." Okay. Now, this is I'm trying to think who came up with this
It's
definition.
like 2,000 years old.
Yeah, it's generally accepted, I would say. So you've got three elements of that. You've got the justified part, the true part, and the belief part, right? I would say that you have a belief that the Earth's a globe. I would say that it's justified. I would challenge the true part, because at that point then you actually have to present very strong evidence for it. So I think where you and I would differ on your opinion of the globe is the true part. I think you have a justified belief, but I don't think it's true, and I don't think it's definitionally true.
Yeah, fair enough. No, that's a good summary. I appreciate that.
This is the Gettier problem for you, right? So, obviously, you can speak of epistemology, but there are even problems with epistemology, and you know that yourself. Like,
yes, of course.
yeah, exactly. So, like, you use that, but you also understand that there are, right? Yeah. So again, that's what you spoke. There are truths, there's knowledge, and there are beliefs, right? But knowledge actually lies in between truth and belief, right?
Right.
And poorly justified true beliefs as well will also lie in between the middle of those two, also, correct?
Right. And where would you put proof, by the way?
But the point is that truth has to overlap, right?
Right.
Truth would be right. So if we drew this, and we can use a very simple diagram, right, for this, okay? And you can type this in. Anyone can type this in. Just type in epistemology type in the Gettier problem. That would be the best way to do it. Right. So you'd have a circle and another circle drawn with the vagina in the middle of the circle, right? Knowledge would be the vaginal hole. That's just the best way I can describe it easily, right? Okay. So truth would be the right leg, okay? It doesn't matter which leg it is, but it's the right leg. Belief would be the left leg, okay? In the middle, where the vagina is, yeah, there is a field where they overlap. Knowledge is in the middle, right in that vaginal hole, okay? Fully justified belief is roughly up where the clitoris and that is, okay? But the issue is that you say you can know things, first you have to have beliefs that overlap with truths, right? Your problem is that you segment off all of these portions while you purport to talk about epistemology. And this is the main problem with epistemology, is the Gettier problem, is that these things, in fact, are fundamental, and fundamentally that they actually need to be like counterexamples of one another anyway, in order for you to have true belief or an account of true knowledge or belief. And this is in epistemology, so why are you even citing it?
No, you're right. That's a good summary. I appreciate that. I think you gave a good summary, and I think the whole thing started because of the word proof. Where would you?
I don't appreciate the fact that I just lost like 10 brain cells in the last hour.
Let's move on from epistemology. I feel like we're in the.
Yeah, I would. You just got wrecked.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know of any arguments.
Students, Matthew.
Am I gonna what?
Are you going to use the vagina example with your students?
I will not. No.
What was that?
Good one.
Don't want to know.
I mean, wouldn't Matthew have had some experience first?
No, he just learned it all.
It's a justified true belief. He's got a Pornhub subscription and everything.
Oh, you guys crack me up.
All right.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, it's fine.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, you know what?
No, you're all
I
right,
know
Matthew.
that there are problems with this justified true belief. I know that
Even though
it's
you're
a whole
kind of
thing, and there's problems and contradictions to it, but I still like it.
I'm not even going to apologize. I'm just pissed.
Can you one question? One question. Can you mathematically prove, right, that the Earth is a ball? Like, is there proof for it? Go ahead.
No.
Okay, cool. Why do you say no?
Why no now?
Because you're mixed.
Go ahead. Can you explain?
No. Were you expecting a yes there for some reason?
Yeah.
But yes.
Credit.
After everything you just said, you expect them to say yeah?
I don't. He said the math is reality. That means yes.
Well, no, he has to say no because of his definition of proof, right?
Right,
Matthew?
exactly.
Yeah, but you're mixing the physicality with mathematicals. He's talking about mathematics only in the sense of the mathematical realm, which is a paradigm in which is non-physical, fully conceptual, abstract, has nothing to do with actual physicality or reality in any way, sense, or form. So when you ask him to prove things in the physical with maths, which is the only place maths would really be useful per se, for instance, like counting an apple in front of your face, you've sort of got him in a bind. He can't do that. But like in a theoretical sense, where we talk about numbers like prime numbers that would be infinite, like, yeah, all day you can be pretty sure about that shit.
Well, this is why I was being pretty clear when I was discussing, right? I'm not talking about mathematical proofs, right? We're talking about what 99.99999% of people would understand from that question, not this 0.00001% who all of a sudden don't know the meaning of proof, proven, level.
Maybe we should ask there, man.
I think the main point that we need to point out here, I think the main point that we need to point out here is that this is actually the place in which, due to the lack of proof, empirical proof, physical proof, measurement, tests, experiment, and all of the above and the scientific method running through, this is the place in which most individuals that believe in the heliocentric model, and this is the position psychologically they've had to hold in order to be able to continue to hold the idea of the globe true. Because if you hold any other form of knowledge or proof in any higher regard, with any further form to it, that even on an epistemological level, actually it would start to become again improbable, completely ridiculous. And so this is the position and the logical position they have to hold, and this is, I believe, what Wolfgang is trying to show everyone, is that this is the position they have to hold in order for them to say that the Earth is a globe.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Right? And so that tab that you have going will probably start making some noise because we are live. So people can hear us. Let's see. Let's get a mic check from you.
Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3.
That sounds
How
good.
do I sound? Pretty good?
That's good. I'll probably turn you up a little bit.
All right.
There it is. The L Megas has got we are totally live. They see me right now. Didn't even do the intro. Hold on, people. There's the intro. Enjoy a little bit of the intro. But I messed up on that. Welcome, everybody. I'm MC Toon. This is the Toon Show. And tonight, we've got, I've got it's just myself. FCFE is still feeling a little under the weather. And so it is myself and, that is a little bit, I'm cropping his head. I'll fix that. Myself and Dr. Danny Faulkner. Welcome to the show, Danny.
Thank you, Mike. It's good to be here.
It's great to have you. So now, people, you may not know Danny. He is an astronomer, and it's in it. So this is all in the description. An astronomer. You taught at what university?
The University of South Carolina, Lancaster.
Okay, for quite a few years, and your PhD is in astronomy from where?
Indiana University.
Okay, Indiana. Excellent. And Danny has been involved in the flat Earth debunking community longer than I have. And right here is the book that Danny wrote, and Falling Flat. And I obviously have a copy of it, and a very special copy. I'm really honored to have a signed copy of that. You said this is probably a year ago. Mm-hmm. April 15, 2021. So thank you for sending that. I appreciate it very much. It's a very good book. Lots of solid science in it. So there's that. Then you, after university, after teaching, you retired from that and went on to work for Answers in Genesis, correct?
Yeah, I've been here 9 years.
9 years at Answers in Genesis, which is a Christian organization. Mm-hmm. And you're the astronomer on staff, is that right? Is that how it is? So
a lot of people are surprised to find we have a research staff. My boss is a geologist. We also have a PhD biologist and a paleontologist as well. So we have 4.
Did you come here for a conversation, Danny? I guess I have a simple question. Does astronomy fulfill the scientific method? Is this the Quaker meeting? Yeah, I'm just waiting for an answer. Apparently, it's being typed instead of spoken. Oh, okay. I just joined. I think we're starting to tweak me. It's fine, Danny. I have a question for you. Hello, hello. I see you unmuted yourself. Does astronomy fulfill or utilize the scientific method? Did I see you unmuted yourself, but if you're saying anything, no one can hear you.
Oh, what's wrong with the recording? Does it portray him differently, or what's what's going on?
Well, supposedly he's here in the VC, but he's not responding to questions. I did speak, but apparently you can't hear. It's not just me.
Yeah, we don't hear Danny. Maybe your mic is not working. Check it.
You're not server muted. It's not on our end. Double check your input device. Make sure it's correct. Clicking user settings and then voice and video, and make sure that your input device is the correct one. Otherwise, hop out and join again. Sometimes that clears up issues. Alrighty then. Okay. Try again.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, thanks. I didn't think about re-entering.
Yep, those sorts of things happen. So, you heard the question, or you want me to repeat it?
I heard the question. It was whether I think that astronomy is. Well, we want you to repeat the question. That would be helpful.
Yeah. Does astronomy utilize or fulfill the scientific method?
I think your question gets at the heart of whether astronomy is a science, and obviously I think it does. I think the problem is we disagree upon what science is and how science is done.
Oh, so I'm not talking about science, the pursuit of knowledge. I'm referring to the scientific method.
Well, the
method by which we achieve or gain that knowledge.
Yeah, the scientific method is often discussed by flat earthers. It comes from very basic treatments of how science is done, and it's greatly simplified. So many times in education, we greatly simplify things to the point that they're no longer really correct. And so it's very restricted, going through that cookbook approach of how science is supposedly done, and it ends up with the conclusion that unless something at least looks a lot like a 7th grade science fair project, it isn't science, and that's incorrect.
Do you disagree with the scientific method as the method for achieving knowledge?
Yes, I would say that this, again, the scientific method, as often discussed among flat earthers and among many elementary treatments of science and science education, is not nearly comprehensive enough. People treat that as a comprehensive discussion and treatment of science and how it's done, and that's not the case. For instance, metrology is a major part of science, measuring properties of matter, for instance. You don't really form a hypothesis to test an experiment. You simply are measuring properties of matter, and that's very much a part of science, though it doesn't amend itself very well to the quote-unquote scientific method that's so often promulgated.
Okay. So would you be under the impression that philosophy is a science?
Well, it depends on how you define science. Today, we have appropriated the term science to apply to what we call should be called the natural sciences. But until about 200 years ago, science referred to any kind of systematized study. History was a science. Philosophy was kind of a science. But the term was changed. You know, what we call natural science today was called natural philosophy until the 1830s.
Yeah, I post definitions all the time.
Sure. And definitions change with time. And
that's why I stick to the etymological roots and origins of the word as opposed to colloquial understandings.
And many times people will go with one definition when there might be a half a dozen definitions, and they say, see, it has to mean this. In reality, it can mean many, many other things.
But it's about the axiom for the conversation, though.
Yeah.
So in the way that I mean, I'm referring to it in the state or fact of knowing in its original etymological sense. That's how I'm referring to it. So would you say that philosophy is the state or fact of knowing a thing?
That's tricky. I think it'd be more like a methodology used to try to get to a fact of knowing. You know, it's the approach one uses.
You're under the impression that philosophy could lead to knowledge?
Well, that's what the term the term philosophy means, love of knowledge. So yeah, the two are intimately related to one another.
Technically, Sophia refers to wisdom more so than knowledge, but
okay, true enough. But when I started studying philosophy a long time ago, took a college and college course on it. The very beginning, it was explained that philosophy is a love of knowledge. Very rarely would they define it as a love of wisdom. Again, it gets slippery trying to give the different nuances to words.
Yeah, because in the sense that they're using knowledge in that statement, the love of knowledge, philosophers are not concerned with the knowledge that birds have beaks of different lengths, or the nature of the gestation period of a specific animal, or the length of 2x4s, or the maximum length of a 2x4 in the construction of a house, or any other thing of knowledge, right? That's not what philosophers are concerned about. Oftentimes they're focused on things like ontology or theory, and not actual knowledge.
Yeah, one of my colleagues at the university and later became the campus dean, he was a philosopher, and a very good one, by the way. We had a lot of interesting discussions, but when we got talking about science many times, we ended up really not agreeing too much, primarily because we were starting from two different approaches to things. Philosophers look at the world very differently the way scientists do, and vice versa. And that's a common problem. I think it's been said that scientists don't make good philosophers, and good philosophers don't make good scientists.
That sounds fair enough. And that really just illuminates the point that I'm trying to make. There are certain things that are being called science that are not actually the pursuit of knowledge. They're more so tangential, or they tease at the hope of knowledge without the actuality of knowledge. And that's how I would frame astronomy and any other theoretical bloviation, basically.
Okay, what subjects would you consider to be sciences then?
Those that use the scientific method.
And which sciences would those be?
Chemistry would be a good example of something that utilizes the scientific method, or could. Maybe not all chemists use the scientific method. However, it is within the realm of its accessibility to be using the scientific method.
Would you consider physics a science?
Sometimes, but only in regards to engineering, and not all of the time in regards to engineering, but certainly is within the realm of accessibility in regards to engineering, regarding physics. Yeah.
Okay, so you're convinced that, quote unquote, the scientific method is the only way to do science, and that is a comprehensive description of how science is done.
The only way.
Yeah, I think science fake a little bit, because like this level of science.
We just mute him for the purpose of this conversation, please.
Yeah, Manaru, you're slurring your words a bit. Anyway, reluctantly, I would say yes. I'm trying to consider any other. So for instance, I wouldn't classify an archaeologist as a scientist.
And what other things would you consider not to be science?
Well, certainly astronomy, anything that has the words theoretic or the word theoretical before it. So a theoretical astrophysicist, a theoretical physicist, a theoretical anything. I don't know how many other theoretical categories there are. All of those I would classify as not science. Philosopher, I would not classify as science. Anything involving anything unnatural, anything involving things that you can't manipulate.
What do you mean by unnatural?
Supernatural. Anything that involves supernaturality.
Okay. That's an important distinction. I fear that some flat earthers, certainly not all, but some, seem to think that anything synthetic, man-made, is not allowed either in science, and that's a perfect example of getting definitions hammered out. The word natural can have several meanings. When we talk about science, the proper understanding is it's not talking about supernatural things. But unfortunately, some people misunderstand that. So your attitude about the quote-unquote scientific method is something you're pretty convinced about, and would nothing really would change your mind.
I didn't say that.
Okay, all right. It's just that I'm concerned. I mean, I was in a
It
first
seems to
grade
me that you've
classroom.
made your mind up quite a bit, and you have some really formulated opinions, which you continually express without seeking clarification.
Wait, would you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it.
You seem to have some formulated opinions without clarifying questions or anything like that. You keep on making these statements that are quite assumptive, guilty by association or otherwise.
Well, such as, I don't understand.
You keep on saying things like flat earthers this, flat earthers that.
Oh, I said, I tried to qualify that by saying that some. I didn't say, and I clearly stated not by all, by any means.
Mm-hmm.
So
well, then what is its relevance? What is its relevance to this conversation then?
Well, I mean, that's the reason why you brought up the term natural, and I've seen some people, certainly not all in this discussion, misunderstand what that word natural refers to, and you and I agree on what the meaning of natural is in this context.
Maybe.
Yeah, but in the getting back to the quote-unquote scientific method, much of our education is greatly simplified at lower levels. I mean, I recall taking U.S. history 3 times growing up: 5th grade, 8th grade, and 11th grade. And you may wonder, well, why'd you have to take it 3 times? Well, each time the depth at which you studied them increased. And I get really a little put out with people today who seem to have at best a 5th grade understanding of history, making declarations that I know are false. And there are many other subjects. In mathematics, you start off with numbers and counting and simple operations. You move on beyond that to many other things.
Okay, can I pause you there?
Yeah.
So I appreciate analogies. So you went on to mathematics and you're talking about you use numbers and you do things like adding and whatever. Do numbers stop being numbers when you move into the higher mathematics?
No. What happens is you can move on to more complex things, volumes, fractions, decimals. Then you move on eventually to working word problems, rate problems, eventually algebra, possibly trigonometry, geometry.
I understand.
And maybe beyond
I understand.
That. So I'm saying
you don't have to keep going.
Okay.
So here's the problem. You're suggesting that as you move up into the higher levels of learning, that your original axioms are no longer valid, such as the scientific method.
No, I'm getting to that. I was in a first grade class recently, and I saw on the bulletin board the scientific method with 5 steps put down. And
Yo guys,
who's interrupting this sentence?
No, it's merchant. It's merchant.
Okay, so go ahead, Danny.
And that distressed me because that was the same standard that I see many flat earthers promoting as being the only way that science is done. And if we do that in first grade, then we're finished. I mean, why continue on with any more science education than that? And my point is that this sort of stuff is greatly simplified to get students to think about things in a certain way. But as you move upward through your science education, hopefully things are expanded a bit. And my point is that the scientific method, quote unquote, is a very simplified treatment of how science is sometimes done, how big ideas in science are advanced. But that's not the be all that there is to science. And I think that people are taking that simple cookbook approach of just a few steps as being the only way science is done. Testing hypotheses, and there's by experiments with a independent and dependent variable. And science is a lot more murky than that. There's a lot more other ways you can do science. And it's you shouldn't be approaching science and saying that everything you learn in grade school about science, how science is done, is the only way it can be done. There's far more to it. I mentioned metrology. That's a part of it. You may want to study the properties of materials, finding specific heats, latent heats, the hardness, the electrical and thermal conductivities, all these kind of other properties. You're not testing a hypothesis. You're simply studying the natural world. You're studying the properties of matter in the natural world. That is very much a part of science as much as testing hypotheses with controlled experiments. And that's my objection, is that people want to say science can only be done this way. They're treating a very elementary, basic definition of how science is done as being exhaustive and comprehensive, and it's not.
Is there room for sophistry to be part of science?
What do you mean?
Sophistry?
Yeah, I don't know what you're getting at. So
is sophistry science?
I don't understand the question.
That's okay. I'll post a definition in the chat for clarifying meaning. Is specious but fallacious reasoning science?
Well, that's not supposed to be. I'm not saying that scientists are never guilty of improper reasoning, but no, it's not supposed to be.
I would agree with you. And I am under the impression and have seen lots of evidence that people who call themselves scientists have certain presuppositions and or assumptions about reality that influence everything that they say and do and pervert their results and their claims. And as a result, the things that they're teaching others under the guise of science results in miseducation and lies.
Well, I think maybe you're getting down to bias, which everybody has. If you're thinking about a certain way and you have that bias and it's the wrong way, you're going to tend to ignore or minimize data that run contrary to that. And I've run into numerous examples of people doing that. Something doesn't fit what they expect, and so they think it's an outlier. They don't think it's significant. And many times some of the most interesting things in science can happen in those outliers because it's kind of things that people aren't looking at.
So, Danny, would you be a 6,000 year guy or something else?
I'm a recent creationist.
Okay, 6 days.
I by the way, I see that Paula is in here, by the way.
Yeah.
This morning.
Oh. Just so I could know about you, I was just curious. You are a 6 day guy?
Yes.
Good. Well, I'm glad to hear that.
That makes me a bit different from most other scientists. I must say, my own.
Sure does. The reason I asked that question is more so about how you allow for the justification. Like it sounds like to me that you think that a lot of things that I wouldn't consider science, you think they are, and I just am curious about how aware you are of like the pervasive deception.
You're talking about commitment to naturalistic origins?
Not just that, and that's an irony in and of itself. In regards to rejection of the ontological primitive and all of that. But I'm just referring to the deceptions in regards to radiocarbon dating, the evolutionary narrative, the Kabbalistic and ancient mystery school religion influences on quote unquote science and the way that they describe, especially in the realm of astronomy and astrophysicists. It's all influenced from an originating narrative that dates back to the mystery schools of Babylon. And I cannot understand how one would turn a blind eye as they learn more and more about it to recognize that fact?
I think part of the problem is that the major part of the problem is that we use the word science in two different ways. We creationists like to talk about operational or experimental observational science, the science of here and now, what you can test in the here and now. The Earth's shape is certainly something that we can test as the world now exists. The other way that people use it is what's called historical or origin science, where people talk about what may have happened in the past, and you cannot test that the same way that you do in the here and now. You can look at, say, fossils and make some conjectures about how they formed, when they formed, all those sorts of things. But you can't say for certain that's exactly what happened, because you can't go back and observe it. You can't go back and experiment upon it. So that's a shift that started occurring in science among scientists in the 19th century, and that shift is pretty well complete by now. When we creationists mention this two different ways of thinking about science, most other scientists today don't even understand that. They can't comprehend. They see no difference between those two.
Let me ask you this. Are you concerned by the narratives within the realm of quantum as a category of discussion?
You're talking about quantum mechanics?
Quantum anything.
Well, quantum just simply means a quantized amount of something. I'm
not getting into that fractal. I'm talking about quantum as a category of conversation within the context of what is referred to as science.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Yeah.
I don't think I've heard that term used that way.
Okay. So sure, for the sake of the conversation, quantum physics, sure. Are you concerned by certain narratives that are associated with the concept of quantum physics?
Well, I think maybe you're getting to interpretations, quote unquote, of quantum mechanics, as the Copenhagen interpretations or the multi-world interpretation that you're talking about.
I'm speaking in a very general way.
Okay.
Is there anything about that category of topic that concerns you?
Well, quantum mechanics itself is a well-formulated and well-tested model of physics. It's got a tremendous amount of
It's a direct question that should have a direct answer.
Well, I guess I'm not understanding your question at all. I'm saying that the quantum mechanics itself is a well-tested science with a lot of experimental evidence.
So if I were to ask you in the realm of automobile manufacturing, is there anything that concerns you? And let's say this was your field of expertise. I would expect a person to be like, well, yes, absolutely. In regards to fuel efficiency, in regards to these safety mechanisms, in regards to these things, I have some concerns, right? That's kind of what I'm asking for. So in the large spectrum or field of study of quantum things or quantum physics, have you any concerns?
I have concerns, tremendous concerns, with the philosophical interpretation that many physicists have put onto it. That's my point I was trying to get to. The most common interpretation, if you will, of quantum mechanics today is what's called the Copenhagen interpretation. And I have, for a very long time, said that the Copenhagen interpretation is a stupid answer to a stupid question. It's an attempt to do philosophy, and they're particularly poor at doing it. The physics is okay. The philosophy that people are trying to ascribe to it are really bad. And I think what you're getting to here is that many physicists and other people too, non-physicists who have talked about it, get into some Oriental mysticism. Somebody wrote a book a number of years ago, The Tao of Modern Physics. And, Robert Oppenheimer was fond of quoting for the Upanishads. So there's a lot of mysticism that's being imported or re-imported back into quantum mechanics today, and that concerns me greatly.
No, thank you for answering that question. I'm going to hand it over to Level Up.
Oh, surprise!
I'm glad to hear you. Glad to talk to
Same
you.
here. Yeah, we had a nice conversation before, kind of an introductory get to know you sort of thing, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, I kind of was distracted
by the way, I like your attitude. Who was I just talking to?
Gospel Bearer.
Okay, well, I appreciate your attitude too. It really is. So many times, flat earthers and globe earthers get together and it's a shouting match, and I'm not interested in that at all. I don't want to play gotcha. I want to talk with people, and if people don't want to talk, they just want to argue, then count me out. So I appreciate both of you. You have great attitudes.
Understood.
You've been around for a
Thank
while,
you.
Danny. Have you just recently come back, or what?
I came on this channel a year or two ago. I can't remember what it was. Yeah, and after half an hour, I was booted out, so I didn't feel like I was welcome. I turn on the YouTube channel from time to time. I'll have it in the background listening when I'm doing something that I don't have to give my full attention to. So if something comes up that interests me, then I'll turn it up and listen to it for a while. But I recently came back because basically I was asked to talk to Paula. And as long as I have time, and as long as the discussion is civil, I'm happy to be here and answer questions and talk with people and interact. I don't want to get in an argument, a bunch of gotcha and shouting matches, though. And by the way, the mean stuff comes from both sides. Neither sides, their hands are clean on this. I get put out with people on both sides who can't behave themselves.
Right. I was just going to say, years ago when I was still on Faceplant, I call it, I mentioned Dr. Michael Heiser. I forget who was running the Facebook page at the moment, but I think it was either Answers in Genesis or Creation Research Institution or whatever they call it. I forget. But they jumped down my throat about Heiser, like, I beat that guy in a debate and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, whoa, I think I'll just leave. I just don't stick around when it's like that. So, and my point with Heiser, I'm sure you're familiar with him, is that his area of expertise is linguistic, right? It's not theology. It's not even science. It's linguistics. And I thought he made a fair point in saying that there's a lack of consistency in how Christians approach Genesis 1 as historical narrative, which I think both of us agree that that's what it is, historical narrative, even though they use, the ancient Near East historical practice was to use figures of speech and other embellishments, I guess you could say, to put the reader into the story without saying it's fiction. That's the point that is hard for a lot of modern Western minds to grasp, is that if you say something with more color than just a dry technical prose, then somehow it's not to be believed, and that's not true at all. But the point that Heiser made that I thought was fair was the lack of consistency in that how can it be that we take the time statements in Genesis 1 literally, but not the structure statements? They're both in the same context, they're both in the same narrative, and yet, we take evening and morning day 1, evening and morning day 2 is very clearly, I don't know how they could make it any more clear that these are literal solar days. And yet when the Bible says that the earth is fixed, it's never, and here I would say, you could say this is an argument from silence, but it's a very big silence. The Bible, in whatever genre, whatever context, never describes the earth as moving, spinning, orbiting, and I've brought up before about the fact that there was nothing for the earth to orbit until the sun was made on day 4. So these are the things that I see as inconsistencies and inexplicable, that we can take, like I said, the time statements literally, but not the structure. Would you like to comment on that?
Well, you're right. The Bible Genesis account of creation particularly doesn't talk about the earth's shape or the earth moving around the sun. But it's kind of an argument from silence to say that since it doesn't mention the globe earth, the earth must not be a globe. In our last discussion, I think I pointed out that there's ambiguity in the cosmology of Genesis. The cosmogony is clear enough, but the cosmology is a bit vague.
Right, but what I was saying is that why I included the words any genre, any narrative, meaning any place in the Bible. Whenever the Bible does talk about the earth, it talks about it, like for example, when we do with earth age, we can point to the Ten Commandments, and it says, for in 6 days God made heaven and earth, and the seventh day you rest. He wasn't talking about long ages, obviously. So that is an indirect statement outside of Genesis, but in a totally different context, but it's appealing to the literal context of Genesis in making the statement, the argument for resting on the seventh day for Israel. In the same way, I can look at other contexts in the Bible where, especially there are many statements in Job and other places in the Psalms about the waters above the heavens that are still apparently there. Granted, it doesn't say a lot about the structure of the cosmos, but it also doesn't really say a lot about the days, for that matter. They're both, I would say the Bible says more about the structure than it does about the time. So what I'm saying is, whenever the Bible describes Earth, there is no instance where it talks about it moving, spinning, orbiting, or anything like that. Every instance of talking about creation is about the stars, the sun, moon, and stars moving over the earth being fixed and shall not move. And then there's, as I've mentioned before, the long day of Joshua. Everything the Bible says about the structure, wherever it says it, is from a stationary perspective. Again, this doesn't say the shape, right? We've agreed that there's a geocentrism that holds that the earth is still a ball, but that everything revolves around it. So it's still not a shape statement, but I think it is significant that the Bible, in every instance, talks about the earth as a stationary thing. Would you be able to agree with that statement about it being stationary?
Not really. I mean, some of the, and again, this is getting into geocentrism as opposed to Earth shape. So, as long as you understand, we're swerving off a little bit. I agree. I appreciate your clarification. But some of the statements that geocentrists use from Scripture, like the earth shall not be moved, some other translations say shaken. And the same Hebrew word is used by David. He refers to himself, I shall not be moved. And people clearly understand it's not talking about him sitting in one place and never moving from that place. He's talking about being shaken or moved from his fixed position in a less literal way. His faith is not going to be shaken or moved. I think that's what it says about the Bible. It's talking about the earth as well. It's not talking about it literal motion through space. It's talking about it's established to do what it is, and it's not going to be shaken from that purpose that it has. That's how I understand those passages. As far as
go ahead.
I was going to say, as far as Joshua's long day, if I'm correct in my cosmology, then it required the Earth to stop spinning for a while. And sometimes people will say, well, that would cause everybody to momentum would cause them to keep spinning. Well, you stop the momentum of the earth. Why would God not stop the momentum of people on the earth as well? I mean, if you're going to do one, the other, it's kind of a match set. It's kind of silly to suggest that God would overlook that one part. That's my understanding of the miracle that happened there, because it was a miracle.
Okay, I would consider that, though, I just lost the name of the fallacy I was going to name, ad hoc, because we're assuming something that isn't stated. So sure. At the very least, we can say that both sides of the argument are going to use some kind of ad hoc fallacy or begging the question in some way. Yeah. So I think what we would be better off doing is dealing with geocentrism first before we deal with the shape. Because I know I'm going to post a link to an article I saw a few days ago where, oh man, I mistyped that. Sorry, let me try that again. Okay, there was an extra parenthesis, but this is one that somebody wrote in response to statements you had made about geocentrism, And I noticed I watched the interview that you were interviewed by MC Toon a while back, around the 31-minute mark. You said that you believe this was possible, that geocentrism could be true. And this was the view of Sir Fred Hoyle in 1975, where, and here I'll quote that as well, because it's easier than, everybody will see that, where he said, "We know the difference between a heliocentric theory and a geocentric theory is one of relative motion only, and that such a difference has no physical significance." Now, in the article, though, it seemed that you were adamant against geocentrism. Is that true? And what is your current position on geocentrism? Is it possible?
Boy, you're opening up not a can of worms, but a 55-gallon drum of, motion is an extremely tricky thing. It gets more into philosophy than it does into physics. All we can ever observe, measure, or experience is relative motion. We never actually can observe, experience, or measure absolute motion. And that's the tricky thing that we have to deal with. And Mach's principle is this thing that Ernst Mach came up with probably the 1880s, I'm going to guess. Mm-hmm. It's a philosophical position that people have. And physicists actually have worked out systems where you could have a geocentric Earth with either the Earth not rotating at all or rotating and not revolving. You've got several possibilities there. And it's possible to work out a system whereby all of that comes together. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people know a lot about physics, don't know this either. And when I talk about, Joshua's long day, for instance, I say, since motion is such a tricky thing in a very real sense, the sun moves across the sky every day. I understand that that's caused by the rotation of the Earth, but in a very real sense, the sun moves because what's moving and what's not. And again, this is getting away from physics. This is pretty deep into philosophy at this point. And so it's a really tricky thing. I'm sure most people listening, probably you have too, have been fooled by motion. I've been fooled thinking I was moving in an elevator when I wasn't, thinking that I was sitting at a parking lot, not in a parking lot, at a traffic light, and the car next to me kind of moves a little bit, and I'm distracted, and I'm thinking I'm moving when actually it's the car next to me. And also when I've been sitting at a gate, busy reading or something, a gate of an airport, and something next to me starts to move, and I think that the plane I'm in is being backed away from the gate. In reality, it isn't. So those are all three examples I've experienced where I thought I was experiencing emotion when I was not. And that's what we come back here. Yeah, somebody just posted the vestibular system on the chat here, a live stream. But the vestibular system doesn't detect motion. That was something I was taught growing up, that it detects motion. It doesn't. It detects acceleration. Big difference. And we are able to detect acceleration pretty easily. We're not very good at detecting velocity. All we can do with velocity is measure that relative motion with respect to something else. So if you're a geocentrist, what is, you got to basically define what is not moving. And if one wants to, for the sake of argument, define that the Earth is not moving, then that's fine. We do that frequently in astronomy, believe it or not, and in physics, even though we understand the Earth is moving.
How, Danny? How do you understand it?
Hold on, please.
Yeah, it's a convenient. We're on a platform, observing platform. We look at the sky around us. We can actually treat the Earth as a stationary system of reference. Doesn't mean that it is, and that something means we can treat it. And people might think I'm doing double talk here, but that gets into the complexity of this whole thing. It's not as simple as most people want to think it is.
Right. But would you say we could agree then that the motion of things in the sky can't tell us anything about whether there's geocentrism or whether the shape of the Earth?
Simply looking at the motion of the things in the sky, we can't determine whether the Earth is moving or not. It's a bit more complicated. And then there's evidence that the Earth is moving, but again, it gets it gets back into the very depths of Mach's principle and how you interpret these things. The shape of the Earth is something we generally do or talk about, not in the context of the motion of celestial objects.
Right, and so the whole point is that unless we get deep into somebody's esoteric knowledge, and there's no other word for it really, because we're essentially treating quote unquote scientists as some kind of priesthood, that in the sense that they have knowledge we don't have, and we just have to trust them. And this gets into compartmentalization as well, because each discipline has its own bubble that it's in, and it trusts all the other disciplines to have everything right in order to form a comprehensive picture. So that, someone may be an expert in one thing, but not an expert in another, just like I mentioned with Michael Heiser. He's a linguist, not a theologian or a scientist. And so I think he makes some grave theological errors, for example, and he believes in evolution, he believes, in all the standard things, and yet is a Christian, as far as I can tell. And I'm not going to judge his salvation on the basis of this, but I think he has his own inconsistencies, such as that if the Bible is what he calls, quote unquote, theological messaging in Genesis, then how does he say that Jesus literally rose from the dead, since it defies science? It isn't consistent on his part. But at the same time, on this overall question of relative motions and how much detailed, quote unquote, hidden knowledge to most people that we must rely upon in order to understand God's creation, because as it says in Romans 1, that there is no excuse, that people are without excuse for knowing there's a God, because they can just look at creation and see it. And yet we're told now that because of deep scientific, sometimes esoteric knowledge, that we can't understand, we just have to trust. And we're having a major problem with that in this venue, as far as things that we know we've been lied to about, and not just about earth shape. There are all sorts of deceptions going on. And this was, of course, what Jesus warned about, the end times, that just, see to it that you're not deceived. It was the first thing he said when he was asked about the end times. So I do agree that some people have gone overboard with that and thrown everything out as a lie, that absolutely everything, including the Bible and, history and all sorts of things, are all a lie. I don't go to that extreme. But what I'm saying is that if we cannot answer the question of whether the sun or the earth is the center or the shape of the earth without going into near philosophy or deep esoteric knowledge, scientific knowledge in this case, then I think we have a major problem with, like, for example, as far as what the point I'm going to try to make now, it has to do with how much precision we expect from the Bible. I was just in a conversation in another server about this ridiculous claim that God doesn't know pi, the value of pi, because when he told them how to make these various vessels for the temple, that he would say it's like 30 cubits to 10 cubits, and this is only 3:1, not 3.14159. Therefore, and I asked them, I say, do you mean to tell me there's a little notch in the rim where those missing 0.1 digits are? What are they expecting from the Bible when they read it? But context is everything, and I think that in the overall context of the Bible, that we shouldn't need that much precision in order to understand where we live. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So what I'm hearing so far is that there's no slam dunk against a flat stationary Earth.
No, I would disagree with that.
Okay, on what basis?
Well, first of all, we need to we started talking about geocentrism, so we need to separate out the flat part. If we want to talk about the shape of the Earth, we can treat that. There are several lines of evidence that the Earth does move around the sun. That you can reinterpret each of those in terms of a stationary Earth using certain versions of Mach's principle and a few add-ons to it. This gets back to what Hoyle was talking about and a few others were talking about, how you can construct a geocentric world. These things do require explanation. I don't see how these would work in the zetetic model that most flat earthers believe today. It would work, possibly could work in a globe geocentric world, and we could talk about the zetetic model a bit later because it's very different from other usual forms, or the most common form prior, of geocentrism. The arguments that I would give for motion of the Earth around the sun would be aberration of starlight, parallax of stars, and periodic Doppler motions in spectra of stars. And also in my own work, I've done eclipsing binary star research for about 45 years, and we see in the timings of these eclipses periodic shifts with an amplitude of 8 minutes, dealing which is easily interpreted in terms of the Earth orbiting the sun. Now, if you want to argue geocentrism, then you could have the entire universe orbiting around the Earth once a year. That would be the way that geocentrists would answer that objection. So you could reinterpret all of those 4 lines of evidence I just gave for the Earth orbiting the sun. It gets very complicated, and again, but ad hoc to do that, but it can be done.
Yeah. So now, are you an atheist?
No, far from it.
Okay, so you're a guy. So you believe in the Bible, the Christian Bible, and Jesus.
Yeah,
Okay, so how do you explain when God held the sun and the moon for Joshua to continue slaughtering the Philistines?
We've already been on that. We've been already over that.
That's fine, but still, I'd like to know, because how are you going to give a geocentric? So you're saying he stopped the entire universe for this one event?
Well, if you're a more traditional geocentrist, globe Earth geocentrist, then the universe basically had to stop. If you
the entire universe would have had to stop for him to do that. And so, considering we are the only beings that are fallen, that means he would have to stop the order for every other life forms that he's created throughout the universe. And
I don't believe in ETs.
Then that just all that does is bring up speculation and conjecture, because you can't prove any of that. So
right, the thing is that when it comes to what the Bible said stopped, it only said the sun and the moon. It didn't say all the stars and everything else.
Exactly. So that's why I'm curious as to what his belief system is, because if you take the word as literal,
we've been over that though.
Yeah, that's fine.
If you could check the chat.
All right, my bad then. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. But I think what I'm trying to find is the point that whether it's geocentric or not really depends on what one thinks is the preponderance of evidence. And what I'm hearing so far, not just from you, Dr. Faulkner, but anybody, is that there is no hard and fast, like I said, a slam dunk against geocentrism versus heliocentrism. But you said something about parallax I'd like to comment on. If we use the Earth's position difference on each 6 months, right, to do parallax of some distant object, which requires, of course, the assumption that it's a distant object, we would take the Earth where it is 6 months apart and get a fair distance for something we've assumed is far away. How can this work for something like Polaris, for example, since it doesn't move very far? We agree that it moves, right, in a tiny circle. But how can we, if that's something that the Earth, that the central point of the circle of the stars overhead is at Polaris, that this is because of Earth spinning on its axis. Well, its axis has moved significantly over the period of 6 months. And if it's also being dragged by the sun, the Earth is being, kind of corkscrewing behind the sun through space, how can we compare of any heavenly object 6 months apart comparing the angles when everything is moving all the time in relation to each other? Could you comment on that?
Are you talking about relationship to each other, or are you talking about just the Earth's motions, rotation, revolution?
Well, I'm saying that since we observe that the stars in the sky revolve mainly around Polaris, and since we use Earth position 6 months apart to parallax to determine the distance to things in the sky, how is that possible when, given all the Earth's motions, that's not only its spin, but also its difference in position relation to the things we're looking at in the sky over a period of 6 months?
It's because the stars are incredibly far away. You brought up Polaris. It's 30 million times farther away than the sun is from the Earth.
How do we know that?
It's based upon the parallax we measure.
But that sounds like circular reasoning to me. I mean, we're saying that we're determining parallax for an object that we've already decided is very far away.
Right, and the thing about parallax is the farther away it is, the less the parallax will be. I mean, this is something that anyone can test for themselves. The way I would do it is to have people hold their thumb up at arm's length and look at it with one eye and then the other, and you will see a definite shift. Hold on, let me turn that off. You will see a definite shift in position. And if you have someone stand 10 or 20 feet away and hold their thumb up and you look at it, the shift will be quite a bit less. And this process has been used on the Earth for a very long time. If a surveyor wants to determine the distance to a very distant object, he doesn't have to take a chain and go end to end with it through the woods and so forth. He can set up a baseline with either two theodolites or one that he moves from point A to point B. And from the baseline and the difference in the angle that he measures, you get a very long, skinny triangle. Knowing the base is, you apply basic trigonometry, and you get that distance. So this, when we jump up into the sky looking at stars, it's not an untried or untested sort of method. It's something we've been using for centuries, maybe even longer, to survey on the Earth. And we can do the same thing in the sky. And the Greeks knew that if the Earth were moving around the sun, which they greatly discussed, it turns out, there should be observable parallax. They didn't find any, so they concluded, being good scientists, by the way, they concluded that the Earth did not move. There were a few people then who suggested, Aristarchus is one who suggested that the Earth did move, and the only way he could explain that was if the stars were very far away. Now, it wasn't until about 180 years ago that they found the first parallax. Today, it's improved tremendously with the increase of technology. But the parallaxes we do observe are consistent with the Earth moving around the sun. That leaves us with just two possibilities. Either, if you unless you reject parallax measurements altogether, but if I think they're real, then that either the Earth is moving around the sun, or once a year, or the entire universe is moving around the Earth once a year.
A number of points. I'd like to address in that. First of all, when you do triangulation in trigonometry, you're doing triangles, and they must have three flat sides. So if we're going to do any kind of distance measurement, we must assume that we're standing on something flat. It's impossible to get a 90-degree angle from a curved surface if the Earth were curved. The other thing is, again, the assumption that the stars are large and far away. That's an assumption, and I don't think that parallax disproves any other possibility that we must be moving, and instead of the universe, the things in the sky moving. I don't think that's a valid argument to rule out that we are standing still and everything else is moving. So as in any scientific theory, you can't just say, well, I have a story that I think makes sense of all the data, therefore it must be true. We have to falsify it. We have to be able to say that nothing else can explain these phenomena. And what I think I hear you saying is that, yes, you could say that we're standing on something flat and stationary, and the stars could be small and nearby and have their own motions that don't depend don't have to be explained by parallax. And then where are we? Because at the end of the day, each side has some certain, we look at the same data just like we do in young and old Earth creationism. We'll look at the same data and reach different conclusions. But when it comes to, 1 minute, let me shut the clock.
I was hoping that was not a sound effect somebody was putting to describe me.
No, it's my little clock I got back in high school when I went to Germany, and it's a authentic Black Forest cuckoo clock that I got in Munich.
It's held up well,
Anyway,
hasn't it?
yeah, it sat in a box for many years after it stopped working for a while, but recently my husband got it out and fixed it up and ordered some parts, and now it works again. To everyone else's annoyance. So anyway, but again, just to summarize the points that I was trying to make is that everything is based on first assuming, in the standard cosmology model, everything is assuming that stars are very large and very, very far away, that parallax from us moving is the only explanation, and that because we have a model that works in the standard model, then other models are probably not true.
Okay. Do I gather from what you're saying that you would accept the reality of at least some parallax measurements?
I know what parallax is. I mean, it is used on Earth all the time, like you said, but it
I'm talking
requires
about stellar parallax.
I'm sorry, stellar parallax?
Yeah.
I'm saying we observe that the stars have some kind of regular positional changes, but they can also be explained by the stars simply having that in their motion, not necessarily that we have moved and that there's parallax. We have no non-moving reference frame to go by.
Paula, I'm happy to hear you say that, because I haven't met a flat earther yet who would agree that stellar parallax measurements have actually been made. Most of them just simply deny the measurements, saying that they're made up. I don't know. So I'm encouraged that there are probably others I've not talked to, but it's encouraging to find that you would accept it, and I would encourage your others to try to work out the details. As I said, you can use alternative hypotheses to explain things in science. And then you can make further predictions based upon your hypothesis to test that sort of thing. So that's a way to do science, it turns out. So I'm finding out we're agreeing on, we disagree on some issues, but we agree on others. So I would be curious to learn if other flat earthers would at least accept the possibility that parallax measurements are real.
Yeah, and all I would clarify on that is I wouldn't necessarily call it parallax, because parallax assumes that you're doing the moving. Where I would say instead is that we see variations in star position that, I would just quibble about the term parallax.
Fair enough. I understand.
Yeah, and I have a number of videos. I think I mentioned before, I have a playlist on my channel called Challenging Standard Cosmology. And I did some studies. I use my own camera, my own observations, and sometimes I would compare them with dateandtime.com just to make sure that, I don't agree with people who say that that data there is made up, because it matches at least where I am on my latitude and longitude. It measures, I observe the sun and moon doing what they're supposed to do when they're supposed to do it. And so I'm not quibbling about that. But in one of my videos, the one on the sun, I showed very near the beginning that the daily motion of the sun is a puzzle, because we know physically that the sun never is 90 degrees overhead outside of the tropics. It goes around basically the equator, only goes a certain distance north and south through its seasons. And so how do we then explain, for example, here in the northern hemisphere, if I look south and I watch the sun's motion over the course of the summer, I'll see that it rises northeast, especially, let's take the two extremes of the solstices. In the summer solstice in the north, looking south, the sun is rising in the northeast and setting in the northwest. Okay, it goes in an arc. overhead. It's not a straight line because I'm not in the tropics. But at the same time, on the same day, someone in Australia looking north will see the sun rise in the southeast and set in the southwest, which means that this motion of the sun is kind of pinching toward the center at the equator as it goes through its daily motion overhead. So there's
Are you talking? Wait just a second. Are you talking about in winter? I mean, summer here in the northern hemisphere?
Yeah, or any given day. I'm just using the solstice as an extreme point of the sun's.
But when we in our summer, or what's going on now, we see the sun rise in the northeast, set in the northwest, and people in Australia, for instance, would see the same thing. The sun would still rise in the northeast and set in the northwest.
But that's not what I saw on date and time. I looked up the same day for a place in the United States and a place in Australia, and
what
the same day. I'm sorry?
What date was that?
I don't remember. It was a couple of years ago, but I would have to. I would have to look up my images. Right. That might take some time. I don't want to do that right now. But if anybody can go to my channel and find, well, let me see. I might be able to find a link real quick that somebody could get an image off of there.
I think you might be thinking of the summer solstice in the north versus the summer solstice in the south, which is 6 months.
Yes, that's the problem. If it's the same date, then they're going to be rising and setting in the same general direction. But when you switch between, say, summer solstice in the northern hemisphere and summer solstice in the southern hemisphere, then it's southeast, southwest for them, northeast, northwest for us. But when we're seeing it on the same date, we basically agree, north and south, that the sun is rising and setting in the same positions.
The thing is, I used the same date when I did that. I posted my video, but somewhere not very far from the beginning is a part where I show on the same date in dateandtime.com that the sun's motion overhead is, whether if you're looking south, it's going, from the northeast to northwest. If you're looking north from Australia, say, it's going south to southwest. So the motion of the sun, if you were to stack them one over the other, like I did in the video, they're pinching toward each other, toward the equator. And this raises serious questions about how we observe the luminaries.
Why don't you recheck on what you did and get back to me on that? I'd like to look into it.
Yeah, it's the video's right there in the live stream voice text, and there's the images. Great, Gospel Bearer's got them. Those are the two. You can see the data in the image there. Let me see it, blow that up so I can read it myself because it's kind of blurry. But it was
today at 10:07 a.m. The one?
Yes, on the yeah, right there. So let's see.
I can't read it very well either.
Yeah, it's a little blurry. Sorry.
Is that for today's date?
No, this was several years ago.
Okay. I can't quite make it out.
Yeah, sorry about that. I can try to get a clearer version of that. Oh, there's the date is 2018-02. It's in the drop-down boxes. 2018 February 8th. And then the other, so they're both 2018 February 8th.
Okay, I would suggest using a date closer to the solstices than that. You're actually closer to the equinoxes there, and then there's a latitude dependence that comes in, so be careful.
Well, even on the equinoxes, they would be more flattened out and less obviously curved, right?
Yep. Well, the sun rises due east and sets due west only on the equinoxes, and it departs from that. It's probably better to look at the extremes than it is to look at the.
Which, like I'm saying, this is February, right? That I did this in February, which isn't. I mean, it's a little past the winter solstice, but we still have enough curve to see the difference that they're pinching toward the equator.
I can't make out on the diagram what it's saying. It's just the resolution is not good enough. So,
I'm in the video though.
If you could send that to me, the link on the video, I'll be happy to look at it later.
Yeah, I can DM you that too as well if you want. Let me just do that because things will roll off the page here. So let me go ahead and send you that. If I can just find your name on my list, there you are. But yeah, the point is that it's on the same day, right? So how can the sun be moving north and south at the same time on the same day? That's the question. I think this would apply to anything we observe in the heavens. If it applies to something obvious like the sun, it's going to apply to pretty much everything in the sky, I would think.
If you could send that to me, I'll look at it and I'll get back to you sometime. Maybe not right away, but I'll get back to you.
Right. It's sent to you in your direct messages.
Okay.
So other than that, we can put that aside for the time being until you get a chance to watch it. But I think what I'm trying to get at just for today, because I know you can't always stay a long time, is that so far I haven't heard any, like I hate to overuse the term slam dunk, against the Earth being stationary, against geocentrism, and we haven't even really talked about the shape.
Yeah, and again, the problem with trying to establish geocentrism or geokineticism is the thing you went the heart of immediately, by quoting Hoyle on this. And as I agreed, many people study physics don't. It took me a long while to come to grips with this, but motion is an incredibly subtle, complex thing that so many people think that, well, some things move and some things don't, and it's not like that at all. Determining what is actually not moving and what is moving, that is more of a philosophical question than it is a scientific one, as it turns out. I will say this, though. I've took on the geocentrist over 2 decades ago, the modern geocentrist before the flat Earth movement came about in this century, and one of the major proponents of that is he has a PhD in astronomy, believe it or not. He started off in his book by saying that it was a philosophical question, not a scientific one, but he ended his book by claiming scientific evidence that the Earth isn't moving. I thought, well, that's not very consistent. If it's a philosophical question, then why are you trying to argue scientifically? So he was arguing out of both sides of his mouth on that one. I never did figure that one out.
I think pretty much everyone does, which is, when it comes to trying to determine what we're standing on by looking at everything else is such a problem. It's like you said, it becomes philosophical, it becomes subjective, and that's why we don't consider, generally speaking, that any discussion of what's going on in the sky is ever going to really tell us what we're standing on. So that's why we tend to try to keep bringing it back to what we can observe with our own eyes on the Earth and not get into this philosophy if we can help it.
Yeah.
So sometime, I'm sure you probably got other things to do. I did watch your interview on MC Tune on March the 12th. And there are a number of notes I took that maybe we can talk about sometime.
Sure, be happy to. Yeah, I probably will have to leave, perhaps abruptly at some point. I'm expecting somebody to come by my office here soon, so I can't stay here forever. But we can keep chatting for a little while if you'd like.
Okay.
Or we can defer chatting till later. That's fine. I'm a patient man.
Well, whichever you want to do.
A lot of people are excited to hear what he has to say about the surface of Earth instead of up in the stars.
Right. Which is none of our area of expertise, which is good.
Well, I think the comments that I've seen there are asking the question many flat earthers ask about why are you looking up in the sky to determine the shape of the Earth? Is that basically the direction this is going for people?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know, I hear flat earthers say that so often that it's sort of like a mantra that they've all convinced themselves up. But the fact of the matter is, if the Earth is flat, then when you look at heavenly bodies, particularly as you move around on the surface of the Earth, what you're going to see is going to be different than when you move around on a globe.
If Earth is globe, there will be curvature there.
Start always if Earth is globe, and then you will come somewhere.
Yeah, then we can turn that around, right? We hear globers saying, "Well, look at the sky, look at the sky. Earth is a ball." It's becoming a mantra, right?
Perhaps. I mean,
Okay. Then
I
it's not
do
fair
feel the
to say
things in the
something.
sky, but apparently people are just dismissing it, saying, "Well, we don't need to look up in the sky because why would you do that?" It seems to be the question. I don't think many flat earthers are taking what I'm saying about this very seriously.
Well, yeah. Well, what we want is you to just explain the surface part, if you can, to the best of your ability, and go from there.
Okay. How the evidence I'm talking about for the Earth being a globe?
Yes.
Yeah.
Concerned with the surface. Yes. Yeah.
All right. I explained with Paula last Saturday or recently, whatever it was, that I had recently, just 2 days before, come back from a trip to Florida. I was in South Florida, and I observed the star Canopus about the time it was on the celestial meridian, which means it's about as
Here's
high
why
as.
everybody gets annoyed with this conversation. I'm cutting you off. I know that's kind of rude, but when people talk about the surface, they don't mean stars.
Well, I don't understand your point.
Stars aren't on the ground.
Sure.
Unless you're referring to like a reflection in the water, but that's not what people are talking about. When they say surface of the earth, they're talking about what's down here, not what's up in the sky. So if you start talking about stars, people are going to get really frustrated with you.
Because you're asking the question, why are you looking up in the sky when you're talking about the shape of the Earth's surface? And I already explained, because the Earth's shape will dictate how we see the positions of objects in the sky as we move around on the Earth. Why? And hence, it's a good test between the two.
Why?
So what if it's
Why
a
must
cloudy
that
day?
be?
Well,
why must that be the case?
I was explaining that when you interrupted me.
Okay, but pay very close attention to the specific words in my question. Why must that be the case?
Geometry dictates it.
Yes, what if the geometry is of what's up above us and how we view it from different locations, as opposed to some type of curvature of the actual Earth?
Are you saying that geometry works differently in the heavens above us?
What I'm saying, Danny, is what if the firmament itself conveys in a certain way? What if that is the explanation for why we see stuff the way we see it from where we are?
It seems rather ad hoc to me.
It can seem that way, but that's only because you start with the presupposition that Earth is a ball. So when you
I'm not I'm not doing that. I'm simply, as I said, if the Earth is flat and we have stars above us, be they on the dome, whatever, as you move around on the Earth, they will appear in different parts of the sky, and you can make some predictions about what you would expect those changes in position to be. If the Earth is a globe, then as you move around on the Earth, you will see changes in positions of stars in the sky, and those predictions will be very different from what you would expect if the Earth is flat. So it amounts to a crucial test between the two different propositions.
Yeah, and those expectations may be false.
You're saying that you can't make predictions?
I didn't say those words. I said those expectations may be false, and what I mean by that is that expectation that you have of what you think things would be if the surface were flat, those expectations may be false.
How so?
As I mentioned, how the firmament behaves could be the explanation.
And how are you proposing the firmament behaves?
However it is observed.
Well, that's a circular argument then, isn't it?
So is the globe. That's my point. Listen, man, there's circular reasoning with the globe arguments. No less so than me saying we're on a flat surface, we look up, the stars are within the substrate and or medium of the firmament, as is written in the book you claim to believe in. Okay, it says that it's within the firmament substance. Okay, so however that appears to us, how we see things from wherever they are and wherever we are, is what it is. So you can call it ad hoc, but the problem is there's no alternative away from ad hoc. We see what we see. So we have to stop looking at the sky as a result of both explanations hypothetically being ad hoc. We have to look at the ground. So that's why I pointed you away from talking about the stars as your quote unquote reasonable explanation and pointing back to the ground or the surface.
Then we have a fundamental disagreement that would prohibit any further meaningful discussion on this topic between the two of us.
Correct. That's correct. If you don't leave an opportunity for God's word being literal and there being a firmament and the stars being within it, then yeah, I mean it would be hard to come to some type of consensus. But I've had this conversation with atheists who don't believe any of the words of the Bible, and the same thing is the result. You're having certain assumptions about how you think it would be if it were flat, how you think it would be, as opposed to it is what we observe what it is. We observe what it is. Now, what it is and how we describe it needs to come from something else besides the presuppositions. Which is why we talk about the surface and not something else, because the question is about the surface.
No, nobody's talking level up.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I was having other audio problems. Every time Skype starts up, it takes away my audio from here, and I have to restart it.
Yeah.
But I think it's valid.
Have to disable the audio device.
So
yeah.
My question is: does his interpretation of the creation story in the Bible, is that literal for him, or is that just something that's symbolical, or perhaps just something different than other than how it reads? Because when Gospel he presented that these stars are within the firmament. How far does the firmament stretch? So these are questions I'm curious as to understand.
And personally,
so is that literal for him?
Well, I certainly couldn't answer that question. How thick the firmament is? I have no idea.
That's what I'm saying.
There's only one piece of scripture that's in Job. I forget exactly where. That even and it might be a result of the translation into English. I don't know what it actually says, but I do know the translation is literally the only reference to the shape of the earth. Now, it doesn't say the shape of the earth is, but it's the only one that in its context has the word shape of the earth. And it says that the earth is it is shaped like clay under a seal. Now,
we have to be careful with that.
If you come, okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say that we have to be careful that we're getting the word earth in context as well, because sometimes it means the ground, just the ground, so that the ground takes shape, as in, even after the flood or whatever, that the ground would be stamped out looking, right, with contour, flat but with contour. So I wouldn't use that as a proof text. It's just what I'm saying.
I'm not talking about the firmament. I'm talking about the earth.
Right, and that's the statement about the earth. The earth takes shape like clay under the seal, and
that's why I'm bringing it up.
Right,
I was almost finished. I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Confused. I'm trying to.
Well, I'm just saying that sometimes the focus needs to be on the word earth there, because sometimes. I'm sorry.
No, the Q. Oh well, that'll actually be at 63rd in Lexington. This is like 63rd.
Oh, you're talking to somebody else.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Okay, so yeah, it's not that way. I'll tell you that. 63rd is right there. Right there. Look, I'm pointing right across the street, right there where the Q and the F is. All right. Anyway, my bad. Okay, back to the book. Okay. So I'm saying that the only reference, if English is the proper translation, it references the shape of the earth. Now, it's the only place that it actually says the earth takes shape like clay under a seal. Now, what I was going to say is, if you think about that in the context of him saying that he sees the circle of the earth, there's only one way you can take away from that, because the circle is clearly not a sphere, and the earth taking shape like clay under a sphere, under a seal, wouldn't be a sphere either.
Right.
So that kind of rules that option out, in my opinion.
Well, I'm just saying that's what they're going to point to, is they would say, well, it could mean the ground only. I'm just saying what they would use as a counterclaim. But
I'm only talking about the ground. I don't get it.
I know, but that's what they'll say. That's just all the point I was trying to make, is that what they'll say. But we have a preponderance of evidence in the Bible for everything else. There's something like 200 references or something like that people have listed that talk about earth shape in the Bible in one way or another. But as far as circle and ball, people don't realize there's two references in Isaiah. One is that they, talks about the circle of the earth, that they say, well, it's anything round. We'll use, even the dictionaries, the Bible dictionaries will say round as a kind of a compromise, because it's vague on purpose. But in that same book of Isaiah, it says that in a judgment against Israel, I will roll you up and throw you like a ball. So they had a word for ball. Isaiah had a word for ball, and he didn't use it when he said the circle of the earth. So,
can somebody draw a picture of a footstool for me?
For your information, Danny has muted him or deafened himself, so he's not longer.
Okay,
I know that.
He must something else to do. But
can anybody draw a footstool for me?
They're ball shaped, right?
Matthew, how about you? Can you draw a footstool for me?
So there's the footstool. There's the firmament being stamped out. There's the seal under a clay kind of circle that you get. I don't know how. Sure.
I'm sorry. On firmament, the Hebrew word is rakia. The Greek word is stereoma, and in every instance that one of those words is talked about, it talks about something strong and hammered out like metal. It doesn't mean it's made of metal, but it's something that is very strong. And since we have statements after the flood in the Psalms about the waters above the heavens, then that means that there's still a firmament holding those waters up. And I did along with a couple other people about a year ago, did an examination of William Lane Craig's statements on flat Earth, because he did a rather mocking interview, which was not in keeping with his usual standards of logic. But we pointed out that he made the ridiculous statement saying, well, what does the sun, moon, and stars is this hard, solid thing that rolls around, and how could it be structurally strong enough when it doesn't have pillars in the middle, and blah blah blah. And I was just like, wow, are we saying that God doesn't have a quote unquote technology to build a firmament that keeps the waters above from the waters below, just like the Bible literally says?
Or
I mean,
like
those are the kind of go ahead.
You have submersibles that go pretty deep into the ocean, and they use glass. I mean, so it's not out, and that's pressure. It's holding out. So that's a completely different thing. I mean, when you think of what out there might be, so
I mean, even the word rakia means an extended surface.
Yeah, like I said, either one of those words in every context they're used are talking about some. I mean, there's a direct one that says strong and hammered out as metal.
Right. And then there's which in other words, expanse, which you try to use as expansion, which is a little bit different. And expand is typically land or sea, representing a wide continuous surface. So
yes, it's insane that I happen to be watching pastors talk about the flat earth this morning. And one of the arguments, they just keep going back to the circle of the earth thing. Is there anything else that they have? Because that's literally the only shape, because a circle is a circle and a sphere is a sphere. Those are two different shapes, actually. And so when they go to the circle, it's like, yeah, but then you go to where it references what the earth is like when they say it's shaped like. And so it's like, if that's the only reference they have is round, why are they holding on so strong? What else is there that they talk about?
They also use that it hangs upon nothing to say it's in space.
Yeah, and I would answer to that it also doesn't sit on any. That doesn't mean it doesn't sit on something. It just means it doesn't hang from something. We could play that game with them, the semantic game with them, if they want. But I was going to say something else. I totally lost it. So I'll jump in when I think of it.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a general public service announcement that for the people listening, this is obviously in the context of those people who are adhering to these words of the Bible. So just for anybody that's getting, the heebie-jeebies or the hair is standing up because we're talking about the Bible, it's for the sake of those that are adhering to it and exposing contradictory held beliefs, aka cognitive dissonance. That's the purpose, just so everybody is aware. But anyway, I tried to address what was going on in regards to him talking about the stars and bring it back down to earth and help him understand why that was necessary, explaining that his presuppositions about what he thought the implications of flat earth was actually not the case. And this tends to be the catalyst for why people wind up getting banned, is because they're over here having their thoughts about what they think something is, and then it just devolves into chaos, basically. There's probably a better way to put this. Maybe somebody is understanding what I'm trying to say. People are going down a path of argument. It's an incorrect path based on assumptions. And people, instead of addressing the assumptions, get kind of lost in the weeds. And then everybody thinks that they won. And in reality, only one person might have won, but one person definitely didn't walk away with more understanding. They walked away with confusion.
I thought of what I wanted to say earlier.
Okay, cool.
Just understanding where any young Earth creationist organization is coming from is, as I've said, I think I said last time I talked to him, that young Earth creationists have long been smeared with being flat earthers because of saying, "Oh, you think the Earth is round? You also think it's flat, don't you? Ha ha ha!" And use that as a smear tactic. And so now that flat Earth is a thing, they're just going to dig in their heels against it because of that history and the baggage, and that they've always been attacked as being unscientific. And so they don't want to go anywhere near flat Earth they don't want to be ridiculed. And that's what a lot of the resistance is about. And that's why it was so important for us to define science as you were doing when I first came in, and we have to keep that in context as well, because I understand there's even what I consider a ridiculous term, library science. I mean, okay, it's a body of knowledge. You're using it as that part of the semantic range. I don't have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is when somebody says we're doing hard empirical observable science and yet using the fallacies and the assumptions. So that's what, the point I was hoping to bring up again, and I didn't think of it in time while he was still here listening. So sorry, that's all I had to say on that.
Yeah, and we definitely got barely through that topic of defining science. We had a conversation about it, but it really didn't. It didn't go very far. And I certainly am not. Science and scientific study is not my expertise. I understand the basics. Logic is certainly more my passion. Philology.
Yeah, and I think he kind of conceded, if I heard him right, that in the end it's all going to be based on philosophical assumptions. The whole debate, as far as neither side can convince the other on the basis of pure science alone. It can't be done. And so yet we have the advantage in that ours does not require esoteric knowledge, and it doesn't require great complexity. We have the Occam's razor position.
Yeah.
I mean, even when it has to do with the heavenly bodies, like practically the way we utilize them is with the usefulness of a plane, the plane that we live on. Like the only reason I could think it's a celestial sphere because as things move away from you in any direction, it's going to be lower in your field of view until it reaches the convergent point in which you can't see. That's gonna if you plot that out, it could appear as if it was a sphere. I don't know.
Well, here's I guess what makes it really difficult for me. I was suggesting that the reason we see the stars, for instance, do what they do is because of something to do with the stars and where they are and how they are up there. And he made it out to sound like that was a crazy assertion, whereas his assertion is that the reason the stars are doing what they're doing is because of something about the ground. And the reason that we know that the ground is doing something is because of what the stars are doing. And I'm the one that's made to look like a crazy person in his eyes, even though he cannot see the circular reasoning of, or maybe not, cannot is maybe not the right word, has not demonstrated awareness of the circular reasoning that he's using. Did anybody else catch that in the conversation about, I'm merely saying we look at the stars, they do what they do, and you're adding this thing about the ground, and my question is why, and your justification is the stars. Is anybody?
I can see this circular reasoning, and to be honest with you, like from a third-party perspective, right? Say I'm being objective. Here's the thing: from your standpoint, you're taking one assumption, which is the assumption we don't know what the heavenly bodies are doing, right? but we assume that they're doing something over what we've measured as a flat Earth. He's making the initial assumption, Earth globe, and then also making a similar assumption about the heavenly bodies because there's no empirical evidence as to distance, makeup, whether they are physical in the position that they are. You know what I'm saying? You're taking the Occam's razor approach. We measure the surface as flat and stationary, right? And as to the claims of the heavenly bodies, we're not 100% sure.
Yeah. Well,
and that's why they always want to deflect away from the surface, because the surface measures flat and we experience it as stationary. So they have to go to the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found it funny is maybe a too strong of a word, but he said that flat earthers were it was a mantra, right? Looking at the surface, flat earthers are using a mantra, and then all he did was looking at the sky. And even when you pulled him back to the surface, he went up to the sky again. So who's doing the mantra now? It's just ridiculously doublespeak.
They're trying to delegitimize any meaningful conversation, any kind of conversation that a person thinks that they should have with a flat earther. People are out there trying to make it seem like that's not possible, that there's no need, there's no reason, you shouldn't engage with us. Here's the reason why. Their thoughts are so outlandish. There's no reason to even think about the things that they're bringing up. You know,
Yeah,
like they literally said that we cannot detect curvature from the Earth's surface. Like that's literally the opposite of their claim, not my claim, not their claim. And he's going to say that that's not possible. While the only direct evidence we would have is predicated on the geometry of the Earth that we can see from the Earth. That's crazy.
Yeah. Still, my question was never answered. As to whether the story in Genesis is that for him literal or figurative or symbolical, something like that. You know, because
he kind of answered it, but before you were here, I think.
So what did he say?
It's up to interpretation, right? So a more direct answer to that question would be figurative. And that's what happens.
If it's open to interpretation, then that's definitely your position. Then it's figurative, because anyone can interpret it however they like.
Yeah. So if you were a dog owner, like you owned a pet dog, and your only justification for the fact that your pet is a dog is that cats exist.
But here's another thing.
And all you ever did was talk about cats in order to prove that you had a dog.
But if he's a Christian, so-called Christian, he understands that spiritual things are spiritually discerned, right? So you cannot jump ship.
Did we lose you mid-sentence?
He can't hop on the bandwagon of atheists and adopt their beliefs and then therefore transport those over to theology, right? Yeah. So now you implanted these ideas that are meant to remove God from the equation and therefore supplant them into the theory that the belief in a creator. So how does that work? I mean, logically, you would never put parts from a boat in a car, you know. It's just like,
that is why I started the conversation out.
There's got to be some parts in the boat that can go in a car.
Yes, that's why I started.
You know what I mean.
with the mystery school religions and the origins of these things, trying to establish his position on different fields like quantum quantum physics or whatever, and their origins in the mystery school religions. I was trying to establish his awareness of those sorts of things, and I don't think that he's as aware of the subject as I am, if at all, in regards to the mystery school religions. I don't know. Here's the thing: some people are anti-conspiracy theorists. They don't want to believe in conspiracies of any kind, even though there seems to be this historical theme of a specific and general. There's a good word for this that's just escaping my mind. A repeated pattern of deception and conspiring against the Creator over and over and over again throughout all of history, and a concept of anthropocentric soteriology, leading people to believe that they can be their own saviors, be their own deities, become one with the universe, and reach a state of apotheosis. And that seems to be the common stream of deception from the beginning of time, at least according to the book I believe in. It started with the first people, and it's continued on till now. And even if you're a rejecter of that book, you could still identify this thing that I'm referring to as a thing that is persistent throughout history. At least in the last, 5,000 years? About 5,000 years, you can see a consistent theme of that same theme repeated over and over and over again. To neglect that or ignore that, to me, is egregious, especially if you believe in that book.
So can we conclude that although I enjoyed the conversation with Paula, that when we wanted some actually evidence, he just stopped talking, said, well, I'm not going to talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, there was
I found that interesting. Yeah, now he's all of a sudden silent.
A coincidental ceasing of the conversation when it was actually getting addressed to discuss actual evidence on the earth, right, and not in the stars.
Yeah. And how happy he was when Paula said, well, you don't deny parallax. Wow, you're the first one. Wow. I hope I find more flat earthers that don't deny it, right? How happy he was.
Well, it's kind of meaningless, but it's exciting for him because he thinks it means something. But it's all based on assumptions.
That's why I say
frustrating
that that's why I say we should we have to have conversations with more people. That's all we can do at this point. And when you reach a person like that, you gotta remember what your intention is for speaking with that person, or you got to figure out what their intent is, and you can do that by asking them, hey, what do you hope to get out of this conversation? What would you actually like to know from me? Things like this, because then you can gather from then what position you should take and how you should be disseminating the information. So I mean, if he says, I'm not willing to talk about certain things, that thing being actually the claim that's made, if you don't want to actually look at the evidence or the lack thereof, unfortunately, there's nothing else you can do for that person. You just shake their hand, say, have a good one, and they're going to stay in that paradigm. That's what they want. They're telling you in no uncertain terms, this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm willing to do. This is what I'm not willing to do. We've seen a little bit of that from Paza yesterday.
Which part? A good thing, or more of the same?
Well, Paza initially said he was going to go away to look at, the math because it might have been contrived, and if that's the case, then he has a totally. He might come away with a different take than he initially did, and he would reconsider. And so I asked him yesterday. I was like, it's been about 3 weeks. Have you looked into it? He's like, not really. And then, we got down to the conversation again, and at some point he said, I've always said, and it's always been my position, that any evidence you would be trying to obtain from the horizon is inconclusive. Therefore, I don't see a reason to ever talk about it because you can't get a conclusive answer. So you're not looking into the math then. So you're not doing what you claim that you set out to do. That's fine. But at the end of the day, I'm a flat earther because I'm not delusional. I know that there's a claim of a geometric horizon. He understood that. You know that if the Earth is curving away from you, there's a portion of it that you can see and a portion of it that you can't. There's supposed to be a measure as to how much using the formula 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The problem is that using that formula doesn't give you the distance to the distance in which you would be able to see no more land because that's geometrically curving away from you. So to say that, well, we can't determine that, well, then the claim is not. Ultimately, you're saying, yeah, there is no geometric horizon.
Here's the claim at its base level, Elijah. Here's the claim. My claim is unfalsifiable because I want it to be unfalsifiable. Therefore, all of your efforts to try to falsify my claim will be dismissed on account of it being axiomatically unfalsifiable. End of story. And I say this to them, and you know what they say? Nothing. They don't go, oh, that's not true. I mean, true, you could falsify it. If you could falsify it, I would allow you. No, they go, well, yeah, basically.
He did basically do that. He acted like he was thinking about it, trying to bumble through it, but in the end, we came to the conclusion that, it's unfalsifiable.
Okay, so unfalsifiable isn't the right word. What is falsifiably forbidden? Forbidden falsifiability. There you go. That's the phrase. Forbidden falsifiability. Dogmatically forbidden falsifiability. DFF. And I challenge any of them to prove me wrong. But I have found that they are dogmatically clinging to their held beliefs without any opportunity of falsifiability. So it's forbidden, which is antithetical to science. Irony much? Dogmatically, I'm writing this out. False. Forbidden falsifiability. Anybody want to white knight and come to their rescue about what I've come to conclude about these certain people that they are dogmatically forbidding, forbidding falsifiability?
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I'd like you to ask Matthew the same thing you asked Positive, because that would be 2 on the record.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's an applicable question. Another way to ask the question, especially for new people, would be, are you interested to learn how and why the ball has been falsified? How? Maybe just how. Maybe how's the right one. Are you interested to learn how the ball has been falsified? Simple as that question. And then if they say, no, I'd like to teach you about why it is, the conversation's over. Pointless.
Yeah, pretty much.
So yeah, I was in Florida, and I walked on the surface and I looked up the sky and I saw a star, and was at the other place, and the star was at the other place. So Earth is a ball.
That was exactly where that was going, 100%. It could not have been this way because it couldn't. And I even provided the relevant, rational explanation, and it got shot down as ad hoc, without any irony, without any awareness of the irony of accusing. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black.
Well, how? I mean, how? Okay, I guess you have to explain to me how what
He
you
said
did
that
was
my
ad hoc.
explanation
Maybe
was
I
ad hoc.
missed it. Yeah,
So
because with the there's the sky. Things are moving about above you. Well, I guess I did hear you ask him, how does that necessitate you being on a ball? I guess that was your question. And then that's when he said you had an ad hoc? How? Why?
My alleged ad hoc is, what if the firmament is making things appear that way? Because the firmament does that. And he claimed that was ad hoc.
Well, appear what way?
Adjusting the parallax, the positional, where it appears, all of that. Like, so it's my understanding that the firmament is not a flat surface. It could be, but I don't think that is the case. That doesn't seem to make any sense. What does seem to make sense is that
I'm a flat topper, but go on.
Well, yeah, I just think that in order to see certain things from different areas, you're going to have some type of distortion.
If I might jump in on that one, because in his MC Toon interview, he held up at one point a circle, a flat, like a large piece of cardboard in a circle, and then showed that if you viewed it from the bottom, held it up above your head and viewed it and moved it away from you, it would appear, everything on the cardboard would appear elliptical, then that it's moving in an elliptical fashion, and any circle in the sky would become an ellipse. And I agree, it would. So that's what happens if you make the firmament flat. You run into that problem where there should be an elliptical distortion at the extremities that we don't see. But my answer to that would have been, which is another thing I forgot to bring up to him, is that we don't say that the firmament is flat. So that's an argument that is a straw man, actually.
But here's the main point. Him saying that explanation is ad hoc, or maybe he said post hoc. I can't remember. Whatever he said, it's deeply ironic because the globe is incorporated into his argument.
That's what I kept trying to say about parallax. If we use the term parallax, we're already assuming that we're moving and something that we're looking at is not, which isn't even true in their paradigm, because the stars and everything is allegedly moving all the time at great speed, and everything that makes everything have to be relative. And so he's saying that, well, with all these complex motions in all sorts of directions and speeds, that we can somehow use parallax to determine the distance to something we see in the sky. It doesn't make any sense, logically or scientifically. Sorry.
Now that time it was very appropriate. When you say it doesn't make sense and your cuckoo clock goes off, that is comedic timing.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying? Why we don't have a flat firmament, and why even the term parallax is begging the question fallacy, because it's assuming, quite hilariously, if I may, that in spite of all these complex relative motions, we can somehow use parallax. Parallax only works when you're moving and the thing you're looking at is not moving. So by invoking parallax, you have to say everything in the sky is not moving.
Yeah. I'm offended by ignorant hypocrisy. I don't know why I should really continually lower my expectations of people. But
yeah,
I keep on thinking that people should be able to recognize.
Well, I'm not as I can't look inside somebody's head, but this guy was the guy who said, "I have all the answers for flat earthers. I haven't met a flat earther which I couldn't answer." Right? So,
yeah, I mean,
that's fine. The issue, and I can understand why somebody would think that. The issue is the blindness. The blindness to your own assumptions, and why you think that your assumptions are axiomatic facts. They aren't. They're the thing in question.
He wrote a book about flat earth, so he knows. He knows.
Imagine being in the courtroom and pretending that your innocence is axiomatic as the justification for your innocence.
Right.
Yeah, that's what it's akin to. And it's awkward. It's like, no. Your innocence in this analogy is in question. So you can't use your innocence as the axiom. It doesn't work that way. In similar fashion to this argument, whatever, what do you call it? Claim. Claim is what you call it.
But how can somebody write a book about flat earth and then not be able to see his own assumptions? I mean, that doesn't fit in my head, right? Doesn't 45 years of doctor astronomy, he writes books about flat earth. I mean,
because he's believing his assumptions are axioms for reality, ignoring the fact that they're assumptions, refusing to acknowledge that they're assumptions.
Right. It's just like what I mentioned with William Lane Craig when his ridiculous statements about the firmament, what it must be if it's really a firmament, a thing, and that it has to have these engineering qualities and these, considerations for bearing load. I mean, all of that from a Christian who believes that Jesus rose from the dead, but doesn't believe that God can make a firmament in a way that people can't understand. That we haven't been told the details. We're only told that it's strong and it holds up the waters.
And terrible.
And so why is this such a stretch to say that this somehow can't be done because we can't conceive of the engineering of the firmament, that's just ridiculous. It's such blindness, especially from someone of his caliber, like I said, who his claim to fame is defeating atheism, and he's known for his logical arguments and for people refusing to debate him because he's so good at it. But on this topic, out of his area of expertise, that's just, all of the rules went out the window.
So you can believe that we were created by God, like actually created. We didn't evolve; we were created. But when it comes to the complexity of the sky, that's just like unfathomable. Meanwhile, you have a belief in second. Listen, you gas will always fill the available volume. You have stars that are in this nuclear process, which would never take place with just gas particles in a vacuum. That would never come about. How is it harder to think that the Bible is that things are how it's described in the Word versus the thing that they say that we have to believe in that actually goes against how we experience reality here at the surface of the earth?
The great embarrassment of syncretism. That's what it is. And it's a complex, I can explain what I mean by that, but the felt need amongst certain people, certain Christians, or whatever, the felt need to syncretize with pagan mystery schools of Babylon ideologies that have been passed down for thousands of years. They don't fully realize that, but that is the fact. Their desire to syncretize with that is a great embarrassment, and it is the cause of all of these types of inconsistencies. They were duped, and it's embarrassing. But it's not the first time. Sorry.
Go ahead.
There was a man that went up on a mountain, and meanwhile, folks threw together their jewelry and freaking made a cow to dance around, to do all sorts of things around this golden cow, while their leader was off, out of the picture temporarily. I mean, people have been embarrassing themselves despite all rationale, despite just completely in the face and opposition to true reality. People have been opposing reality.
That moment right there, that really, if I had never found a better a better context to use, that was a weird flex. Like what they decided to do while Moses is up top speaking to the Father, that was. Why are you doing that?
And this question may be really uncomfortable for some people. I tend to be a golden calf slayer for people exposing their golden calves. But the fact of the matter is, this is a human behavior that is repeated over and over and over again. And you can pretend that you don't have a golden calf. Now, there may be a reality in that you truly do not have a golden calf. But if you do have one, you're more than likely pretending you don't, if you do have one. And if you've identified your golden calves and allow them to be recognized for what they truly are, fake, man-made, then you grow up. And you truly grow up. Identifying the things that you used to think were the things that defined And that's what these Mystery School of Babylon teachings are. They are the foundational teachings that make people think that which is, again, apotheosis, able to become one with the universe, to be like God, this original lie. Oh, but I really like that lie. I mean, it feels so good. And I wish it were true, because, I mean, wouldn't it be awesome? It would, if it were true. It would be really awesome. Oh, I want it to be true. Well, that's between you and your creator.
And I think I've heard a little pushback on whether the approach you and I have been using with someone like Dr. Faulkner is not good because we're angry and being lied about, and that these people are spreading what we consider lies, by any objective measure are lies. And that the solution is to destroy with a direct frontal assault. And I disagree with that, that objection, because if our goal is truly to convince people of the truth, we're not going to beat them over the head. This has been a criticism of a lot of Christian evangelists, which is rightly deserved, because they want to browbeat someone into a relationship with God, and that doesn't work. Well, if we have another truth of the shape of the earth, the way to do it is to convince people, not to attack people. And especially with Christians and Danny Faulkner, appealing to what we have in common first, which is the Bible as authority, which is why earlier on I posted links on the Bible and Science that I've written up, because the point is, for knowing who we're talking to and knowing what the common ground is, I can appeal to that as an authority and say, this is what science is, this is what the Bible says, this is the problems that are, the set of problems that are created when someone wants to believe science above all, what they consider science. And what we've been trying to do here is say, no, that isn't science, it's assumptions, it's begging the question, it's not seeing the holes in your own, argument and projecting them on others. And that's what we're trying to present. But I think it's overall the best strategy is to be firm but polite. I think that would win many more people over to listening, at least, even if we don't ever convince them, we've at least got them to listen. And that's the first step.
Matthew's here
you
now.
have to be.
So I can ask
Matthew.
you,
But really
Matthew.
quick, before that,
okay,
I think that's really important, Paul, because when you see the extreme of what you just said, it's just someone being kind, being careful, and being patient. That's the extreme of what you're suggesting, while the extreme of the other position is something like I hate to bring it up now, but I know Gospel Bearer, you said you like young Moses, and I do too. However, I do not. I would like it if he did what he did without the browbeating, and it gets real. Anyway, the point is, like, that's the extreme, and the reason that that's not the best tact is literally because the average person is being marketed to, and what they're being marketed is the idea that we're irrational, illogical, and chomping at the bit. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
I think our tactics have been counterproductive in many cases overall, and there's a lot of things I can't share, and pass around because it's vulgar or because it's unduly aggressive. And I do think there's a balance that takes practice to get to between being firm and even, pressing someone for, put them on the hot seat. That can be done while also being polite. I think those two are not mutually exclusive, but not everybody can do that. Not everybody wants to try it. Like I said, it takes practice, and it takes, I think a lot of times getting stuff out of your system first, like I did, 20 years ago, talking to atheists or whoever it was about whatever. You spend time in the trenches and you refine your argument. But once you got it refined, there's no need to be like that anymore. There's no need for the mud wrestling, because it's not a good place for you mentally anyway, in the first place, because to live in that kind of anger and aggression and fight or flight is not healthy for anybody to live there. I don't say I never go there. I mean, you guys heard me. I don't know if you were here like months ago when I got on. They were talking about women, and I was just like, I'm going to smash somebody in the teeth, right? And that's something that any of us can lapse into, but it's not a place to live, is what I'm saying.
All right, Matthew.
Yes, go ahead.
Can you provide an example of which would satisfy falsifiability of what you believe to be true regarding Earth?
Yeah, I think that if we could use some special equipment to see 2,000 miles or like infrared or something like that, if you could somehow do some sight line 2,000 miles, that would falsify my idea.
So 2,000 miles from what elevation?
Any elevation, actually. So how about like below 100 kilometers?
So what is that, 60 miles?
Yeah. If you could go up 60 miles and see 2,000 miles.
So like the one that is posted here by Marchoth of 2,800 miles?
Yeah, that would falsify. That would do it.
Okay. So why that number in particular?
Oh, I just picked it. I mean, 2,000 miles is pretty far over the curve.
Yeah, but here's what's peculiar. Peculiar is not the right word. It is, but it isn't. Colloquially, it is. By definition, it is not. It's this arbitrariness of picking a number. Let me put it this way. I'll just be direct. I don't believe you, and I don't mean that in a confrontational way. I mean it in the reason I don't believe you is because why isn't 2 miles from a 12-inch height? Why isn't 2 miles enough? Why? Okay, so 1 + 1 is 2. If there was, let's say we were like reevaluating math, hypothetically, this is just not real, but hypothetically, if you were redoing the whole math, the process of how to do math, blah, 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 and the claim was 2, but you did this math in a different way and you got 3.
No, I see where you're going with this. Yeah,
the point I'm making is like any falsification should be adequate. Not, I don't understand an arbitrary. So, for instance, the 1.22 miles. Why is it 4 miles good enough? Why is it 10 miles good enough? Why is it 20 miles? Why does it have to be something else besides falsification? Why does it have to be an arbitrary qualifier for the falsification?
Because at smaller numbers, the margin of error is so big that it would overwhelm any calculations we might do. But if you go to several thousand miles, 2,000 miles, it seems like the margin of error due to the atmosphere, lensing, and whatever should be overcome by the distance.
Okay, so
what margin of error would you accept?
Hold on, Elijah. So here's this is why I don't believe you. Okay, because I think of it in terms of ratios, right? So you're saying that the margin of error would overwhelm it. The issue I take with that is this is a rule of ratio, in that if it's 1.2, but in reality it's more like 10 or 20 or 30 or 50 or 70, okay, from 12 inches. The ratio there, a 10-to-1 ratio or a 20-to-1 ratio. Well, if you were at 100 kilometers, as you suggested, and you did see 2,000, or let's keep it to kilometers. That video said the kilometers. You're at 100 kilometers, but you see 4,500 kilometers. That's a 45 to 1 ratio. Okay, so in regards to ratios, if you were at the 12-inch and you could somehow verify that 45 miles could be seen from 12 inches, then it stands to reason that you've accomplished the same thing. Am I wrong?
No, that's a good way of explaining it. Yeah, I think you're right that it is ratios rather than raw distances.
Okay, so a ratio of 45 to 1. Why 45 to 1 ratio? Hypothetically, initially you said 2,000, so maybe we're talking about 40 to 1. Why is a 40 to 1 ratio necessary? Why isn't a 3 to 1 ratio absurdly plausible or sufficient? Why is a 3 to 1 ratio not profoundly sufficient?
Yeah, you're right. It was just sort of arbitrary that I picked that number.
But this is a 10 to 1 ratio.
It could be infinite. It wouldn't change my view because I think that light can curve at the same distance.
Okay, so now you're backpedaling and saying that 2,000 miles would not be sufficient because it could curve infinitely.
Yeah, once you put it that way, you're right. I retract that and say even if we saw 2,000 miles, I wouldn't believe it.
This goes back to my original question. Are you dogmatically forbidding falsifiability?
No, but I'm trying to think of what would be falsifiable. I think you're right. I think what you've shown me is that even if I saw no matter what distance, that wouldn't count for me as falsifiable. So I take your point.
Okay, so I could make a statement. Okay, this is the dilemma that I see. I would make the statement, which not everybody's going to agree or believe it to be true or whatever, but I'm just going to make the statement as a statement. Only God sits above the circle of the earth and sees the whole thing all at once. What it seems to me is that someone like you wants to only allow the falsifiability to be as if you sit upon the throne of God, and only then would you actually realize and or believe that it is what it is. And here's why I find that hypocritical. You didn't apply the same level of scrutiny or justification for the other belief that is in contradiction to our observations. You didn't require God to tell you that it was a ball in order for you to believe that it's a ball. You believed liars, known liars that have been passing down a lying narrative for thousands of years. You believed and trusted them because numbers, because credentials, because authority. But in order to falsify those liars, you're requiring something on the level of God or God himself to falsify it and nothing else. Do you understand the disconnect?
Yes, I do understand what you're saying. And I'd have to think about what would count for me as falsifiability. I haven't sort of come up with a good answer to your question there. Yeah, obviously, if God himself came and said something, I would have to believe it. But then I might even doubt that it was actually God speaking to me. If Jesus Christ appeared and said, "Hey, look, the earth is flat," I'd say, I'm not sure that this is Jesus standing in front of me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I do think that you and I will agree on this eventually in eternity. We'll know the answer.
Yeah, I agree that there will be no room for any sort of disagreement regarding that which is truth. Now, I have no idea about subjective things like whether or not blueberry or apple pie is better. I don't know about subjective things, but in regards to truth, yes, I would full-heartedly agree.
Can I just interject?
Well, you mentioned. I was trying to. I don't know if you guys heard me before, but
No,
well, you spoke to the one point about. Well, I guess you're right. It's a good point. I have to think about what would be falsifiable, but to the point that you didn't give the same level of scrutiny to the other belief. What about that? Can you speak to that?
Sure. It's I look at all of the different evidence and see which story sounds the best, and I go with that one. And it's more like looking at evidence and trying to match that with.
No, have you given the same amount of scrutiny? Wow, to heliocentrism, or the sky is a vacuum and we live on a globe with water and air adjacent to the vacuum, and the sun, the thing that allows for life as far as we know, is this composition that we have not tested or confirmed, and also happens to be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Like, have you given the same amount of scrutiny to that heliocentrism in that context with space and the vacuum of space and all of this? Have you?
Yes, I have, and the answers that have been provided to me make sense to me. So I find those criticisms to not have force. So, for example, the second law of thermodynamics does not get violated just by a vacuum.
Well, did you? I was just speaking about Flat Earth Boxer, and he actually spoke to a cosmologist because two physicists were asked the question of how do you have gas pressure adjacent to a container, adjacent to a vacuum, and his only answer was gravity, in which the guy said, well, you have a shoebox and the air is inside and there's a vacuum outside. You poke a hole, the air immediately escapes. And the cosmologist says, yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Yep. He says, so why then doesn't the air on the earth just go into space? He's like, well, because of gravity. He's like, but you put the shoebox with air pressure on the floor and you pop it on the floor and the air escapes.
Yeah, because gravity doesn't have that much of an effect. It has enough effect, but not much.
No, but it's supposedly the reason that the gas isn't going into the available volume. So now you have this gas and you have this available volume, but underneath that you have the earth, the thing that's said to be holding the air that you're breathing, but it can't hold air pressure other than the air that we're breathing. If you were to pressurize anything else, it's not going to sustain that pressure in the way that we believe that our pressure is being sustained by the force of gravity. Don't you find that problematic, especially because the cosmologists didn't have a response after that?
No, I don't find it problematic. I think it's perfectly explainable with the proper understanding of gravity, physics, and the second law.
What is proper understanding of gravity?
Well, I actually disagree with that. I'm gonna end it. Yeah, I know. It's getting too far. I'm gonna end it right here, because gas particles they're not attracted to each other. Period, and they're not attracted to the Earth either. That's observable. I'm not even gonna pull the citation. Anyway.
Danny, are you back?
My time.
Because I have a quick question for you if you're back, Danny. I just saw you undeafened yourself, so that's why I'm asking. I think that this is a relevant question, and I don't know how you can make any progress whatsoever if there's a dogmatic forbidding of falsifiability.
I guess he's not listening, but I had a question for Matthew, since you're the math professor and you referenced gravity and physics. I'm just the dummy here, so maybe explain it to me. But when I look into particle physics, the only quote-unquote known forces of the known forces, the only one that's not accounted for in the standard model of particle physics is gravity. So maybe if you know how gravity is applied to gas particles, if you have some sort of citation, I'd be willing to look at it. But
so yeah, you're absolutely right. The standard model, as far as I understand it, I'm no physicist either, but they don't have a good explanation of where gravity comes from. They still use some equations to describe how gravity works without understanding where it comes from. But all physicists would say that gas particles are attracted to the Earth.
Well, when it comes to particle physics, they don't account for gravity at all whatsoever. It's not taken into account within the equations. Now, physicists can use gravity for certain things, right? But when it comes to particle physics, gravity is not accounted for.
But if
would you
gravity doesn't,
particles?
I don't know that it's not accounted for. You may be right. It is much, much weaker than all the other forces, so maybe they can ignore that effect. I don't know.
Well, it's not that it's not accounted for, but I mean specifically, there are citations that specifically say gas particles, because people wonder if gas particles lose energy and slow down. So, as a response to any inquiry of that, what you will find is that gas particles don't slow down, or gas particles aren't attracted to each other. If they were, they would slow down. So what we do know is that gases aren't affected by gravity.
I would dispute that. I don't.
Not experimentally. Not experimentally. There's no way to prove that. Is there? I understand why you disagree, because you have a worldview, and I understand that you would have to disagree because of what you believe the sun is, and what you believe Jupiter is, what you believe any of the other stars are. So that necessitates you thinking opposite. But is there any justification experimentally for your disagreement?
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. I fall back. I think Gospel Bearer kind of wanted to. I think we kind of got off the road that Gospel Bearer was on, and I liked it. So Are
you sure that you don't know?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with all those experiments. He asked for.
But because there are not experiments, we know, all of us, that there is no, and you know also, Matthew, there is no any kind of experiment. But you are saying I don't know. It means that somebody make experiment, but you don't know.
He was asking for a citation, and I don't have one.
No, he asked for.
Well, not even asking for a citation. I understand what you believe. I obviously say that it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. By necessity of the model that you believe in, you would have to say, no, that's incorrect. But off of what grounds? Because particle physics, and then, gas laws and all of that, and then our experience with gases here on the surface. How do you justify your belief or your assertions experimentally? And if you say I don't know, that is something I'm willing to accept at this point.
Well, it's in this ratio. If you need to see 2,000 miles or 2,000 kilometers to believe to be flat, how much I need to see drop to believe that Earth is a globe?
I don't know. It seems like any drop would make you question whether it's flat or not.
Yeah, but Matthew, isn't that somebody showing you flatness, and there is not a drop? I would like to see any drop: 60 feet, 130 feet, 256 feet, 1,000 feet, whatever. I don't want 10,000 to 2 miles curvature. I don't need that. Like you need 2 miles flatness, you know. I need only 66 feet, for example, of drop. That will be enough for me to believe in globe.
How about a drop that hides half of a mountain? Would that make you question?
How about? I didn't hear you.
How about a drop that hides half of Mount Rainier?
Yeah, there's a problem, right? Because there's a difference between a measurable drop, because we know that the Earth curve is geometrically obstructing the Earth curve being the horizon. Because there's equivocation going on most of the time when the horizon is brought up. In the heliocentric understanding, the junction where the sky and the ground meet is where the ground drops off. So therefore, the rest of the ground is at an angle that's impossible for you to see because it's angled away from your field of vision. It's obstructed by the curvature and the geometry of the Earth. The other option is that it's optical, and that is subject to perspective and the angle in which you view things. So in the case of the mountain, could be that it was just some optical effect, but I know for a fact you're not going to be prepared to pull an observation and say this is measurably the geometry of the Earth getting in the way of this mountain, because we've gotten RC boats that do the same thing. Well, why is the RC boat, in which case is not enough distance
Hold on.
for there to be curvature,
Elijah.
people say.
There's not water in front of the mountain. I mean, there is water in front, but the thing that's directly in front of that mountain is the hills with the trees.
In the top picture, though, what
I know,
it looks like there's water blocking my view of the bottom half of the mountain.
No, it doesn't at all. It's bumpy, obviously, matching the profile of the hills that are in front of that mountain, and a 5 foot tall person can stand in front of a mountain and completely block the entire mountain depending on where they're positioned. Okay. So again, that's not water that's directly in front of that mountain. That's the hill with the trees. It's bumpy.
Gospel, how much distance is between beach and mountain? Shore and mountain, let's say.
Yeah, quite a bit. I don't know how much. Quite a bit.
Isn't there a curvature?
Anyway, the point.
This is important. There is a mountain. We measure that mountain reference to. Oh, what? Okay. Sorry.
I was just trying to address his claim that it was water. I was just, one thing at a time. Do you understand that it's not water that's directly blocking the mountain, that it's actually the land blocking the mountain?
No, I disagree, but we can disagree.
No.
Yeah, that's definitely the mountain.
Not allowed to disagree. Here, I'll repost. Look. See what I posted? Matthew?
Yes, I see it.
That's not water.
Okay.
that's land.
Yeah, it's most definitely land. I'm zoomed into this thing, and it's.
But this is all a big nothing burger because number one, even so, that's still not a distance in which he doesn't think that there's some explanation for.
But when you're addressing what somebody believes to be the thing, they're believing it one way, but you can expose the error in their thinking. That's all I'm trying to do here. And Matthew, do you understand the error that you made? Do you understand that that is not water, that that's land?
I see what you're saying. It looks like land, yes.
It can't even be well, yes, a very beautiful point, but also he can't claim that that's
that wasn't
water.
A full concession, though.
But okay, fine. Well, we'll give that.
Wish it was a full concession because it doesn't. Okay.
It looks okay. I can see that it looks like it could be land and hills in front of that mountain instead of water.
It's obvious, and if you look up the definition of obvious, it's not. It cannot be water. Now, the light blue line be in front of that is quite obviously, or appears to be water. Maybe it's not as obvious, but it's a light blue line, and I would deduce that is water because it makes sense that would be water. But the profile of everything else is so evidently land, and a profile of land, that to suggest that it's water is painful to me. For you to not go, yeah, okay, I was wrong, but I still believe what I believe. That's fine.
Yeah, I was wrong. I still believe what I believe.
Okay, that's fine.
I think maybe a better. There would be times where you could get a picture of Mount Rainier where there's only water in front of it, but this doesn't seem to be a good example of that.
I can imagine all sorts of things. I kid you not. I have a vivid imagination. I completely understand. I just expect people to not continue in self-deception.
Oh no, none of these are proofs for me. It's based on my preconceived notion that the Earth is a globe, trying to show why it is. These aren't proofs for me.
They're not supposed to be proof. They're supposed to be the impossibility of the globe getting flushed down the toilet. You can't just say they're not proofs for you. It's evidence that you can see something that normally would be obstructed if you lived on a geometric curving surface. But you don't accept that either. So, I mean,
you're right. I don't accept
I want to go back to what would be falsified. How would you falsify? Listen, how would you do the thing, gospel? Go ahead, do the thing.
What's the thing?
I still wonder, how does he validate it?
Whatever you did, it was beautiful. I just wish I had shut up then. Just do the thing. Because it's painful for me too. I'd rather you go through the pain, but I love it.
I want people to be intellectually honest, and when they're not, or when it appears that they're not, it really frustrates me, because though I know that people aren't perfect, though I know people lie and do all sorts of things, intellectual honesty seems like the base expectation, and sadly, it's lacking.
Even worse, I don't know why you would be intellectually dishonest in favor of.
This is why I call him a douchebag, because he comes on here and he does this.
No. Paula just explained. I don't know if you were here. We were just talking about.
I'm talking about Matthew Learns.
I know, but we're talking about how we speak to people that's still live. I'm not even suggesting that you should do this behind closed doors. This is just not how we should be approaching people.
Yeah, but regardless
of their ailments.
Why let him keep coming on and doing this? It gets annoying after a while.
Doing what? Answering questions we're asking him? What do you mean?
How many times have you asked him the same question?
No. I'm asking you a question. Doing what? Answering questions that we are asking him? That's what you need to stop?
Is he answering them truthfully?
It doesn't matter. He can sit here and not say anything, because that's at least his he can do that here in this server. Sit here and not say anything if he wants and believe what he wants. That's not a problem.
So to be
clear,
clear,
ask him questions, how he answers is also not a problem.
Yeah, it'd be better if he just be quiet and stop lying. It's so annoying.
Well, stop asking him questions then. Come on.
Well, here's the thing. Let me tell you what, though, Rod. If you don't like the questioning, you could just bounce, bro. Come back when he's
I'm not even doing all that. I'm not even saying all that. I'm just saying we're asking him questions. It's a little bit unreasonable to tell him to stop answering questions when we're the ones asking him.
And he's answering correctly.
Can I address this, please?
Can I say something?
Yeah, hold on. I'm the one that was asked. I was one of the askers. Okay, so a slightly relevant comment here, Fraud. The thing is, I asked him questions, and he wasn't telling lies. He was just telling his beliefs, and he said that, and in my opinion, that is helpful because everybody understands that it's a belief. So it's one of those situations where it's like, so what if he believes the thing, right? I'm only going to hold people's feet to the fire when they're being intellectually dishonest.
But that's what he started out with. You asked him. His statement was 2,000 miles, then I'll believe. Then you broke it down to 3 to 1. Oh well, yeah, I agree with that too. Oh, you know what? I just don't. I don't know. Maybe if God, I probably wouldn't believe it either, even if God told me. So I mean, this kind of behavior, we're just all we're doing is we're reinforcing.
What happened? So
it's frustrating to a point that's why I got tired of the guy, because he does this constantly. It's just always repetition of I'm going to pretend to be something and then I'm going to act something else.
Well, let me point something out. I don't think that he was lying. I think that he doesn't understand. He truly doesn't know.
Doesn't understand geometry.
No, hold on. He doesn't fully comprehend the scope and tentacles of his belief. He doesn't understand how tenacious he is regarding his belief. And that was the point of my questioning. Okay, that's why I'm asking these people, are you dogmatically forbidding falsifiability? And if that answer is ultimately yes, or exposed to be yes, the fact of the matter is we don't necessarily need to ban them, but we certainly should identify them as dogmatically forbidding falsification, which means any conversation with that person is for entertainment value and not constructive value whatsoever. And that was my purpose, and that is what I actually exposed. And most people already knew that anyway.
Consistently.
Yeah, but I mean, he doesn't even have his own. He has his own YouTube thing. He comes in here to patronize and to do this kind of silliness.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know about that. I didn't know that Matthew had a YouTube channel.
He does. I mean, that doesn't really matter, though.
It doesn't. But I told you I exposed the dogmatic forbidding of falsifiability. If that's a fact for a person, it is pointless. But we ought not get bothered by it. It's sad.
Whoever's defending like elbowing. You guys you get rid of Zanuck and other people, but now this guy gets a pass. I mean, I don't understand how.
I didn't get rid of Zanuck either, and he doesn't act like he's not disruptive like Zanuck. He opens his mouth and he's asked a question.
If anybody else disagrees with somebody's behavior,
I'm sorry.
then
I don't know why you're upset, or I don't know why you're upset. Bro.
When I say something about somebody, y'all jump on me like I'm some punk ass dude. Dude, I've been
No. I thought that El Bariqua's approach. If that's what you're talking about, I thought that was unreasonable, and I said so. But that aside, and you're right. Sometimes by me, you've been treated like that. So I'm gonna address that. Yes, you're right. I've been wrong in those situations. But Matthew Learns has never been disruptive. He's here when people ask him questions. He opens his mic. That's not the same as someone like Zanuck trying to come into the conversation when some young college student is asking us questions or something like that. It's not the same thing. I don't know. Like, please leave those two things. Those two things, they're very separate. Second of all, I mean, Gospel Bearer just made a valid point. This might be actually the only way to expose that they're never going to accept evidence no matter what. That's ultimately what Gospel Bearer is exposing. So he may not say, okay, you know what, the earth is flat. But what people can understand is, oh, there's no amount of evidence that will matter to him anyway.
Yeah, he's explicitly useful because he does qualify that what he believes is a belief. And he will say on occasion, he's not willing to go out and test the model because he already just accepts it without having done the legwork. So that on a routine is very useful for people to hear. You're like, hey, I just believe the globe model. I have the brains to go out and test it, but I just refuse to because I just accept it as it is.
And listen, this he pinged me and asked me how you, Sasha, interpreted this picture, and he posted that picture. And Gospel explained everything. And he, after that, even didn't want to concede that, okay, you're right, but I will still believe in that. But you posted that mountain, not Gospel. He's not here, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And then he asked me how you will interpret this picture. What shall I do now? You, Gospel, explained everything. That means I don't need to interpret that picture anymore, okay? But he was like, this is the point where I'm so sure this is not explainable for flat earthers. But you explained it to him very well, and he conceded, like, okay, this is okay, I was wrong, but I will still believe.
This is what I don't get, though. Look, when I come in here and I don't like the conversation, what I do is, fuck it, I go somewhere else. It's how is you going to tell somebody, shut the fuck up already? You know, why are you here? If because you don't like the conversation, but somebody else is having a conversation with that person. So that's what annoys me.
Yeah, like, dude, I was here before you, and I've been here. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, you don't need to. You say you can address me a different way. You don't have to come at me like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's how you come at people. So, I mean, it doesn't feel good, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not going to the speaker. He's intentionally disruptive. That's different.
Yeah, if it was like Zanuck or freaking Rumpus,
cause problem. That's the difference. I'm not here trying to cause problem. That guy is. I've talked to him many times. He does the same thing every time. That's all I'm saying. So you don't even know the history. You know, so to come at your own flat earth people is kind of crazy. That to me, I don't understand. You know what I'm saying?
That at the same time, though, Fraud, you know, I determined exactly what Gospel Bearer basically exposed today. I determined that a long time ago. And each time I decide to have a conversation with Matthew as a choice, because I'm trying to hold him to a standard of logic that if he deters from what seems reasonable and logical, just hear what I'm saying. Just hear what I'm saying, because I know it's about how he came at you. I know.
That's all I'm cool with.
I know it's more about how he came at you, but I'm talking about before that happened, right? So the reason that I keep talking to Matthew is because it's another day in which I can try to hold him to a standard of logic that he's going to deter away from. And when I ask him about it, he's actually going to concede. So that's for demonstration purposes, not for not for helping the actual person in the people in the conversation. That's a different kind of thing than when someone comes in here and goes, "What's going on?" And we understand that. So we don't need to, every time he comes in here and starts doing his thing, we don't need to point out how frustrating it is because we already know why we're asking him questions.
And I'd rather speak to somebody that does not agree with me than speak to every one of y'all that agree with me. Or where's the conversation gonna go?
Dude, there's always something from each other. I mean, I'm always learning new things from people of like mindedness. That's just how it is. You're not gonna go to a concert with people that don't like the same music. They're gonna leave. You know what I'm saying? It's just how it is. We're a concert. We agree on many things. So there's always something new to learn from each other. But when I don't mind, giving him a little time, but I'm like just sitting there wasting time with this guy. He's just like a broken record over and over again. It's the same thing, you know.
Him conceded to the image. Actually, a pretty good thing that Gospel Bear run him.
Okay, so when you run a 24-hour. Just imagine running a 24-hour news network, right? You're going to be filled up with a lot of repeat because there's different customers that are viewing the news at different times of day, right? I mean, having Matthew repeat the same thing over and over is useful sometimes.
And having him concede that part, it felt like a bit of a headway and destroying something.
He's always conceded. That's what he does. I'm saying that's nothing new for him.
Yeah, it's fine. It's good for other people, though. I'm trying to teach people to be intellectually honest, and if they're going to refuse to be intellectually honest, that's when it starts to get into the realm of maybe this person deserves to be flicked. Like an ant that's crawling on your picnic basket, flicked. But anyway, I wish Danny would have answered my question that I had for him on this.
See, now that guy was more interesting because I never heard him before. That guy was fascinating because he was coming from a different angle, and he was very knowledgeable of his subject, which was comforting.
You haven't heard of Danny Faulkner?
I think he was getting a phone call. Also, all that wind. We're getting a blizzard this evening, so there's a lot of wind. We're going to have 50 and 60 and maybe even 70-mile gusts. So say goodbye to even more of my roof, unfortunately.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
So anyway, for logistical purposes, I'd rather listen to a glober make a fool of the proposition by doubling down as a religious zealot who's unwilling to test the model in real life than to listen to a bunch of people argue about whether we should talk about this or that. You see my point?
Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm going to eat lunch. Let me know if anything interesting happens, like actual flat earth discussion and not a logistical discussion.
Johans is here, but he's self-definitely.
Yeah.
I'll post a video for you, Gospel Bear. Give me a second.
You got to call a fraud, I guess.
Yeah, I got a call.
Yeah. Anyway. Oof. But yeah, while you were gone, AI just simply said he'd rather hear about a Glober double down on their belief system, exposing that it's a belief system, and exposing that they're refusing to test, measure, or observe reality for what it is, than to hear us discuss logistical housekeeping issues. And he was just trying to point to the value of people saying foolish things, because it helps other people that care about intellectual honesty to be encouraged to not be that way. If you see some cringe behavior within your own quote unquote belief system, it oftentimes encourages you to be the exception to the cringe behavior and not to participate in the cringe behavior.
Just let me get out my feelings. I'll just apologize and just move on. I'm sorry, guys.
It's all good, man.
Gospel Bearer, was that the? I just came off a call, so I don't know what y'all are talking about. But was that the thing that I told you was genius yesterday? Because I feel like there was something else also.
Yeah, you said that. I told my wife about it. No, that was something else. That was silly. You heard my 5D chess comment about the. That was probably not a genius comment. I do remember, but I'm having trouble putting my finger on it. It was something of a technique, right? Who were we talking to at that time? Maybe he got another call. It just be like that sometimes.
Dude, it's cold outside. Have you been outside?
No, my thing is showing 22 degrees.
I just walked my dog.
The wind chill, though, we're going to be below zero like crazy.
Yeah, dude, it's going to be bad.
Yeah.
It's snowing.
All right.
My bad. I had just got a call from my friend Gregory.
Got
I
you.
hope that you could have a conversation with one day, but okay.
Yeah, hold on, Elijah. Danny, are you back?
Yeah, just for a few minutes. I'm sorry I didn't answer before, but I was quite busy in a couple of things. I heard you had a question, but I didn't catch the question. What was it?
Yeah. So my question is, would you consider yourself dogmatically forbidding falsification of the ball Earth?
Would I consider myself dogmatically
forbidding
the Earth
falsification
the Earth
of
being
the
a
ball
globe?
Earth? Yeah.
No, I don't think so. And I try to take a scientific approach to stuff, and so my mind, if I'm going to be a halfway decent scientist, my mind has to be open to other possibilities.
Excellent.
And
so the follow-up question.
Those kind of questions.
So the follow-up I have to that question is, what would be an example of suitable falsification for you?
I haven't seen one yet, so
No. I'm not asking about examples you're aware of. I said, what would be a suitable, I'll throw in the word hypothetical. What would be a suitable example, not a present example, but an imagined example? What would be a suitable example of falsification for you?
I don't know. I'd have to think about that.
Please do. I'd love to hear your answer.
Okay.
And I'm not being facetious. It's a fascinating subject to me, and I'm of the opinion that most people that have been in the argument for more than a month, say, I picked an arbitrary time, but there's some wiggle room there, probably a spectrum. But people that have been in the argument for a while, defending the claim, I find over and over again that people are actually dogmatically forbidding falsification because I see evidence of it over and over and over and over again.
Okay. I do have to run in a moment. Could I ask you the same sort of question? Are you dogmatically forbidden from falsification of the Earth being flat?
No.
Okay. So I think at least philosophically we have a similar position.
Good.
Can you give him an example, Gospel Bear?
An example of you mean of seeing too far, for instance?
Like what would be for you what would be for you falsifiability for flat Earth? I guess.
Well, it's a good question. I would need I would put it in the realm of irrefutable, corroborated evidence and proof. And the issue is there isn't any. There would need to be validation of and proof for a curve rate, as opposed to what we were referring to explanations based on assumptions, which is what it currently is. I was going to say appears to be, but I have to say is, because that is how it is. So you may be aware. Did he go? No, he's just muted. I mean, for instance, the modus tollens that's provided in the lingo thereof being must not exceed. What's the words here? I'll just what do you do this? Black Swan. I'm just trying to get the lingo here. Must be no more than. So I think that's the point of contention that most folks that are making the claim have. They don't believe those words. Must be no more than. So I suppose I can make up an explanation as to why that's not true, but that doesn't mean that my explanation is truth. And this is the issue. You would have to somehow prove that those words aren't true. You'd have to prove that to be a false statement.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, so okay. Let's, I guess, for the example of a table, like what would be falsifiability that it's not level?
There are certain things,
right?
Yeah, there are certain things that I would be dogmatically forbidding falsifiability of, and I'll give an example. That my wife is a woman. I would dogmatically forbid falsification of that for a very particular reason.
Define women.
Because I watched a human being come out of her. 3. So, I'm dogmatically forbidding falsification of that because on that basis.
Can you define women?
Yeah, I did it yesterday. I don't know if it's the best definition ever, but my definition was a woman is one who cannot or does not produce semen. Or sperm, yeah. And the contra of that being a man is one who does not produce eggs. If you're going to get there's a lot of sentences you could probably yes, testosterone is present in low levels in females. Yes. So if that's the way that I would break it down as simply as possible, but I'm sure that there's it's like an ancient curse. Wow, that's funny.
Yeah, gospel.
And the reason.
Sorry, I tagged you in the video. I wanted to show you.
Gotcha.
But go
The
right
reason
ahead.
being, just DM it to me. That'll be easier. That way I'll have it later on. The reason being is if you look up the definition of those words and specifically the etymology, specifically woman is defined by...
There's a labyrinth downstairs.
Oh, you're hot micing, Elijah.
Sorry.
It's okay. Anyway, I guess we lost Danny again, and I'm glad. He said he'd think about it, and I'd love to hear his answer. And it's
I'm sorry, we had Johannes Midgard.
Yeah, we've talked to him before.
Oh, okay. He's wanted to make sure yes, I saw him with VC verified.
I find it interesting that there's I mean, everybody has assumptions, but he was exposing one of his in that he may be under the impression that there's a double standard, causing him to ask me, am I dogmatically forbidding falsification? It's a silly question if you think about it, because it starts with the claim. It starts with the claim of curvature. And if that's been falsified, which it has repeatedly, then how could somebody be... how do you unfalsify falsification? I guess that's the question I have.
And see what they do is redefine terms.
Yeah.
Like level is everything that would be a definition is definitionally different in the context of a globe.
Yeah.
For some reason, it's like, how do you?
Well, because it has to be.
Yeah. It's like the language around it is made to accept it as, begging the question is fine in this case.
Every way, shape, and form.
Yeah, levels curve down is towards the center of a ball, right? Not just down, but towards the center of a ball.
Have they ever sent anything horizontally to space, like straight from one point horizontally straight into space? Any rocket, any jet, anything? I mean, even above the clouds, just from a horizontal position straight. I bet a hot air helium balloon would beat it above the clouds vertically versus horizontally in a rocket. A hot air balloon. You just let it go. If the rocket took off, no matter what speed, no matter the fastest jet, no matter what they have, it could never take off horizontally and be above clouds off of the globe at faster than you releasing a helium balloon that goes slow and gets above the clouds at 35,000 feet or more. The balloon would win, and I put my money on it.
If I could just jump in quickly for 2 minutes. Gospel, that was good stuff. And Elijah too. And Level Up, I don't know if she's still in the chat, but that was good stuff with Danny. I just want to echo what AI was saying, right? We really need everyone to understand that there's value to the Globers being here, right? And us having the discussion with them, even if they're frustrating to you, right? If they're frustrating to you, they're likely frustrating to members of the audience, right? And this is what we're trying to highlight. And especially ones like Matthew and Danny, I mean, fair enough, they're entrenched in their position, but at least they're respectful, right? They're chill. They're not like Professor Dave or someone coming in just slinging insults every 5 seconds. If someone's doing that, then yeah, we'll give them the boot. But if they're chill, it doesn't matter if we ask them the same questions and they give us the same obfuscation. Like, that's the point. So really need to get everyone on board with that. And the other point I was going to make was about Danny's question about, well, how would you falsify your understanding of the flat Earth? I mean, I've thought about this as well, and it's almost like you can't really. I mean, and I know that's an annoying response for global believers to hear, and it's like, oh, of course, no, you can't. But it's like, what did it? I mean, I'm just speaking for myself here. What did it for me is the long distance observations and the measurements, right? That's how you would decide it one way or the other. Like when I believed in the globe, what I wanted to see was the observations and the measurements, because that answers the question. And when you go and do it yourself and you see too far, you've opened Pandora's box, right? It's like, that's not going back in. The way you would falsify the flat Earth is if Earth was consistently geometrically aligned with the globe model, right? So the obstruction is consistent. But the moment it's not consistent, that's out the window. So it's like, how do you go back on seeing too far, seeing beyond where this physical obstruction is supposed to be? You can't. The way that you would prove the globe is consistent observation and measurement, showing the geometry that they claim is there. But that's been done, and it's not. So if it's not there, it can't be that. So I understand that would be unsatisfactory to a globe believer because they feel like it's fair to ask you the same question. But when you see too far over the surface and the surface isn't conforming to it,
isn't that a true dichotomy? Is it a true dichotomy to say it's either can you say level and straight? And the other part of the dichotomy
level requires straight though. Level's going to require straight.
Okay, so yeah, level versus curve. It's actually a true dichotomy, and the only thing they've done is try to make us or make other people believe that it's actually not. Because if it's not curving, then by necessity that means that within the dichotomy, then it's the other thing. That it's straight, that it's level, which is why we would have the observations of having straight lines of sights to things that would otherwise be obstructed by a curving surface. Like it should be over right there. I really, the psychology behind what's going on now is actually quite scary to me.
That's how they establish doublethink and double speak.
Yeah, but Elijah, when I'm standing in Florida and I look at a star and I stand in another place and I look at the same star, Earth is a globe. I mean, come on.
You know how they prove it, guys. They just put a piece of paper in front of you with words and say, there it is.
Yep.
And they can change those words at any time they need to see fit, to fit their dichotomy of whatever you're thinking about at the time. So 20 years from now, you could say 100 things and they'll fit it.
No, you're absolutely right. How do you falsify the globe, the flat Earth idea? Show me curvature. Where is it? That would falsify it right quick.
Physical, empirical, like.
And that's what's wrong with their redefining of the word level, because once you redefine level to mean, same altitude above the surface of sea level or whatever, as you go around the ball, it's kind of, there's nothing you can do at that point.
This is why they say they start every sentence with imagine.
Somebody's roboting. Again, what they do between the level and
dichotomy. Oh,
okay. There was still roboting,
sorry.
I guess. No, it's okay. The level and curve thing, they say it's level enough for our purposes. Everything is just relative. This concept of relativity creeps in over and over again. It's flat enough. It's level enough. It's for the purposes of what we're doing, and it is an intentional cognitive dissonance. It's not actually a cognitive dissonance. It's a logical dissonance. It's an accepted logical dissonance.
Right, because they say that's how they say imagine you're doing this, or think of. They're painting the picture in your mind, and that's the only place the globe exists is in your mind or on a television or something. They have to plant that information at the very beginning of the sentence, in order to perpetuate this doublethink. I mean, it's still cognitive because you have to imagine it.
Well, yeah.
Because there's no physical example of it, you know?
So I have a quote which fits. It need hardly be said that the subtlest practitioners of doublethink are those who invented doublethink and know that it is a vast system of mental cheating. In our society, those who have the best knowledge of what is happening are also those who are furthest from seeing the world as it is. In general, the greater the understanding, the greater the delusion, the more intelligent. Then he talked about double speaking, right? He said, well, motion is so difficult to understand, and it's right. Not quoting him correctly, but
yes, that yeah. He took it to philosophy.
Right.
Motion to philosophy.
It's so complex, man. You can't just say we are on a moving earth and you're not feeling it, right? So complex.
Yeah, you just don't understand. That's the only port in the storm they have, is to make and twist around the words and the meanings of the words. It's literally the only thing they can do.
Well, he took it to the realm of philosophy, right, in order to make it a philosophical argument, but he's also placing some sort of concreteness or empiricism to that, claiming it to be factual, even though it's coming from a pure philosophical belief.
Oh, well.
That's a deception. It's very tricky. This tends to happen with most things that are claimed to be science, but we know are pseudoscience, right? That's why we have the catchphrases of believe science, trust the science, all of that stuff, because what they want you to do is buy into their philosophical belief without any empirical, testable, or falsifiable evidence for it. It's a religion. It's a very old one as well.
That's why I started the conversation off about the mystery school religions. And it was as if it was a moot point.
No, that's kind of why I made the statement I made, because you're very spot on in saying that.
Am I still roboting?
No, you're coming through fine.
That's good, because I totally forgot. Dang, I was saying.
Did you ever find out what that genius thing I said?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I can't remember either.
I'd still love to see a straight horizontal thing. Any object goes straight to space, horizontally, straight.
Oh, the thing about accepting
a rocket. Put it on wheels. I don't care.
The thing about accepting the globe in your mind before, I wonder, like, how come they can't see what we see? Well, that's the thing. Some of us have accepted lies. You know, as a matter of fact, when I was younger, it was super easy to spot and understand that my best friend in the whole world was a pathological liar. I mean, yes, he could dance. But come on, it had to be a lie that he was participating in these I don't know, these what dance movie, whatever dance movie you can think about, like these extravagant dance clubs at like late at night, getting picked up in these extravagant cars and having this dance battle and winning overnight during like a school night. And it's like, yeah, I snuck out, I blah 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 blah, you know.
You talk
all of this,
Sorry, Elijah.
you know, I mean, things like that. You know, just he just straight up lied. He was also a great fighter, but come on. I mean, also you're a prize fighter somewhere that nobody you never invite anybody to, bro. But I believe, but you know what? I knew he was lying, but would not accept it. That's the purest form of cognitive dissonance. I don't know. It's like he's lying, but at the same time, he can't be lying. He's got to be telling the truth because that's my best friend and he's talented.
Right. You can see enough.
But that's
be convinced.
That's why they have to hide a little truth into everything. Yeah, he's got to be at least somewhat of a good dancer to toe the line. He can't just be a completely terrible dancer and still expect people to.
Yeah. Well, the Globe is a terrible dancer, man. Sorry.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
No physical dance moves.
It's even worse. You're right. It's worse.
Oh, I think I kind of remember what it was, Elijah. Yesterday, Pazza was doing this thing where he was saying it would need to be the same way every day. You remember that? The observation would need to be, you muted yourself. Oof.
Yeah, I remember that.
So I think what happened was maybe this is related, I don't know, but I was just pointing out how he was creating an impossible, and I think you said it, an impossible standard.
Okay.
Right? So the fact of the matter is, that's why I went there with maybe it was Danny, maybe it was Matthew, and I said above the circle of the earth that, only God sees above the circle of the earth. But it's as if you are making the requirement of falsifiability impossible. Your standard for falsification is an impossible standard. Especially with Pazzi yesterday when he was saying it would need to be the same every day. It's not the same every day. So your qualification for believing or coming to the conclusion,
right?
It's that dogmatic forbidding.
That's exactly what it was. Yeah. So that's why I like what you did today so well, because it was actually a continuation of yesterday.
Yeah.
Because on one hand, the irony, man. Because again, if you'd have just held the scrutiny up to the other side, well, that should have been it. But he's trying to say that it's not consistent, and that's why we can't make any definitive claims about it. But the claim is that it's consistently an obstruction. Because there's no obstruction that's not consistently there. Like this storefront is right here where it's always, okay, maybe not always been, but you get once an obstruction is put up to obstruct something, that's it.
Yeah, then which goes back to the fact that they don't understand their own argument. They don't understand their own axioms, their own argument, the point that they're trying to make. They don't even get that in the first place. So we're basically arguing with people that don't even understand the axioms. And if that's the case, which it repeatedly is, there's a lot of beating at the wind. However, just like was earlier mentioned, for the people that do understand the axioms, they come to understand the truth. They go, oh yeah, that makes Modus tollens, okay, makes sense. Claim, okay, understand that. Oh, claim falsified, okay, understand that. Wow. Alrighty then. I get it.
Yeah, we've had that. We've had real
obviously
casual comer goers where they come in and they're like, I just want to know what the hubbub is. And then you have a actual, well, not actual because all conversations are actual, but you have a decent conversation, and then it's like, so what seems to be the problem? What's going on? Well, have you heard of the Black Swan? No. Okay, well, the horizon is supposed to be geometric because it's a shape, and if you lived on a triangle, then you'd be obstructed from the other sides if you were on one side. And it's like, okay, yeah, well, that's the same thing as the curve of the earth, blah 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 blah. And then they go, okay, you see the modus tollens, yeah, logical syllogism, yes. Oh, makes sense, huh? Wow, that's quite interesting. It's crazy that everyone's not talking about this. All right, thanks, guys. See you later.
Yeah,
That's happened a number of times. It's actually refreshing.
Over 1,000 in this server.
Got to be, yeah, at least.
No, literally, just by literally looking at the roles alone.
Yeah.
So 1 out of 25 is what that amounts to. Or actually, I apologize. Maybe I could go as high as 1 out of 50. Which checks out. And it's sad that few number of people, that small ratio of people are willing to be patient and intellectually honest. But that appears to be the case, anecdotally. In the realm of statistics, they say you start the very beginning point of a statistically valid argument begins at 1,000. Which, if our number is 50,000, and that number is in reference to the number of people that have passed through this server, either have stuck and stayed or have moved on, been banned or whatever, approximately 50,000, which actually does not take into account people that came to the server and left the server voluntarily. That's a whole other number that I don't even know how to determine that number. So that would take care of all the duplicate counts. So I'm very confident in saying 50,000, more than 50,000 people have been associated with the server at some point in time. So anyway.
So what I've noticed, anybody noticed how Danny talked about geometry and creating triangles?
He refused to acknowledge the fact that it required straight angles, or straight lines.
Oh, I missed that.
Well, not indirectly refused. I don't mean it in a literal way, like, oh, I'm not I'm just saying Level Up made the point, and he didn't say nuh-uh, he didn't say yes, I agree. He just let it be. But he should have, again, this goes back to the issue of relativity, where they're like, well, it's flat enough, so we can make triangles. Yeah, but you're the one talking about GP. If you take into account the GP of these stars, you can't triangulate. You're pretending to.
They're all moving also.
Yeah, it got sidestepped. She back that up.
Yeah, but movement is complex, Mark. I mean, there's so much things going on with movement that you just can't say that you're moving on a spinning Earth, right? You just can't say that.
No, not that you just say it. I'm saying they have to back that, and that's their thing, that they think they're moving all these different directions. And if you have things running across the field, how are you pinpointing the angle? How are you pinpointing anything to it if it's taking off all the time and never stopping? How could you do that? That's my thing. If you got all these things moving, you got 10 things moving, 9, 8 things. Say you got 8 things spinning around in circles around each other, all different crazy ways. How you pinpointing anything? On this pool table, all these balls are bouncing around, ricocheting everywhere. They're never stopping. How are you getting a GP to anything on any of these balls? Show me.
The pool table itself is moving.
Exactly. That's my point. So they'd have to show a demonstration. When they're like, what do you believe in? I said, I believe in material demonstration of material dirt, material water, material thing, material physics. So if you want to measure materials with me or talk about materials or weigh materials, you have to do that with material things. So if you want to measure material, I need a material flag in that material from point to point to point all the way. Materials. No papers, no words, no goopy stuff, like materials. Physics.
All right, so I've got another person I could ask this question. I'm going to give you a chance to answer a question, Geigler. The Geigler, would you answer a quick question?
It's Giggler, but yes, absolutely.
Okay. Well, usually that would have 2 G's. That's why I was.
There's a really good reason it only has 1 G, but I'm not at liberty to share, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, anyway, what would be the sufficient evidence for you to understand that Earth is not a ball?
That's a really good question. Because if I'm being completely honest, all of the evidence that convinces me it is a ball, it's nothing I've done myself, right? This is all just things that I've heard, that I've been told, that I've been taught, etc.
Oh. So it's almost as if there's a script, whether or not that's ironic to anyone or not. 3 people I've asked today have told me how great of a question that is, and that they're going to have to think about that.
Yeah, it very much reminds me of when I'm talking to a Christian, and they say, "Hey, the Giggler, what would it take for you to believe that Jesus was real and did rise from the dead?" And my answer is,
that's non sequitur. That's non sequitur though, because it's one thing is what would it take for you to believe, and the other is what would it take for something to be falsifiable.
Yeah. They're not related.
Actually, a category error too.
Yeah.
So before I popped into the VC here, I was looking at the what do you call it, the server icon with the sun and the moon moving on the flat disk. Is that the model that most flat earthers hold to? No? Okay.
No, it's a work of art. That's all it is.
Another
Someone
thing
made that a long time ago. It's just a work of art.
Remember the material thing? The material's still here. We're still on the earth. So when you want to talk about past stuff or anything like that, or any like other stuff, like the earth's still right under your feet. So it's not going away. It didn't disappear. You don't have to think about it. It's still right there. You can do everything to it right now, every day, all the time, every time. It's not like a religious question of, did this thing do this? Like, the earth's right under your feet. So the measurement of it should be simple and not really a crazy question.
That's why I said it was a category error. It's a verb versus a noun. It's an event versus whether something exists or not.
I'm damn Denmark. That was a good ass. That was a good response there. I don't know. I've probably given you shit more times than not. No, want to tell you that was very, very relevant. But continue, guys.
So Giggler, a laser test, 35 miles. Would that be sufficient for you to think maybe it's not a ball?
I'd have to do the math, but yeah, some sufficient test where I had some level of control over whatever apparatus was used. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I'm under the impression.
Here's the reason that yeah, sure.
I'm under the impression that many of you types of folks are dogmatically forbidding falsification.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not saying I'm an authority on anything, but just a bit of my background. I have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in computer science. And to get those degrees, I had to take a year of calculus-based physics. And so the globe model, the Earth goes around the sun, I not only was told that that's the way it works, I did the math to verify that the math works. So I guess I'm just saying it's kind of a high bar to convince me otherwise.
So if we...
Calculus math? Hold on. Isn't calculus math?
Oh, my bad. Sorry. Scrat, go ahead.
Is calculus math?
I think I would call the calculus math, yeah.
Okay, so how is math physics? Physics deals with the physical. Math is not physical.
Okay.
So if we can calculate how Superman flies and how he punches through walls and stops a train, that must be then the proof that Superman is real, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so why would you then say that? Why would you then say that calculating I don't know, let's say an orbit would make that real? Would make that thing you see with your eye going across the sky, right, real?
Yeah.
Right.
I'd like to ask the next question, but I don't want to step on Roger's question.
Go ahead.
So I didn't want to step up, but
no. Give him a chance to answer first before you talk. That's why I said I'd like to ask a question after. So hold on, please.
Point. Yeah, I wanted to stay on his point.
You're gonna do it anyway.
No, go for it. I was waiting for him to answer.
No, not me. Roger's waiting for him to respond, bro.
Yeah, I think he kind of sighed and conceded that he doesn't know. I think that's what he did.
I didn't hear him say that, though.
Wait, I'm sorry. Let's go over the question one more time.
So exactly. why would you believe that something you calculated is real? Right? You saw something go through the sky. You calculated it because you done some calculus physics, probably calculated an orbit of something, right? You presumed it was an orbit. You calculated it. And then, it checks out, so it must be real. But when we calculate how Superman flies and punches through walls and stops trains, that couldn't be real then.
Okay, let's say that I'm tiling the floor in a room in my house, and I measure to figure out how many tiles I need. And someone says to me, "Hey, the giggler, hang on, let me finish." Somebody says to me, "Hey, the giggler,
we
how do you know the
measurement, but you're not talking about measurement. I'm sorry, we don't have a problem with measurement because it's actually non sequitur.
Maybe I'm going somewhere you weren't.
Go ahead, surprise me.
So someone says to me, "Hey, the giggler, how do you know the math you're using to figure out how many tiles you need is accurate? That actually predicts the number of tiles you're going to need?" And I would say, well, I'm going to use this math. I'm going to buy the number of tiles the math says I need. Then I'm going to lay the tiles. And if I'm off by like an order of magnitude, I'm really going to start to question whether the math had the predictive power I needed to tell me the size or the number of tiles I need. But it turns out whenever I use that math to measure a floor, I wind up buying the right number of materials.
Chill.
Hey, awesome. Hey, can I say something real quick? I'm glad he said what he said. So when we do a
steal my thunder, man. Oh,
he used the word.
I literally
conceded. Well, the reason I'm bringing it up is because Gossip Bear specifically asked him if he's dogmatic. Why you guys dogmatically against things that are falsifiable? He just admitted that if it's off by an order of magnitude, that he'd consider it wrong. So the laser test proves the globe is off by 2 orders of magnitude. So what do you say about that?
I'm not familiar with that test.
Okay, so the globe, the geometry of the globe, the radius, 3,959 miles, makes certain predictions. a certain amount of drop or curvature over any set distance. So you can use math to make a prediction, right? And I know what Elijah is saying about non sequitur. You have no access to orbits. You have no access to any of that stuff. Tangible things that you can actually touch. Tiles, things like that. You can actually manipulate the tiles. You have access to them. You don't have access to things in the sky. That's a side note. The thing is, the laser tests that have been done are off the globe prediction by 2 orders of magnitude. So over a 25-mile span, a laser should be 440 feet above the surface, but the actual test shows that it's 4 feet above the surface.
Would you do me a favor and DM those numbers to me, and I'll do a little back of the envelope math, number crunching when I get a chance to.
I posted it in the live stream voice text, so tagged you.
Even better, thank you.
Yeah, so when the live stream voice text, we post like stuff we're talking about. You can do the same thing.
So Elijah, you had a question?
Not even. I just wanted to point out that math is it's like a language, so you can use it to describe things or say things, right? That being the case, saying that the math proves your paradigm is kind of circular reasoning if you look at it from that context. So I say the Earth is a globe. How do you prove that it's a globe? Because the math, something that is a language that is said to say it's a globe, proves it's a globe. That's circular reasoning 101.
Yeah, then you have the problem of what happens when there's multiple mathematical models that make the same prediction. Which one do you pick as real?
Yeah. There's the rub, right?
As far as Keplerian orbits, they also work with epicycles. So, which one do we pick as real? And if you go to any planetarium, how they display the motions of planets, they use epicycles. They don't use Keplerian orbits.
You pick the one that fits the narrative.
It's a flat universe. All the planets are aligned.
The truth of the matter is, it's an arbitrary philosophical choice. That's all it is. And this is why they're telling you that math does not necessarily mean it's real. Because there's alternative mathematical models. And if the math working, which is actually an appeal to pragmatism fallacy, if the math works and that's your standard of whether something's real, then you have multiple realities, which is against the law of non-contradiction and is completely irrational.
So could I ask you guys a question?
Another one?
You can ask as many questions as you like. What do you think about? Is it related to what we've discussed? I mean, because we've gone down this road pretty much because of you. So, is your next question a follow-up? And is it related to what we've already been discussing, or is there something apart from that?
Probably a distraction where I'm trying to get a good understanding of what you guys believe and why.
Okay, so I just characterized it as a true dichotomy, the difference between level and curved. And so when we point out that there's no curvature, somehow they take the position that that's their position, that actually if we see any amount of distance, it's because of light phenomena. And it has nothing to do with the geometry of the Earth. That's why they say that the horizon is no longer geometric. They actually say that they never claim that, even though we have hours, maybe, I don't know if years is we definitely have hours and days, maybe even months of them saying specifically that, coming here with arguments about the horizon and things being blocked by it, yada, 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 yada. But again, this is another observation that is pretty much all of the time, other than misty days, orders of magnitude off of the calculation based on the supposed so-called measurement that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959. Off that so-called measurement, we can calculate a measure to where the obstruction would be, which is called the horizon, and it's never there. So that's why we believe, there's no obstruction, and the only proof for obstruction was this claim, this hard geometric fact. Since it's not that, level must just mean what we've all defined it as, level.
And there's never any material, physical thing or demonstration or presentation of anything that they've done with the little ball doing anything, anywhere, in any lab, physically, to match said number.
Hey, side note, how much fun would it be for all of us to get together in one room with a whiteboard and, like, ideally a few beers? Like, that'd be awesome.
What's a whiteboard?
Hold on right there. No, hold on.
No. Let him say. I got an answer for it. Let it happen. He might have got a call.
Anyway, I just like picture DJ Come Too Quick in front of his whiteboard. You guys remember that? DJ Come Too Quick used to live stream in here with his whiteboard. It used to be funny. Yeah.
All right, never mind. Go ahead, AI. I just wanted. I mean, because I figured with a whiteboard, what you do is diagrams, and I'm like, yeah, I'd love a diagram of the Selenilian eclipse.
I'd like to show just a simple diagram of like a building dropping down, like a like it's in an elevator.
This is not related to the topic. Did you say DJ Come Too Fast?
Oh my goodness, dude.
DJ Come Too Quick was his username. Yes.
DJ Come Too Quick. Oh, that's a person who's got a really great self-deprecating sense of humor. I love it.
Yeah, well, it kind of fit his appearance. So anyway, not gonna get into that. AI, why don't you speak?
Yeah, so if we all hung out on a whiteboard, what would we possibly accomplish? A bunch of thoughts, theories, and propositions. Okay, cool story. Now we have to go test them against reality before we say whether this is how reality is or not. So you want to know why people, quote unquote, are flat earthers. I'm not going to use the word believe. It's because we all commonly experience the world is flat and stationary and down is down. And the globe claim is the extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence because it's what we never experience, ever, not once. In fact, the majority of arguments is to the contrary. It's to dither away that we never experience anything of the nature of the globe Earth in question. So the real question is, why are you believing something that's beyond your phenomenal experience? Because it's a story that you've been told. That's why.
I have a quick answer for that one. So I can look up when the next predicted full solar eclipse will be. And I can go to the place it's going to be at the time it's predicted to be, and I can watch that eclipse happen. Now, here's the thing. I think the people who made that prediction on when specifically that eclipse will happen, I think those people are globe heads, but maybe not. I don't know.
And you'd be incorrect.
That's a cool story.
So the heliocentric model cannot be used to predict eclipses. Did you know that?
But I've already done that. I've already gone to a place that was going to be an eclipse and watched the eclipse happen.
Cool. But they didn't, like NASA does not use the heliocentric model to predict eclipse times.
No.
Did you know that?
I don't know how they predict
eclipse. The first eclipse that was ever accurately predicted was by a guy named Thales. Maybe you've heard of Thales' theorem. He's the first person that ever recordedly accurately predicted eclipse. Okay, he was a flat earther, right? They use something called a Saros cycle. There's also a couple other cycles that are in it. The exogenous cycle, the metronic cycle. So there's other cycles within it. And they predict eclipses based upon a recurring pattern, right? There's something called an eclipse year. And from that eclipse year, you can determine where, when, how eclipses are happening. They don't use the heliocentric model, and this is admitted by them. So this is a common myth that people have, is that, we couldn't predict eclipses until they come up with the heliocentric model. Eclipses were predicted as far back as 2000 BC.
There's no
back to the whiteboard, right? So we have a whiteboard, and we write some variables on the whiteboard. Where are we going to get the values for the variables?
Supposed to take them from reality.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what the beers were for. But
so you can make them up, like you
come on, somebody laugh at my joke. Come on.
No, but it's not a joke.
Well, I mean, beer doesn't make
you can't just write down numbers.
Right. Is there a demonstration with 3 balls that make that eclipse happen that you could do that follow said little scale distances and stuff? That's absurd. You ever thought about 93 million miles or 238,000 miles with 2 balls? How many 230,000 centimeters apart? Yeah, right. Show us that.
I think I could. Well, maybe I couldn't. Somebody more knowledgeable than me probably could.
Yeah, hurry up.
Yeah, that's all a cool story, and that's very interesting. But I want everyone to notice how he immediately diverted over the argument proper that I set forth, which is the experience of the ground. He immediately wants to talk about phenomena in the sky.
The
ground is
seems
tangibly
flat.
accessible.
The ground seems
flat. You can. You could also measure the ground. I
absolutely agree with you on that. The ground seems flat. No question.
You can't agree. Listen, we're not. Listen, you're not in agreement with us because we're saying it's measurably flat, and the problem with that is that the context for it being measurably flat is because that part that measures flat is supposed to measure convexity. That's the problem. You're talking about what it appears. You're talking about what it appears to look like. And that's not being.
I just told you guys. I tiled the floor in one of the rooms of my house. I did a really good job. That floor is flat. I challenge anyone to come to my house, measure that floor, and find curvature. You will not. It is flat. I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, but you qualified your statement about the Earth as seems flat. Does your floor seem flat, or is it flat?
It is flat. It is flat, and I challenge you to disprove that. It is flat.
Well, hold on.
That's what we're saying. Hold on. That's what we're saying. We're saying that the Earth is flat. Remember when you said you believe, and then AI said, well, I'm not. No, you didn't say it. But AI said, I'm not going to say belief. He said, we know it's flat, or it is flat. The reason we're saying that is because it measures to be that way, and it's practically used that way for basically pretty much anything, even the modeling of the globe. But that's a little more advanced. So it is like Indio interrupted earlier because this point should be most obvious to you, especially because of what you laid out there and your understanding of measurement and how you would derive a calculation from a measurement and then doing something in real world to basically validate that your calculations were correct based on the measurements you had made prior, though. So now, okay, someone is claimed to have measured the Earth. Now, that actually didn't happen, the calculation, but let's just say they measured it. Okay, so there's a formula for where the distance to the horizon will be based on that measurement, so-called. So the problem is that statement is not true. The horizon isn't a calculated distance away. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. There's no convexity to be measured anywhere on the surface. So it's as simple as that. You came in and understood why the Earth is flat, and because of its simplicity, I'll give you a breather before you decide that you want the flat Earth roll.
Okay, but let's accept this challenge. Hold on. No, not really quick. I got to accept your challenge. There's a challenge on the table. Nope. Okay. We all got things to do. We ain't got time to waste on dithering. Now, check it out. I'm going to accept your challenge, but I want you to agree to accept measurements that are 2 orders of magnitude off. Well, do you accept my terms?
No.
No duh.
Then Gospel Bearer was right about you. There's no plausible falsifiability to your belief system. Like you will refuse to acknowledge any contradictory evidence.
Quick shout out to the
talk
people
about
who
it.
DM'd me to tell me that they were in my position and they've changed their minds and they understand my frustration. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate it. Thanks.
What position is that?
How is your math on the back of the envelope doing?
Fuzzy, you're robot and hard, bro.
Yeah, I would say all he has to do is imagine a million more of those kitchens tiled right next to his kitchen. And what's that equal up to? All that flatness.
So,
look, you literally said that if we can physically measure with a tape measure that something exists, you propose that as some sort of proof. Now we're giving you that same type of evidence, and you're like, no, that ain't good enough. You're trying to pretend that somehow we're saying, oh, look at the tiles, right? And then imagine how many tiles are there, and then go buy the tiles based upon that. We're not talking about that. We're talking about using a fucking tape measure. A tape measure.
Assuming
you can measure the laser height above the ground, right? So if I take a laser and I shine it 25 miles, and it starts at 10 feet above the ground and ends at 4 feet above the ground, and it's supposed to end at 440 feet above the ground, right? So if I had a 440-foot tape measure, I'd have to measure that. But they didn't have to use that. They didn't have to get on top of a 44-story building. So the height of the laser is measured above the ground with a tape measure. Not ground, actually water.
Maybe it would help if I explained what thoroughly convinced me when I did my own exploration that you guys are probably wrong.
Is it going to have anything to do with? Is it going to have anything to do with direct measurement?
No.
Probably celestial.
Yo, just let him.
Okay, let me say one thing. Do you understand that the claim the Earth is a ball is a geometry claim? It's a geometric claim.
Among other things,
right?
Yes, absolutely.
Material.
Not among other things. That's it. It's a sphere of 3,959 miles radius. That's a geometric claim.
Well, if you would agree that all of cosmology it just basically reduces down to a geometry problem, then yes, I agree with you. Sure.
No, it doesn't. I mean, fundamentally, because everything is based upon the radius of the Earth, the entire cosmic distance ladder. But the distances to stars and things like that, those have physics models embedded in them, and it's not a straight geometry problem.
Right. So the shape of
it's a geometry problem.
It's not a simple geometry question. It's a cosmology.
Okay. But the shape of the Earth.
No, it isn't.
Dude, listen. Okay, the entire cosmic distance ladder, right? Distance to the planets, distance to the sun, distance to the stars, the expansion of the universe, the speed, the velocity at which the universe is expanding. All those things are based upon the radius of the Earth. That is the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder. That, my friend, is a geometry problem. So you can say, hey, here's the geometry problem. We solved this. Now we're going to use physics, right? We're going to use redshift, stellar aberration, parallax, right? These concepts, proper motion of the planets. We're going to use these physics models to extrapolate off the geometry problem. But fundamentally, it's a geometry problem.
Yeah, and you made a huge logic error there, my friend, which is objects and their physical constancy are not necessitated by their surroundings. So a solid object is going to be the same solid object, regardless if something's over there to the left of it or something's over there to the right of it. Unless, of course, it's a heat ray that's melting it. That might make some difference. But the physical object in question is going to remain a constant. So to tangibly measure the physical object in question is the most appropriate thing to do, rather than try to infer it from its surroundings. So we're talking about the geometry of the Earth, and you're talking about inferences from assumed geometry of things in the sky. That's nonsense.
Yeah, so imagine you tiled your floor and you did you counted like 20 tiles on your floor. But somehow the lights, you have a theory of lights above your floor, and they're not like conforming to the geometry of your floor. Just somehow magically there's not 20 tiles there anymore because you have a theory. See, it's a faulty, fundamentally you have faulty logic at a fundamental level. As if inferences and derivative arguments from physics theories at that, somehow trump direct measurement of a physical quantity that exists physically, tangibly, and you can touch it. One cannot falsify the other.
So can I tell you guys?
Physics theories cannot falsify the existence or non-existence of something as a matter of logic.
So I can go read with the kids.
But
yeah, that's fine.
So before you say anything, you asked us if you could provide the reason that you didn't think it was flat, and I said, "Is that a measurement?" And I'm assuming you said no. I think it was no. And then when we went on this long, drawn-out point as the difference between calculations based on a measurement and actually validating the measurement itself. Do you have anything in response to that?
No.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead.
So, I'm 51 years old. For the vast majority of my life, I've accepted what I was told, that the Earth is a ball. I've been to college. I've taken advanced classes that use the mathematics that explains this stuff. I'm very convinced it's true. But that's not the reason I think you guys are wrong. The reason I think you guys are wrong is that I heard somewhere that if the round globe Earth model
about
the globe
did you
Earth,
see anything?
Let him finish, dude. Let him finish, please. Please let him finish.
Sorry.
Let him finish. Finish, please.
If the globe Earth model is true, if the globe Earth model is true, and we took the Earth and we shrunk it down to the size of a billiard. Now, if the globe Earth model is true, we know that the theory is it bulges out at the equator, right? There's Mount Everest and there's the depths of the ocean, so there's highs and lows. If you took the Earth by that model and you shrunk it down to the size of a billiard ball, it would meet the specifications to be a legal billiard ball. It would be that smooth on the surface. And you think, how could this be possible? There's Mount Everest sticking out of it. There's depths of the ocean digging into it. How could it possibly, and it bulges out the sides. Those things would all be evident.
We understand scale.
If I could finish, I'd really appreciate it.
We understand scale. We understand. Well, you're starting with the false premise that somehow we don't understand scale. Yeah, the Earth would be smoother than a billiard ball. Thank you for quoting Neil deGrasse Tyson. Carry on.
Yeah, he also
So,
said
not a
that
bunch
you
of
wouldn't.
fucking dummies here. We went to university too. We all took the fucking mathematics too. You're like, dude, you don't have special knowledge. You don't even actually know what you're talking about. You don't know any of the mathematics. You sit here and claim you do. You actually don't. Where does inverse square law come from? How is it derived from Kepler's first law of planetary motion?
Thank you for making me feel heard. Much appreciated.
No, because you're talking shit, okay? You're just hand-waving everything we say, right? Even though we met your standard of evidence, right? We gave you a specific example.
You're taking away any opportunity you might have had to convince me you're right, because all you want to do
I'm not trying to convince you. I'm not trying to convince you. See, you have false assumptions about a bunch of shit. Okay, you came in here, started with the fucking Christian thing, as if we're a bunch of Christians. Okay, you have a bunch of false assumptions about the way we think. Okay, we're not trying to convince you anything. We're giving you information. Whether you're a flat earther or not, I could give a shit. I really don't care. right? But you're not going to sit here and blow smoke up our ass and be intellectually dishonest, say, hey, this is my standard of proof. We provide it, and then go, nuh-uh, that isn't good enough. That's disingenuous. That's intellectually dishonest. And it's like, why are we talking to you?
If anyone's interested in hearing the end of what I had to say, I'll pop down to another VC. Otherwise, I'm just going to stay muted here. That's fine.
Oh, just keep hanging yourself for it. Just keep going. Hang yourself. Go ahead.
Yeah, what did Neil deGrasse Tyson tell you about the Earth being a billion balls?
Let him go.
Yeah, I just asked him what.
I want to know how. What the fuck does smoothness have to do with curvature?
He's calling it again. We were talking about actually proving it's a sphere, and he is like, okay, utilizing the fact that it's a sphere and scaling it down. Did you know that it'd be smoother than a ball? No, let me not say that. It's smooth as hell. Well, totally disregarding and or missing the entire point. But I mean, that was just like Matthew, who was like, I don't know, seeing something at. He's like, I don't know, seeing something at 2,000 miles, and then Gospel Bearer says, at what elevation? He says, any elevation, and then he says, you mean like the observation in the chat? That's 4,500 kilometers, and then he goes, actually, no, I'm not going to accept that as proof. You're right. Like, if today isn't the day that you become a flat earther sitting on the fence because you can't think for yourself, so you have to figure out, okay, who has the better argument, who sounds right, this would be that day to be here.
Bro, your next phase is to recognize that you're a certain category of type of glober that comes in here, which is that just wants to be inoculated to the idea that they gave Flat Earth a fair shake and then walk away maintaining their globe belief. You're at a position where you need to, like you said with your floor, and I challenged you, whether you're going to accept 2 orders of magnitudes measurement discrepancy. Okay? What you need to recognize is that the only way to settle this issue for yourself is to go out and measure the alleged Earth curvature yourself. If you commit to do that, my friend, you will have evolved in your mentality beyond the average person. Okay, that's where you need to be. You don't need to come and tell us, oh, the way you're treating me means I'm just going to shut my eyes. No, you've already been presented with the logic and you know what you need to do next. And now you need to decide if you're a man of integrity and intellectual honesty, not to us, to yourself. So you want to leave the server? Fine. But if you want to find out the answer to this question, it's out there in the real world, waiting for you.
It ain't in here, that's for sure.
Yeah, he dipped. That kind of thing echoes for eternity. Good job.
Well, the thing is Globers get frustrated when they come in here because they try sophistry. Because the globe logic is so fundamentally flawed. There is no amount of mental contortions that they can do to fix it. Because its foundation is nothing. Their foundation is presupposition. And they have no direct measurements to cure that.
But we can just go on with each other in a room in a whiteboard, right? And then Earth is a globe. I mean,
what whiteboard party?
How is that not the beginnings of a magician? How about let's not focus on the real world. How about we all just have a few beers, maybe a few shrooms, and a little whiteboard. Maybe I'll wear a lab coat, and I'll tell you things that feel good.
These globies are so weird.
Because I don't like when people tell me things that don't feel good. Give me a break. Give me a break. People are still.
Look, we can have.
People don't know where they're getting their next meal, and these people are fucking uncomfortable accepting the truth. I'm sorry, India.
Well, saying we can have a drug. You're roboting, bro. Saying we can have a drug for each physics claim. So if you want to demonstrate time dilation, you smoke a bunch of weed, right? So if you want to do near the speed of light, you pull a bunch of lines. Like we can have a drug for each physics claim, man, to demonstrate it. Because that's about as close to a demonstration you're going to get in a room with him in a whiteboard. He's getting wrecked.
You're going to get a whole bunch of cartoon art. He's going to be the next Leonardo da Vinci. He's going to draw a whole bunch of cool stuff that doesn't pertain to anything with number art. Is it going to be a dot-to-dot number art? Or
it's just irritating, man, that he set the table, man, and then we provided the food, and then he was like, nah, just flip the table over.
Actually, he was like, hey, I'm hungry. Can you spare $5? You're like, here's $5. He's like, yeah, I'm just going to buy alcohol and get on my whiteboard.
I'll just
I mean, we have to give Gospel Bear credit, man. He called it right at the beginning. He said, you seem like one of the Glovers that are dogmatically want to make the globe unfalsifiable. And that is, you can't get a more accurate statement about his attitude than that. He wasn't going to even entertain any type of experiment demonstration that could possibly falsify the globe. He wasn't even going to entertain it.
He blew past everything. He blew past everything gospel said from the beginning all the way up into all the speakers. Never addressed not one point at all, other than the hypothetically, because he thinks it. I don't know. Like, that's the thing. How ignorant was he? Was he a new person in this debate? How would you? Because I don't think anyone else would have walked into, if I measure something and then I calculate how many tiles I need, then that's valid. I don't think he knew that he was walking into what he was walking into. How could he? Why would you be that dumb?
They refuse the opportunity for falsification.
Yep.
I can explain why he was that dumb. Because he thinks the globe is a physics claim, which it kind of is, and that it's not a geometry claim, and that somehow you can prove it with physics and not geometry. That somehow the physics ideas supersede the geometry. That is just logically, as a matter of logic, it's completely false, and we demonstrated it a couple times with the math isn't reality, because physics is just models that make mathematical predictions.
Yeah, I've never seen
That's
any
all it
globe
is.
physics. Right. There's never been any globe physics class or lab or science or Department of Defense, no military globe, geophysics. There's never been any of that. No scientific anything for a globe. Not how anything acts on a globe or works, like, with demonstration in a classroom that we can all do. There are no physics of a globe. Nothing. I mean,
Well, yeah, but he also did tacitly, whether he realized it or not, admit that the laser test is conclusive.
Yeah.
By his own admission and the challenge parameters that he laid out and I accepted. Okay, so I want to submit to him, if he's still listening, that you need to go look in the mirror and tell yourself, why is it that I will accept this nonsense from the globe, but if somebody came to prove my floor, whether it was a curved or flat, I wouldn't accept it? There's something wrong with my reasoning. I need to rethink my standard of evidence.
we should just bet him money about a rocket, because a rocket supposedly has to go horizontal, right? No matter what it does, whether it goes up, supposedly, right? Whether going vertically to get to space, it still has to end up going horizontally, right? This is the funny thing I thought of. Where is there a rocket that can ever go there directly from horizontal position into space live? We should bet money that they can't do that with any man-made object ever. They can never horizontally live with any stuff set up, hot air balloons and stuff along the way to watch, see it go, so like 10 foot off the ground and stay that 10 foot until it leaves into space live with video cameras on it, hot air balloons ready, helicopters, people, everybody zoomed in. We should bet Vegas. Even bet them a helium balloons faster, literally.
We should bet Vegas.
Because if you say I'm gonna release this helium balloon vertically, and this helium balloon is going to be above the clouds at 35,000 feet or more faster than a rocket or a jet or a missile or a bullet going 8 miles forward or the 35,000 feet that hits clouds forward horizontally on a globe. The balloon will win.
I'd like to add to what AI said. His standard of proof was one exponential difference. We gave an exponential of that. So our proof was exponentially larger than the one he required. And he still pulled the ostrich idea. Stick your head in the sand, pretend that doesn't exist, and say, "Nya, nya, nya, I can't hear you."
And then every time he's like, well, let me ask you this. Well, hold on. Is it related to what? Yeah. Is it related to what we said? No. Is it related to measurement? No. It's like, what the fuck, man?
But I got a cool story.
And then he says the reason that actually did it for me is the pool ball thing. I mean, am I right? Like, what?
The pool ball was a red herring.
As smooth as a cue ball. The Earth is not a smooth ball.
First of all, smooth. But what does surface roughness have to do with curvature? Not a damn thing.
Nothing at all. They don't even know what down is. They can't even define down on a globe. And if they think they can, then they've got it wrong in the first place. You're supposed to be able to stare straight down into space on a ball. Do they not understand this? Straight forward, down, at your feet, space, stars. It's a never-ending edge. It's a never-ending waterfall. It's a never-ending cliff. It's a never-ending water slide. We're on the greatest ride of all time, ever made by anything. We're on it. The greatest Disney ride ever is the imaginary ball. Greatest ride. A never-ending waterfall that never ends around a ball of ocean. While you got dry spots here, cold spots there, rain places here, and none of it's demonstrated physically. Never. Not the temperatures, not the water, not the physicality. None of it is ever demonstrated in a lab. Not even separated and demonstrated. Temperatures on a ball. How can you have 37 different ones? Show it with one heat source. Demonstrate it. It can't be. None of it. "37 different forms of water move in different ways, acting different physically, from a mud puddle to a stream to a river to a waterfall to some little spots of water where under compression or under temperature they go up. Not from anything like the G word. It's just how it works with high to low and hot to cold."
Yeah, I think it's funny. They always come in here with this biased viewpoint of so they come in and they formulate their argumentation based upon what they think we think. And then they come in and they wonder why they fail. It's not a mystery because you prepared for a different enemy. Yeah, you prepared for your imaginary enemy. It's something like the Flat Earth Society or something like that. And you come in and you hit the real deal and they don't know where to go because they have no plan. They have plan A.
Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Mike Tyson.
Yes,
That's
sir.
a Mike Tyson quote.
Yep, it is. I like that too.
No. I'm seeing is that I'm never gonna get honesty from these people. I'm thankful for Gospel Bearer giving me a new way to play with my toys. Yeah. Because now I just want you to tell me that there's no way to actually. If it wasn't what I believe, there's actually no way to prove it, unless you're on God level. Wow.
Yeah, I just think he's like, I can't prove my argument. Oh, I'll throw a fit. Never convince me the Earth is flat because you're rude. It's so funny, man. No one was trying to do that. Convince yourself. I don't think it's possible to convince anybody the Earth is flat. You have to convince yourself. No one can convince anybody. We can't outdo gold propaganda. We can't outdo like the things they say. We can't outdo 500 years of brainwashing. We can't outdo that just by speaking.
This one, how about this? Well, try to make little people, make a little model of this. It's like, dude, I can see a person walking around. That's not in contention. I see a person walking around. I'm not saying do people exist. I can see them. You know, when we ask him to demonstrate something, it's because we don't have this other thing. We don't have the ladder. We don't have the big Earth that we're looking at working. We don't have this Earth. We don't have any of the logistics or physics of it like working in front of us that we're seeing for us to say, well, that's not real. Show us something different. We don't have. That's what we want to see is the material stuff. We want to measure the material. And they want to go to like the past, religion, celestial stuff, looking at imaginary lines that they could never pinpoint. If you say, put a flag in that GP, put a flag where the GP's touching the line, where your imaginary lines are supposedly meeting everywhere. Put flags in them. Let's follow them materially. Never work. They don't like material.
It's like they're scared of reality. Like they just want to live in their head. Like go do a measurement. They think gross. I'll have to in the basement. Ugh.
But they think that the sky belongs to them or something. It's like, no, man. Because even with just observation alone, you have inconsistencies with the globe. For example, the lunar eclipse. Some would say the solar eclipse, but I'm not really. I don't really. I haven't actually viewed one, and I don't make that argument with the solar eclipse, but the lunar eclipse most definitely is a geometric problem that they have an ad hoc explanation for, and it's like, okay. Then, actually, there was this one day, and I'm sure it happens often, but there's this one day, like 7 days prior, I think it was after new moon or after eclipse or something had happened. And these other flat earthers in this other group, they were like, watch. Just like before, 7 days from now, on this day, the moon is going to jump X amount of degrees, which is impossible on the sphere. Meaning, for 7 days or for 6 days, you see it when it comes in, when you can see it, when it, quote unquote, for lack of better words, rises from the horizon, and it's like relatively like in the same position or positions that make sense. And then on the 7th day, instead of like coming up over your house or something, it's coming up like over the trees off to the side somewhere. There's no motion because we're supposed to be moving, and so everything we see is a consequence of us moving. And there's no motion that the Earth would make that would allow you to justify that observation. And there's loads of observations just like that. So on top of it not being measurably flat, it's observably, not geometrically, a sphere with other spheres, going into alignment and all of this. It's none of that. Evidently so. Obviously so. All that. So what's your evidence of the flat Earth?
The funniest thing was NASA saying that the Earth actually started spinning the opposite direction to explain eclipses, which was really funny. I laughed at that.
When did they say that?
Yep, there's records of NASA actually saying the Earth spun the opposite direction that it normally spins, to prove that they couldn't verify why the ellipse eclipse, whatever, went from one place to another. And the only way they could explain it was to actually say the Earth was spinning in the opposite direction to what it normally spins.
When's that happening?
That was hilarious. Such a laugh.
We got a couple of new people in the VC. They might want to introduce themselves.
Yes,
Yo.
Friday. Parker, was that you?
So yeah, it's me.
Okay. How long you been on the server?
A year.
Okay, so you already know that Earth isn't a ball.
I don't know anything for sure. You know what I mean?
You don't know anything for
Anything?
sure. Should I take that literally?
Take it however you want.
Oh, so you're into solipsism?
Not really. I just don't know who to trust. Because there's people getting paid to do flat Earth stuff too, you know? I don't know who I can trust.
It ain't these people, that's for sure.
Can you pay
it
me?
costs me money.
Can you trust your senses and logic?
Where do I get that money?
Well, I mean, both sides have like sensible arguments. But
There's nothing sensible about a ball.
The only problem with the globe Earth is the gravity part. Like, you can't even prove gravity. And with flat Earth, you have no substitute for gravity. You say things that are more dense go down, but there's no reason why. You just interrupt me when I'm talking. Sasha,
sorry.
I'm writing your name down, buddy. Okay?
Yeah, but you had substitute for gravity. I'm sorry because I'm interrupting you now. Do you have substitute for universe?
You can't even have that. No, like I'm sorry. It's just I might listen. I love when Gospel Bear or anybody calls me out because there's an order of business that must take place. You can't say they don't have evidence for something that we now have to replace for some reason. That's not logical.
I'm stuck on a word that he said. Sensible.
What I mean, any actual explanation for why things that are more dense that go down? It happens, but
hold on.
Does that happen?
Hold on.
You know what I mean?
Capable of sensation or feeling. Help me understand how the ball is sensible.
Well, at least they have an explanation.
No.
You can't demonstrate it.
You did say the word sensible, meaning capable of sensation or feeling.
I can feel me falling downwards. You know what I mean?
Sober?
Is that when you jump off a bridge, or?
Well, it doesn't matter because down isn't in contention for a level plane where down is down.
You guys aren't going to be able to convince me.
I'm sorry. What's your name? Don't talk through me because you didn't want Sasha to talk through you.
But he did just qualify the entire conversation, Elijah.
Do what the other guy did.
He too is dogmatically forbidding falsification, and this continues See, in my proposition, in my claim, I said anyone that's been in this conversation for more than a month. He said a year. So far, so good in regards to my claim. But what's the point?
Well, I said I was in the server for a year. I haven't really been that active. I don't have a year experience under my belt.
Parker?
You asked me how long I had been in the server, and I said 1 year. I have not been in here talking for 1 year.
If you're not interested...
Or involved in Flat Earth for 1 year.
If you're not interested, then why are you interested?
What do you mean? I'm just saying I haven't been in here as long as you maybe think.
Can we do this? Can we just address his gravity thing?
Yeah.
Let's address that. Okay, your gravity thing. Why is the explanation of gravity a prerequisite for the shape of the Earth? Testing on?
Yeah, we hear you.
I heard you.
Why is it a prerequisite for the shape of the Earth? Because I think you have a misconception about gravity, even in the globe Earth model. I think you have a misconception about that the idea that it predicts things form a ball, because it does not. That is a myth. So if you take the actual formula, Newton's universal law of gravitation, and you just put it in a simulation with a bunch of particles, those particles run over time do not coalesce into a ball. So I don't understand why so-called gravity is a prerequisite for a shape when the physics model of gravity doesn't even predict what you think it does.
Dude, I can't even see these particles that you're talking about. Like, and you're trying to tell me that it's happening. I can't even see it.
So I'll,
you know what I mean?
That's the point, right? So there's no observation. Okay, so there's no observation that gravity forms balls. It's not a prediction of the physics model. So how is it a prerequisite for a ball, flat, or whatever? Like, how is it logically connected to the shape?
Well, it's just that there's a whole system of how, the solar system works and an explanation for everything that makes sense.
A bunch of systems,
but you said they had no evidence.
But there's a bunch of them.
What I thought I was talking.
There's a bunch of them. When you say there's a system, as if that's a system that excludes all other systems, that's incorrect. There's a bunch of them. So there's a bunch of systems that predict the planetary motions. There's the Tycho Brahe model, right? There's the Copernican model. There's Kepler's model. There's epicycles. There's even like 3 other ones. So, like, when you say there's a system that uses gravity, like, what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. Because there's a bunch of systems.
You think I'm talking about heliocentric?
I don't know.
What do you think I'm talking about?
Heliocentric model. So there's a heliocentric model where the planets orbit the sun, but the sun and moon orbit the Earth. So that's one heliocentric model, right? And then there's the heliocentric model where all the planets orbit the sun.
The thing that gets taught to people, to my knowledge at least, is that I don't know which category this falls under, which name, which title it falls under, to be specific. I don't know if it's Kepler's model.
Kepler's heliocentric model, yes.
Yeah. Then I believe I understand the Kepler system of thought.
Says what?
Okay. Let's hold on, though. Before we continue, let's stop right there because we have to qualify a logical disconnect. In any globe Earth model, the claim is that you're being pulled inwards. You said of your own admission that the only thing you've ever experienced is falling down. And I want to submit to you that down and in are 2 different things. And there's no evidence of inward. There's direct evidence of downward. There's absolutely 0 evidence of inward.
So as a side note, someone was talking about the 2017 eclipse. I'm going to post a video where they made a physical model, and it doesn't work.
Who's they?
Who's they? An Indonesian engineer made a physical model of the relationship, the so-called physical relationship that they claim existed for the 2017 eclipse. Right. So there's an eclipse path that NASA published based upon the Soros cycle, but then there's the heliocentric model where you can get the ephemeris data from JPL and position like where the Earth is relative to the Moon in the relative rotational orientation. And you can make a physical model of this. And when they made a physical model of this, the eclipse time was way too long. Was way different than what was predicted. What's your idea?
Here's one for you. So you know how there's supposed to be where the moon casts an eclipse on another planet, or the Earth casts an eclipse on another planet, right? How come that can happen at different angles and it's still like a circle shape? How do you explain that?
Okay. Still a circle shape?
If the Earth is flat, it's always going to, if it's at a certain angle, it's going to look like a minus sign on a planet. You know what I mean?
That's incorrect.
Why is that?
Okay, so you can actually, so I got to post that video too. So this was proven incorrect by Euclid 2,000 years ago. And you're trying to not simultaneously meme and parrot Professor Dave at the same time, which is weird. So you're trying to recant the meme of why does an eclipse not look like this if the Earth is flat? And the other one is, Professor Dave, why is the moon a circle everywhere on Earth? Okay, so the idea that you have to be perpendicular to a circle and that's the only way it looks like a circle is actually false. Right? You can prove this geometrically. It hasn't proven geometrically. It was proven geometrically by Euclid. I said 2,000 years ago in this publication called Optics. So I'm going to post that video, right? And it's not just the video; it's a demonstration in a geometric program called GeoGebra, right? Where they demonstrate this. Because when we see things, they subtend an angle. And if you're a certain distance away, it'll always subtend the same angle no matter where you are relative to the center.
Yeah, could you send me those thing about the particles you were talking about, and then send me that?
Oh yeah, I forgot to post that. Yeah, I'll post that.
Because I don't want to look it up and find the wrong thing.
Well, the funny thing is, a globe earther sent this to me. I asked the globe earther, "Do you have any demonstrations or prediction that says gravity forms spheres?" And he only read the title and didn't actually read the paper. And the paper actually disproved that idea. Because he believed so much that his model was right. He didn't even require him to look at the paper. Because he thought, no matter what, this is what's going to happen. This is going to be a result. Here's the test. It says it in the title. Here's the test, the simulation of particles forming a body. Here's the simulation. I know. I don't even have to go through it. I'm going to go. If I scroll down, I'd see a sphere. Well, that's not what happened.
Yeah, you find this a lot with this subject, is that you're educating people who believe in the globe on what they should be arguing before you can even have the argument. And we do this all the time. Like, someone will say something that's completely off base for what the globe position should even be. And so we spend like half the time arguing with them on what they should be saying to us before then actually having the argument. But it's interesting.
Yeah.
And a lot of times
they treat us like
with people making the preface, there's nothing you could possibly say to convince me otherwise. And yet everyone's like, okay, well, let me try anyway.
Nah, see, right or wrong. Usually, typically, when I come in here and I have a conversation, the first thing I ask is, what do you expect from me? What would you like from me? And the moment they start saying, you can just think of the myriad of things that they could say that could be a straw man. And I'm like, oh, yeah, no, I can't help you with that. No, I don't believe that. No, I don't think that way. And it kind of, an intellectually honest person then goes, well, why the hell do you think it's flat then? And then I tell them. You know, but yeah,
Well,
crypto. That's funny as hell. You're right.
Indio, you posted in the wrong channel. I noticed. If you pay attention.
Ah, shit. Sorry.
Yeah,
So I wanted to say, like, even though he said that, like, you can't convince me otherwise, there's an audience listening, and
That's
I want to
true.
show them that his position is completely unreasonable, and that he is basically a religious zealot that believes something based upon a faulty idea about that something.
But sometimes they treat us like cheap whores. This is the point I was trying to make up on the back of crypto, but then also Gospel Bear made a good point. They treat us like cheap whores in a sense. We spend the whole entire morning educating them on what they don't know about their model, and then when we get to the point of actually showing them the evidence, they just leave like, thanks. Like, what the fuck? After all that time,
I haven't
when
seen
it
any
actually
evidence.
reaches the crescendo, they're gone.
Well, it's like it's like that They Live film, isn't it? Where you just get to the point of they've put the glasses on and then they just like throw them on the ground, step on them, and then walk off. And, oh, for fuck's sake! Spend all that time trying to wrestle the glasses onto you, and now. But this is like the thing with Pazza yesterday. Like, I don't know what to make of Pazza. I don't even know if he's in the chat. I don't look, but like I was asking him, why do you think the Black Swan argument is even made? Like, why is it even made? And he couldn't actually tell me. It's like, this guy's been in this debate for months and has been told this over and over again. Is it not listening? Doesn't comprehend it? I think it's a very simple point. Globers used to say boats go over a physical curve. The horizon is a physical curve. We're proving that the horizon isn't a physical curve. That seems really simple to me. Like, so simple that I find it very difficult to believe that someone couldn't understand that. Yet there's a grown-ass man not understanding it. Doesn't make sense.
Well, look, if you have a proposition that's paradigm shattering, you owe it to yourself to do due diligence to discover whether it's true or not. So some people actually do that due diligence, and some people pretend to themselves that they're doing that due diligence by showing up here and just attending and essentially just parroting the same thing over and over because they think that they're actually being intellectually honest to the proposition, and then they don't have to accept it. It's be like, yeah, I'm giving it a fair shake, so they can sleep at night. So they want to say these types of things. For example, they'll say, "You just have a belief, and I have a belief," and then they go to sleep at night thinking nothing of it.
Yeah.
Or you can't prove your position, I can't prove my position. They go to sleep thinking nothing of it.
Yeah, true. And then ironically,
This is not that kind of situation.
No, but then I see what he's saying. Like, the psychology of it, not the truth of it. So then it falls within their relativistic worldview because now it's just belief versus belief in their psychology. But we're not really discussing beliefs, but they kind of pass it out to beliefs so that they feel like on the one hand they're giving it a good shake, on the other hand it's still within their paradigm, so all's well in the world.
It's like Matthew learns. Like, he wants to come here to convince himself that he doesn't need to test anything. Right? That's why he's here, whether he realizes it or not. He needs to go to bed at night, having not tested it in the real world, and then say, "Oh, I'm comfortable with that."
Indio, you can't provide me with the URL. is what we agreed upon.
Yeah, I will though. You can't use.
Don't hesitate.
No, we
I've
didn't
been
agree
waiting
upon
for
that.
like
Don't
10
lie.
minutes.
Did I listen? I have the URL, but I did not say I would give you the URL. You can't fucking Google the title of that paper.
I
Don't be
googled it, and there's
dishonest
like
here.
30 different things from 30 different sources.
It's the same paper. It has
I just
the
Googled
DOI. Do you know how to read? But dude, it has a DOI. You know what that is? Paper before? Any peer review paper you've ever even read one in your entire life.
I don't read peer review papers.
So
Just send
how are
me
you
the
going to
link.
evaluate
Like,
this
why are you-
paper?
why
How
are
are you
you
going to
so-
evaluate this paper? How are you going to evaluate this paper if you're incapable of doing the mathematics to evaluate it?
So that's why
How are
you're
you going to
sending it to
evaluate
me?
the paper? What if I send you? How are you going to evaluate it if you don't read Chinese? Because this math is probably like Chinese to you. But I know I'm going to send you the link.
I was
No, that's not a
Indonesian.
problem.
Well, it's been a problem for like 10 minutes.
No, it's not a problem. It hasn't been 10 minutes. You're a liar. You're only making a fool of yourself. You realize that, right? You're just making a fool of yourself.
I googled it.
No, this is what you glow. This
Anything
is
under
what
the same title.
Type in scholar.
You just won't even give me the link. It's like, what's your issue?
I'm too busy. I'm too busy throttling you because I'm on a cell phone, so I can't do these things simultaneously. So I'm too busy throttling you and exposing your dishonesty. I'll give you the link. Like I said, that's not a problem, right? I'd rather. It's more important for me to expose your utter dishonesty, okay? Because you Globers don't realize that when you act like this, you actually people flat earthers. You don't realize that, but you do. I've had many flat earthers say, I became a flat earther because of the ridiculous statements Globers make.
That's me. That's literally me. The reason I became a flat earther is because I realized that the Globers argue so poorly that the position itself is a bad one. That was actually what made me really consider flat Earth seriously, was how badly Globers argue.
Same for me. I mean, initially when I saw
argument, really.
I was first. Initially, when I saw that podcast with Joe Rogan and Eddie Bravo, I was like, okay, all right. And then I started finding debates, and when the flat earther would ask the Glober the questions that I want to know, who's measured it, like how do you know this, like they didn't have any answer for it. They do the same thing most of them do here, and that's the I knew right then. The moment I got to Nathan Oakley and I saw the back and forth, like 2 episodes, I was like, oh yeah, it's a wrap. I don't see how it is a globe with all of these people that are, proponents of it and arguing this badly. There's no way.
There you go. It's in the text chat. Come back and tell us your evaluation of this paper. And tell us exactly how they did this computer simulation.
Yeah, and it's only 14 pages, which is accessible. If it was like 200 plus pages, it's like 14 pages isn't all that bad.
So yeah, and plus they actually did 2 simulations, because when they just did the regular simulation with just Newtonian gravity, it didn't work at all, right? So they added a glue variable so that things would kind of stick together, and then it still didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
So describe
to add an
after you read the
appropriation of
paper and you
electromagnetic.
evaluate it. Well, him that after he reads the paper and evaluates it, tell us what they added as a glue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he ain't gonna do that. 'Cause I just want
What's gravity?
about knowing something versus not knowing exactly. What's gravity? The question. Is it the cause or the effect?
I don't have time to read all that shit right now, so let's do something else. Let's talk about something
14
else.
pages?
Yeah, I don't have time
Okay,
for that,
let's
bro.
do this. Is gravity the cause or the effect?
I'm just saying it doesn't have to be gravity. It can be the density thing on a globe.
Gravity? What's
You know
gravity?
what I mean?
What is that?
You're saying like
I believe the Earth is a globe because they explain why birds mate, and flat Earth doesn't explain why birds mate. Neither one of them have anything to do with the shape of the Earth. They're not a prerequisite.
I'm just saying, where's your model, bro? You have no model. Like,
a model of what? What do you want to
these
model?
phenomena that we experience on the globe, dude, cannot take place.
Which phenomena?
On a
globe?
On the
you
globe,
just
dude, on the
believe
Earth.
that.
That's the ultimate presupposition.
Which phenomenon? Be specific.
Is the ultimate presuppositional statement. You said what we experience on a globe, so this is a statement of fact, which you can't possibly know, cannot happen on a flat Earth. Another statement, which you can't possibly know, isn't true. So you've just made two assertions, put them in one sentence, and you think that's going to satisfy anyone here?
Okay, we experience our life on. We can measure moonlight as not being cold. Can you explain that to me?
What?
We're talking
what
about
the hell does that have to do with the surface of the Earth, bro? What do you mean?
Yeah. So what you're doing now is you're taking another flat earther's argument, presumably, and then which has got nothing to do with the Earth, and making it apply to the Earth somehow. It doesn't apply to the Earth. If we're talking about the Earth,
present me a model, then, dude. Like, present me a model that you guys all agree upon. Because I can't.
Why don't you try Earth?
Why you're wrong if you don't present me something that tells me why you're wrong.
A model.
You know what I mean?
A model of what? A model of what? Hold on. Well, model of what?
Of the body in which we stand upon. Whatever we're standing on. An explanation for what it is. You don't have one.
Well, why don't you use what we're standing on instead of a representation of what we're standing on? Why don't you actually use what we're standing on? Because that's what we're talking about. We don't care about a model. We're actually talking about
and we're
Earth.
Also talking
we're
about
talking about Earth, right? Not a model.
I'm just saying, these laser tests, I've seen ones that support it and disprove it. There's no definition.
Okay,
there's no definite thing.
Show us. Show us the laser test that disproves it
on YouTube. I'm not going to go to a fucking water and measure the fucking laser myself. I don't really care that much.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Okay, so present us the one that disproves the flat Earth, the laser test. Give it to us. You're like you're probably maybe the 100th person who said this. The last person, well, not the last person, but there was a guy that said, I'll be right back with that laser test that disproves the flat Earth. That was 3 years ago.
Can I ask you a question? When we talk about an example of a certain type of burden of proof that Globers bring, does it spontaneously pull their existence out of nowhere and they arrive? Because let's be clear, what he just said, he said, present me a model, and then he refused to actually present any evidence that would verify one model or the other. So he just wants a model explanation of the phenomenal world. He doesn't actually want verification.
Yeah.
He just wants to replace his model with another model.
Yeah, and all this model talk is nonsense anyway, because all that a model can possibly confirm, it has to be inherently self-referential, and then you have to compare it to something in reality anyway. So, if models are useful in certain circumstances, but evaluating reality isn't one of them.
And it also carries with it this baggage, the idea that if you don't have a phenomenological model, that thing does not exist in physical reality.
Yeah.
Which is hogwash. Because 2,000 years ago, everything that exists now existed, and they didn't have models for them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I personally don't have a model for how apples reproduce via trees and then more apples. But I've certainly eaten apples before. So, I mean, how does that work in a Glober's mind? Like, I have to model all of this stuff for it to be reality, or like, what's even going on there? Like, why the obsession with models?
Yeah, when he said we need a model to explain the Earth, how do you apply that standard to anything that is like? How would you explain a tree?
Can you give a model for why earwax sticks to a Q-tip?
I've been waiting for Chalker to say, "Where's the Goldberg model?" But he does that right away.
I sent a video.
Show us the Goldberg
Go
model.
watch that video. It's nice and simple and edited down, so you can watch it right now, and it's on a 14-page.
Yeah. So do you see the
DOI.
flag? Yeah, you see the flag with the red and the blue stripes, right?
Oh, he did it!
He didn't post that, Geo.
So you see the flag with the stripes, right?
Yeah, he did.
So can you tell me where is the horizon in this video? So if you look at the flag, where's the horizon in the video? Do you see the horizon?
Here. Hold on. I'll post a picture for everybody's viewing pleasure.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
got it also here.
Here we go. Yeah, where is the horizon there?
So Parker, was it?
I can't post videos, but
Parker,
if you guys know how a boat works,
Parker,
it often changes angle on top of the body of water that it's on.
Parker,
It can dip up and down.
Where's the horizon? Where's the horizon?
Parker, do you want to listen to what Roger's asking you?
Take a picture too.
Parker.
Yeah, can we all let Roger only talk? Can we all Roger only talk?
Where's the horizon in this video? I showed you a picture from National Geographic, right? So where's the horizon?
You've been unmuted, Parker. Go ahead.
You don't mute me again. That's childish,
Yeah.
bro. That's really
Parker,
childish.
You were
That's
talking
really
over
childish.
others. Answer the question.
It happens, bro, when we're talking.
Where's the horizon in this
Don't mute
image
me.
I sent you?
Mental midget.
Don't
The guy is still
show
trying to
your
speak to
feelings.
you.
Don't
Come on,
show your
Parker.
feelings,
Be a
man.
grown up.
In that video, they don't even go over the horizon on that experiment. I didn't even timestamp. On my URL, Roger, if you actually look at my URL, stop talking. I'm speaking. Mute him.
So
basically on my URL,
we've all seen the
I'm
video.
speaking right now. No, I'm telling you, you're looking at the wrong part of the video. It's a timestamp.
We've all seen the
Viral,
video.
it's real.
They had to go to 45 feet to be able to see the balloons carrying the tinfoil or whatever that is.
So you've posted a video with the stripes. It starts with the flag and the stripes, correct?
No,
it ends with it.
timestamp. You'll get it through your head. I sent a timestamp where it has nothing to do with this striped thing you're sending. I did not send it for that reason. They didn't even go over the horizon with that. So stop using that as evidence.
Let's be fair. He cited something. We're not being reasonable. He cited something. Let's address what he cited and not address the reference. Yes.
I want to. One second. One second, because the timestamp starts at the guy with the binoculars looking at the boat.
Well, listen.
Yeah, it was a bad timestamp. It was a bad timestamp. That's all.
All right, maybe I could have stamped it better, but if you listen to what he said that's the point that is important.
Yeah, we've all seen the video, right? I was talking about the boat and the stripes and the horizon. So why would they claim that the stripes were being obscured by curvature if the horizon is beyond the boat?
Can you show me in the video where they did that? And they explicitly said that's to measure the curvature and not any sort of light diffusion or anything. Because I didn't hear that in the video at all.
You should have watched it, bro.
It's in the National Geographic Flat Earth versus Round Earth. If you just go on, on YouTube and type in Flat Earth, right? Oh, do you want the timestamp? Do you want the whole video? Do you need really your handheld like this? This was actually your evidence. Now we have to sift through your evidence.
You've all seen it 1,000 times to your claim. So
why is... Go ahead, Inyo.
Well, I want to address the balloons, right? So when I show you a video of the guy saying that he can see the balloons,
What are you going to say then? So he was caught on camera saying that they could see the balloons.
He said in the video that I sent that he could see the balloons.
That video,
I'm speaking.
But there was a lot of people there. Yeah, and and I'm aware what he says in the video. But there's other video, right? Because there was flat earthers there and people were recording each other all over the place. There's other video that he says he can see the balloons.
Give it to me.
Hold on. I will.
Put it in my mouth like I'm a child. And chew it up for me, too.
Spiraling. Yeah, mute him.
Aw, poor baby.
Oh, right? Oh, this is someone's religion being.
Are you a grown ass man, bro? Are you? This is how you act in your grown ass life.
I'm a young boy. I'm a young man.
No, you can't have Sunday.
Oh, you ain't gonna be a grown ass man acting like this. You ain't gonna make it out in the streets, bro. Shit.
So what was the purpose of the boat? So what was the purpose of the boat test then?
We're waiting for someone to provide a link for something that they brought up, and
Roger, I'm sorry, you're citing something opposite from what he thought. He clearly doesn't know what's in the video. He only watched it specifically for the thing that he was searching for, so he has no idea what you're talking about. So you have to restart, reposition, and begin.
Right.
You have to just start over. But right now, we're trying to answer for something else.
Right. So Indio is going to get the video for him. Right. So
he's going to take his time though, so we actually can't talk about this. In the video, they have a camera where the camera that's filming is a guy standing up, and he's actually elevated higher than the guy who's laying down. You can see for a few seconds. Let me find the exact time, and I can send that in here. Give me 1 second.
Time's up. You've taken too long. We can't obviously have this conversation because you're just taking so long.
All right, there it is. You can see a guy on the ground, so I'm presuming they were somehow doing something with that. I'm interpreting the video for you.
Okay.
You can see a guy laying on the ground. And in the video that we're seeing is shot on somebody standing up. It's a camera guy with the camera crew that's there. So it's obviously not the official...
So now it's not the official
evidence that they were using, or the scope. I take what the people who were doing the experiment said with their words as the evidence. I don't take the guy standing with a camera who's not actually conducting the experiment at a fixed height above the water. You know what I mean?
TV.
You're really in the shit once Roger does get to his point. Then, based on what you just said.
So even the cameraman, which you claim isn't part of the documentary, right? It's just the cameraman who's filming it. So even the cameraman sees with his video camera that the bottom stripe is disappearing, but yet the horizon is beyond the boat.
Yeah, the horizon that happens at different levels. Like if you're standing up, you can see a bit further over the horizon than you would if you're flat on the ground, above, like a little bit above the water, right?
Awesome stuff. So the horizon is obstructing stuff, right? So when you look at the ocean, at the beach, you look at the horizon, and then the globe claims boats go over the horizon, and the horizon obscures the bottom part of that boat, right?
I don't know if that's the point they're trying to make. I'm arguing with something I'm not very educated on right now, because this is something that I wasn't citing, obviously.
So the horizon isn't obscuring
or some other excuse while I was speaking.
So the horizon isn't obscuring things. Then is that your issue now? So what is the horizon then?
Well, why can't we see mountains? Why can't we see from?
Hold up. Why is the horizon beyond the boat then? If the bottom part is obstructed by quote-unquote curvature.
Because he's standing.
Right. So the cameraman is standing and he sees the bottom stripe disappear, right? And now we see what the cameraman sees, and we see that the horizon is beyond the boat. So it's not curvature then.
Well, he's standing up, and obviously there's some heat effect, or there's some blurriness. There's some reason why it's obstructed. I'm not saying that curvature is responsible for that at all.
Even if he was standing up, I'm using his argument that it was the cameraman. It's not the scientist with the scope, right? It's just the cameraman. He's zooming in. So the cameraman is standing up, 6 foot tall. He's zooming in, and he sees the bottom disappear, right? Awesome stuff. But yet the horizon, which should obscure in your model the bottom of boats and buildings, right, is beyond the boat.
I mean, if you look at the video, you can see that there's all sorts of movement going on.
Right.
In the boat, and listen to me, Roger. When a boat is in the water, it's not entirely flat all of the time, right? A boat waddles and moves in the water, which can elevate and lower the pitch.
You're not listening to
which
his
this
point.
line is displayed.
Right.
So the boat, Roger's point.
So the boat wasn't obscured by curvature then? Wasn't the bottom stripe didn't disappear due to curvature?
I don't know what it was.
You don't know. So National Geographic presents this, right? They move out, they sail the boat from away from the camera, and they say, look, the bottom is disappearing. That's curvature, yay. Yet the horizon is beyond the boat. So why would they say this? Why would they trick you in believing that would be curvature, yet the horizon is beyond the boat? Could be a way.
Does it appear that the bottom of the ship is disappearing? Did they say something incorrect? Did they say that it's because of the curvature exclusively?
Yes. That's why they do this. That's why. So
they didn't say it exclusively.
So the balloons didn't disappear.
Clear that it wasn't that, though. I'll agree with you there.
Yes, they did.
That's a
yes,
bad
they
example.
Did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
That's the whole point.
Where did they do that?
Okay, I quote. I put the camera as close as possible to the water line, so the horizon is 1.2 miles away.
Uh-oh.
You misunderstood what I said. They didn't make it abundantly clear that it wasn't some other effect, is what I said. You interpreted it the wrong way.
As far as the flags are concerned, the guy says we should see the stripes begin to disappear when the boat gets beyond 1.2 miles. Then when it's at 3 miles, he says, see, they've disappeared due to the curvature of the earth, aka the horizon, which is behind the boat. So yes, he was blisteringly clear and also blisteringly stupid.
Yep. You understand that the horizon can't be the earth curve that's obscuring the stripe in the flag, and at the same time behind the flag, right? Do you get that?
Sorry, I was looking at this video that Indio sent. I'm not sure. I didn't know you guys were talking to me. What did you guys just say?
I said, you realize that the horizon, the earth curve, can't be what's obscuring the stripe in the flag and also be behind the flag? You understand that that's a bit of a problem, right?
Not really.
No.
I mean, the first
you have no logical functioning of thinking.
The first one's my argument. It's not the second one. So you guys are nitpicking with the fucking lines and shit. I'm not talking about that.
Parker, can behind be in front? Can behind also be in front?
Yes. Please say yes.
In what context is that even? I don't even know what that means, dog.
Can something that is behind...
Oh, another dog.
Can something that is behind also be in front? The same thing.
The fuck does that mean? I don't solve riddles, dude. Say this to me in plain English.
Does A equal B?
Again, it depends.
Okay. Okay, I get that. Variables could be equal to each other. I understand. Does behind mean the same thing as in front?
Nope.
Perfect.
It's the reverse of in front. It's the negative version.
So something cannot be behind and also in front.
Again, like this is not my argument, that this stupid line shit. Obviously, it's not because of the curvature of the Earth. I just said that. If the cameraman's standing there's all sorts of wobbling going on. The boat's fucking wobbling in the water. What don't you understand?
Yeah, but that was their point.
I said there's arguments to prove and disprove
of both sides. People, Parker, that was the point of the people making the video, to convince people like you that this is correct.
Nathan Thompson.
The problem is, did Nathan Thompson make this fucking video? No, right? Okay. So the problem is, they made this video to convince you that the Earth curve is hiding the stripe in the flag, forgetting the whole time that the horizon, which would be said Earth curve, is behind the flag, which you just said is the reverse.
Next topic. Who cares? They were wrong about that. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
if they're wrong about that, they don't have a geometric horizon, and therefore no globe.
You don't understand why that's a problem, that they were wrong about that?
I don't really see the problem at all that they were wrong about one part.
You might need to take a minute and think about it, because your sense of logic is gone. Bye-bye.
It's the base level that we're talking
I mean, like, do you guys get paid to think about this shit all day?
No, actually, this is not.
No, we just like to think.
Seriously,
we don't need to get paid.
This is ridiculous.
I like to have educated people.
Like, you seem like you could be a pretty smart dude. I don't understand. I don't understand why you have to have this attitude with people just talking to you. We're just people like you.
Because it's such like a horrible atmosphere, and I'm not saying that's the reason why I'm not going to argue on my behalf of the argument. I'm just saying, like, it's just so fucking weird. You guys are so like angry.
No, we're not angry. I'm not angry. I can curse at you and not be angry. I'm asking you, why the fuck are you here? This is such a terrible atmosphere for you to be in.
Yeah.
Go ahead, India.
So Chocolate, I posted the videos you demanded, right? But where's that laser test that supports curvature of the Earth? Where's that? You said you have it. Where is it? Come on, hurry up, man. You demanded I go fast. Hurry up. Where's that laser test, man? You've had like 40 minutes. I produce. Why can't you produce?
Oh, I didn't realize I was unmuted, uncensored.
Hey, what does it matter? Where's it? Just listen. Where's the laser test? You said you have it. You said it exists. What does that matter? You can be muted and post the laser test.
No, listen to me. Listen to me.
Link and be muted. No, I'm not listening to you. Just post the laser test.
I can quote you on that.
No, post the laser test.
Real quick. Our eyes are lasers, dude. We receive beams of light.
We got laser eyes, bro.
Lumens, dude. We receive.
Lasers don't receive.
That's a laser beam. If we can see something, yes, it is.
No, lasers are coherent light. Try again. They're monochromatic, coherent light. The light that comes in from your eye is reflected. What do they call it? Not monochromatic, polychromatic light. So they're not the same at all.
We all have laser eyes, and we're weird.
That's like the name of a rock song or something. Laser eyes. I don't know. Give me an album cover.
Hey, hold on. Can we be clear for the audience so the audience doesn't get stupider? A laser is an acronym.
Vaccine.
Follow? So laser stands for light amplification through stimulated electromagnetic radiation. So it's a very particular thing. It's not just ambient light that's entering your eye.
So, laser tests?
This is the best
Pretty please?
that Zealots have to offer. They had three different people today. Three different people today. And this is...
Don't forget.
It's a wonder how anyone still believes that we live on a ball with conversations like the three or so we had today. I mean, we're not asking difficult questions, man.
Hey, let's draw attention to the fact, not too much attention, that after all that discussion, while he was being demonstrated what a laser actually is, he just had to repeat the V word. I mean, seriously, this is what we're up against.
Yeah, that was nuts. Where did that come from?
It's the new N word, bro.
Wow.
It's the new
really?
N-word. Oh,
Whoa.
man. Well, it
I was
does
just like,
slightly
what?
relate. Honestly, it slightly relates to necrophilia, but I digress.
Did he?
So
That is what he did. Did he scream?
Yeah. Yes.
It was like a
vaccine
Tourette
and
something,
leave?
bro. I just looked at the time like, what the hell is that? Where did that come from?
I don't have to lose a debate if I get banned.
Yep.
He might be the same guy
That's the
we
point.
asked today.
I want to point out for the record, anytime he asked for evidence of something, he was provided it, and he provided nothing when asked. Nothing. Not a thing. He didn't provide any evidence to support a single claim he made.
Thank you.
And what he did provide actually snatched his own wig off, so that was great.
Yes.
Yo, wait, hold on. They all snatched their wig off. He snatched his wig off with that. The guy before him snatched his wig off by saying, "If I measure my floor and then get the tiles, blah blah blah." He snatched his wig off. The guy before, Matthew Learns, he snatched his wig off when Gospel said, "What would be falsifiable?" And he said, "What 2,000 miles?" And then he goes, "Oh, like the object." And then he asked him what altitude, and he said, "Doesn't matter." Somewhere under 100 kilometers, and to which he was shown or given a link to a video of exactly that 4,500 kilometers, and he said, "You know what? Yeah, you're right. I wouldn't accept that as evidence." Like they've all snatched their wigs off today. This is insane.
He even said, I think Gospel or somebody brought up God, and he's like, even if God showed, that might not be God, so still suspect.
Yeah, that right there. If God comes up to you and you don't realize it's God, your concept of what God or who God is totally like, if you can't hypothetically answer for if God steps to you telling you something. Well, I might not know God. You wouldn't know that God is God? For real? For real?
No, basically it comes
That's
down to God showing you personally the evidence, not good enough. Guy with a lab coat and a textbook, good enough. That's some shit.
God don't have any letters behind his name. He don't have a PhD.
Exactly.
Well, why wouldn't you believe somebody who was wearing a lab coat? Come on. Gotta be smart.
Only if he's got a pocket protector.
God must not have the equation that's on their blackboard.
I would have loved to ask that guy, could you just use your whiteboard to tile your floors? No measurement necessary. Just use your whiteboard and then go get your tiles and tile your floor. Sure, that'll work out great. Yeah, I was listening to the whole time. I was in a meeting, fucking 2-hour meeting. I was like, thank God for my peoples here. This meeting makes me want to kill myself. Anybody else in here waiting to be convinced while simultaneously knowing that they can never be convinced that they don't live on a magical spinning water ball?
Well, that guy said he was here a year, so I'm thinking about going to Gem Pandas and just tell them I've been there a year and that they can never convince me the Earth's a ball, and then argue with them. Yeah. Then I'm going to take my medication.
Or it seems like a great tactic, right? Just sit there.
Like, what form of mental illness is that?
Globe. That's all you can call it.
Don't even have a model. I was waiting for you to say, show us the globe model, Chocolate. That's usually what you do. Have you ever gotten one yet?
Nah. I haven't got one yet.
Oh, I found it. I found it. It's right here.
Your gospel had it the whole time? Damn it, man.
Yeah, I posted it in the chat. Man, look at Gravity as that look at that kid with the red pants. Oof.
Oh, that looks fun as shit.
I don't know, man. When that thing rolls over your body.
True. That shit might fuck you up.
Oh, I remember what it is. Elijah here?
Yep.
All right, bro. I think I know what it really was. The other thing that we talked about. It was the fact that the globe is in every movie, like ever.
Oh, right.
I think that was the topic that we were
That
like,
was it.
is there any other thing that we can think of that's a model of an imagined thing that also shows up like all the time or anywhere remotely close to? And I can't think of.
This gets into like the psychology of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like answering these questions are like, they're hurtful.
You're right, and it's up there. It's up there with the question of why would they lie question. It's up there with that question in that, well, I'm not sure why, but let me show you how. And let me make it so evident that in order for you to claim otherwise, you're going to cry yourself to sleep at night. If you're like, no, it's not contrived, it's not on purpose, it's a coincidence, your cognitive dissonance will break you because it's too evident. I don't even know any other way to say it's too evident. It's irrefutable. Okay, so the atomic model, the germ model, that good B Carls. But here's the thing, you're right, but on the other hand, there's no model that's showing up like an artifact. Like a physical object that physically shows up on people's desks. You're right. There's other things that are modeled that aren't part of reality, and yes, it's part of the narrative. But I was looking for any physical object that's a model of a thing that we don't even have tangible access to in reality, that's everywhere. And I don't think that there is any other thing, and that's fascinating to me. I don't even know how there's another category of anything with that much prolific presence. Is a cup of water or is a beverage, okay, beverage. If you were to take the category of movies and TV shows and scan all of them for the presence of a beverage, any beverage, cup of water, water bottle, can of Coke, whatever it is, and you were to quantify that number, I don't know, but I can't help but think that the number of globe presence in movies exceeds the category of beverages appearing in movies and television shows. And I mean, if somebody could gather data on that, maybe algorithmically or artificial intelligence or something, that would be fun. And if it exceeded the presence of beverage as a categorical inclusion, as something that's necessary to life, drinking liquid, as opposed to something that's abstract and not part of our reality. If an abstract thing exceeded a real thing, how would that be refutable? That it's contrived. And that was my point.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say the only thing I think shows up in movies more is like people and shit. Like I couldn't think of anything.
There you go. People.
I couldn't think of anything else.
I would say because
we're not counting it's not like we're counting the amount of people. It's like how many times in anything do people show up? Obviously, all the time, I guess.
There's
like,
movies with
the same amount of time.
But
that's true. But even in those movies, like Homeward Bound, well, no, there's people in that too. But I'm willing to bet, like, what? All Dogs Go to Heaven. Does that have a human in it?
Well, Lion King doesn't have any humans, for instance. I mean, there's movies without humans, but they're usually cartoons. Milo and Otis. I think Milo and Otis doesn't have any people in it at all. But anyway, it's absurd. Coming up with an example to exceed the presence of this other thing, and the fact that it's a difficulty, that should stand alone or stand on its own.
And unlike people and other things, the thing that we're talking about that has so much prevalence, the globe, is something that no one has ever experienced, but yet pops up more than anything that actually is in existence and otherwise.
They actually experience it more in the medium that we're talking about. Right? That's where the globe is experienced the most, in the movies and television.
Exactly. And here's the thing. I don't know about everybody's age here, but how many of you watched a martial arts movie or a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, and after that movie was over, you tried to do a back roundhouse kick or a flying karate kick? Am I the only one, guys? When I was like 9 years old, I was like,
I used to think I was Bruce Lee.
I did it too.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, that stuff's cool. And then you're like, oh man, if I keep this up, I'm going to hurt myself. I can't do what they show in the movies. Aw, stinker, right? And then you get back to reality and you go, movies are movies. That's all we're asking people do with this ball is try to do a flying karate kick where you're flying across 20 feet without losing any elevation, right? You're levitating through the air.
My dad jumped off the moving truck thinking he was Superman.
Oh, gee. but yeah, what I'm saying is that movies definitely play with your mind and trick you into you live vicariously through the characters, and that's why romance movies are so popular and all these different things. The vicarious nature of it. So if you're confronted with a specific object that's supposedly part of reality over and over again, it vicariously becomes part of your reality.
But in a way, think about it like this: it might be a part of their reality because somebody might be in their room watching a movie, and in the movie there's a character in their room with a poster of the globe. But the person watching the movie also has a poster of a globe in their room.
Yeah.
Or maybe a model globe in their room.
Yeah.
Right? So it's already been convinced to you that it's reality. So when you see it in the movie, it's really, it makes no never mind, right? You just, yeah, it's okay. I got one of those too.
Yeah, you would, you wouldn't even notice it.
Yeah. There's so many times I notice globes in the background of movies now when I watch movies that, it's so subtle, but because of what we do, it's not subtle to me, but I see it. And
Well,
it's just in the background, just chilling.
My challenge is for someone to assemble a list of movies that exclude it.
So when I was looking something up on Born Run Brown and Disney, right? Something very interesting popped up where they were trying to, how to make space viable for people, right? Or so one of the things that he said, it was he believed that Americans' devotion to space fiction in the early 1950s could be channeled into interest in space facts. It was a matter of synthesizing the philosophical aspects into neat packages and solid statements which the public would buy. In other words, this is talking about how Disney and Warner Bros. Got together into packaging in the aspect of going to space and getting people to like, oh, we want this, so that way they'd be able to sell it to the public.
Synthesizing fiction into fact. That's interesting. That was that black and white shit. That black and white video with Werner von Braun speaking.
Yeah.
I have a feeling I've seen that.
This was I was talking about with somebody about them, both of them being together, and why the whole, why was it that Disney and Von Braun was together and pretty much.
You mean like what I just posted in chat?
Let me check.
Talking about synthesizing. Don't forget that 40-year-old video. That video is 40 years old.
Oh, I haven't seen this in a while.
This is the way we create the picture of our symbol.
Bruh. 40 years ago. With that little box. It's easy. It's easy.
It's too easy.
Y'all should read this article by NASA, by the way. I'm watching that video right now.
It really, 5 years ago, I was not aware of how easy it was to turn a flat image into a spherical image. I mean, I didn't realize how almost effortless it was. And that video was like, oh. Does away with Christopher Columbus.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Ay.
When it comes to Star Wars Australia.
The magic comes. The magic comes.
Hey, Gospel Bear.
Yep, that's me. What's up?
That's you. So, kind of continue our conversation of language development on a flat Earth. I got a question for you. Do you know much about the Vietnamese language?
I know next to nothing about the Vietnamese language.
So, the first person I had the honor of marrying was a retired state trooper to a Vietnamese lady. And so they've been teaching me a little here and there. And for the most part, I don't recall much of it practically speaking, but it's got a very, very interesting characteristic that it's got all these different accent marks.
Yes.
So
Lots
you can
of
write
them.
down the same word, and they actually have poems of like where it's the same word written down maybe
Yes.
20 different times with the accent marks differently.
Yes.
And so him and I got to talking about that, and I said, it's really interesting that they have so many words that are the same but have entirely different meanings, kind of like the English language with our homophones. And it kind of put me in the mind of, say, like once versus wants, and things of that nature. And it's interesting how the English language has so many they have so many homophones, just like in Vietnamese, but they haven't, like ONC versus WANTS. They just put the symbol for that kind of sound and put a little different accent mark on it so you know which one it is. So my question for you, why do you think it is that some languages deal with that better than others? And the second is kind of a non sequitur question, but it's kind of question two. My conjecture is that the United States is physically the center of the Earth, and that the United States is the pretty much the progenitor, whatever you want to say. You have, of course, English coming from England, but the modern English really was continued and brought here. Or I'm sorry, it was continued and developed here, truthfully, for the modern English. And so him and I have then been talking about how French and English have influenced the Vietnamese language. And
because they were occupied by France.
Sure. Later on.
Yeah, well, I would just recommend you to look into Old English and recognize that the stages of the language of English transitioned. Okay, so correlate these things, and then I think you'll have a better understanding. Look at the population, quote unquote, modeling, or the historical data allegedly on the populations of Germany and France as they correlate to England, and then also match that up with how language was changing, Old English to Middle English, to Late English, to Modern English. And you'll start to see why it did what it did in a more clear way. And really and truly, those were the two primary movers in the formation of the modern English language, German and French. There are other impactors, but primarily those two. So, yeah. As far as the phoneme thing and the phenomenon of words that sound the same, whether or not they're homographs or homophones, all of that, I think some of it is coincidence. Like, for instance, I think once, O and CE and WA and TS, those are absolutely, in my opinion, completely coincidental. There are other homophones and homographs that seem to have a possible origin, a root in each other, even though their ultimate derivatives have very contrasting meanings. But I think that O and CE and WA and TS have such drastically different meaning and spelling too, that to correlate them in any way besides pointing to coincidence would be too much, my opinion. But yeah, man, you're the first person to take it off topic of flat Earth all day.
I'm just telling you that we deal with those homophones better. So whether they developed coincidentally or from some sort of planning, regardless, we deal with them a lot better than I would think that if I were going to try to learn a language, what makes Vietnamese would be so difficult is they've got orders of magnitudes of homophones, and we have we definitely have plenty too, but then they're actually spelled differently and everything else, so you think of them differently. So I think it's really fascinating, and what I think it kind of points to is if you buy the azimuthal equidistant map, the AE map, and I think it's very clear that the United States is the center, the geographical center of the Earth. And I think if you start studying different languages, I think you would find, in their developments in the last 200 years, I suspect the closer to that center you find, you'll find more influences of English, and I think outside of that you'll find less influences of English. But I think it's an interesting sidebar anyway, not necessarily a proof, but I think it's an interesting.
Check out the details I told you about, though, because you might change your mind after you look at what I was referring to.
Sure, possibly, yeah. I just got a alert of some sort. Let me see what that was.
Languages influencing each other can be demonstrated a lot across very different languages. You can see cognates or perverted cognates across languages that didn't really interact with each other very much. I saw that when I was studying different languages, and I always found that fascinating. But yeah, my other encouragement for you would be to ask somebody from the perspective of being a native speaker, because your opinions of a specific language, such as Vietnamese, versus their opinions from within the, as a native speaker, your opinions of that language may be different, and it might be worth taking into consideration their perspective as opposed to an outsider reappropriating your understanding.
Now, one of the things that I've noticed is between the two of them's interactions that I've been fortunate to see, that there's like two entirely different ways of thinking. And one of the things I notice is it's very difficult for them to translate with each other. What's this mean in English? What's this mean in Vietnamese? And that, like, I forget the example he was giving me because I don't remember how to say it exactly, but it's kind of like "not now" is what it sounds like. And he kept, for a while, he was thinking she was saying "not now," and then come to find out she was slipping in a Vietnamese word like "knock now" or something like that. And I don't remember exactly. Like, it meant that it was sweet or something like that. And he kept trying to, what does this mean? And he couldn't. And finally, he stopped her right mid-sentence, like 3-4 months later. And then her and the family had a good laugh over it. And then they tried to explain what it exactly meant in English. And had a difficult time. But if I remember right, it was kind of like something along the lines of meaning something sweet. So it's interesting to hear them because they do have a difficult time of going back and forth. Even if you're talking to her in English, she understands what you're talking about, but then trying to say, how would you say that in Vietnamese? It becomes a challenge. So it's an interesting thing.
Mm-hmm. Did somebody? Yeah, go ahead, Dave. You're roboting hard. Yep. Still robot noise.
Accidentally hot mic, shutting up, my bad.
Okay. All better. Yes, I guess Roger left. I was going to ask him a question. Here's another example of where etymology really is helpful. Where people start to go. So there was a big discussion in regards to, and as soon as anybody wants to talk about the main topic, the topic that's always supposed to be the topic, I'll just shut up on it. Well,
I want to bring you back to that in a moment anyway, after we finish this.
But
so go ahead.
The word "by" it was actually a source of argument for a while in regards to translation, and the accusation or claim was made that English was one of the few languages that had a concept of finality when departing. Now, the problem with that claim is that it was negligent of etymology. So all these languages convey some sense of "until I see you again." Das Vidania, hasta la vista, arrivederci, whatever. What? Oh my goodness, salut, which I guess is mostly a greeting, not a departure. There's a lot of examples. They're just not Aloha is, yeah, but they all usually mean some type of "until I see you again" translation, in literal translation into English. And then the claim was made that "bye" BYE was some type of finality in its meaning. And the reason I'm saying that was negligent of etymology is because "by" wasn't always "by" BYE. It wasn't that short. It used to be "God be with ye," and that is not a conveyance of finality. That's a continuation of a wish, like "fare thee well" or any other variation. It's a "fare thee well" departure, and it's not got any conveyance of finality to it. But people would make the claim in regards to translation, negligent of the etymology of it. So this is has been a public service announcement and advertisement for etymology, encouraging everyone to continue to study the origins of words and their meaning, because it helps. That's all. So also just be careful in the conclusions you come to, unless they're well informed.
One of the things I've learned with language is you never make a conclusion, because even though you may know Spanish, you know a form of Spanish, you know or maybe things from multiple regions, but you'll never know how every region uses Spanish or any particular language.
It's fairly conclusive that Finnish has no parent language, and as a result, Finnish has no cousin language.
That's pretty cool.
Well, it's an interesting thing in regards to understanding how languages change, how languages influence each other. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that Finnish has no cognates, but cognates exist typically due to technological advances, words like radio, words like television, whatever. There's cognates oftentimes in almost all the languages, not all, but many of them. Some languages independently decide on forming their own word for a new thing, like a television. Icelandic would be one of those languages who refuses to have cognates as a principle. But yeah, Finnish is a fascinating language in that is a well agreed upon fact about that language, and I certainly have never been made aware of any contradictions to that claim. You look at language tree charts and stuff, and it's always a branch unto itself. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, absolutely, because and it's interesting, how does such a language develop like Finnish, where you don't have a parent language, you just have something new happening. It's interesting that somebody, I imagine that it's not exactly like somebody woke up one day and said, "Hey, we need to have Finnish, so we're going to here's the rules I've made up. Here you go. Everybody just start using this." It's interesting that it still has to grow somehow, and it's especially one without a parent language that is fascinating. Now, getting back on topic, what did you think of the show between Dave Weiss and fake Professor Dave?
For the scenario, he did fine. It's the opponent. Mic check. Am I talking to anybody?
Yes. I hear you, yo. My mic working.
Yeah. Because Dave was so rude and Dave Weiss has such a calm demeanor, it was kind of like almost like the perfect opponent. Because if you think about it in like overall term and like broadly, no technical information was actually transferred, so it didn't really matter if Dave like knew the globe model, perfect math or anything like that, because it just evolved into someone just slinging mud at another person and insulting them.
Well, you didn't hear Professor Davis say he proved the Earth by looking at the spheres, at the sky.
Yeah, I heard that. No, he didn't say not. No, he said he proved the Earth is a sphere by calculating orbits.
Oh no, he actually said that when the moderator
by looking at the. Oh, hold on. Go ahead. Sorry.
When the moderator came back and he said, "Okay, where are we at?" Because I think he had a phone call or something. Where are we at? Well, he just said, "I just proved the Earth by looking at the sky, like they've been doing for thousands of years." That's what he said. I actually have.
Yeah, but that was the observation. But that was the observation of the sky that he made, was calculating the orbit of the moon.
Right.
Using the wrong mathematics. So that's the funny part, is that he actually used the wrong mathematics. So Newton's inverse square law only applies to ellipses, and the lunar orbit is a nearly equal. So you have to use a special case formula just for that. So he actually didn't know what he was talking about, shockingly. So he proved the Earth is a ball by doing a calculation for the lunar orbit with the wrong formula. You can't make this shit up, man. Like, you can't make it up. Here's the sad part, is that there's Globers in the chat that actually think that what he said was actually true and accurate, because they don't know that he was using the wrong formula, and they don't know that as a matter of logic, what he said, just as a sheer logical proposition, that you can prove the shape of the Earth by looking at the sky, as a logical proposition, is impossible. Because looking at the sky is fundamentally, as far as relationship with the Earth, is fundamentally an indirect measurement, and indirect measurements can't prove things. They can be evidence of something, but they can't prove things. But as we know, most people aren't capable of critical thinking, and their ability to use logic or even know what logic is, say, that growth is stunted.
Fake Professor Dave, to me, looked like he was intoxicated or under the influence of some intoxicant.
I hope so, because I want to hope that isn't his regular self. Because if he's just like that normally, such a rude, uncivil prick, like, that's bad. If that's his normal self, completely sober. But now that you mention it, he did seem a little sedated, like he took benzos or something. Because now I think of his eyelids were kind of droopy, like his blinks, like sometimes he blinked and his eyes didn't open back up immediately. There was like a delay.
And it seemed to me like a lot of his comments were poorly timed. Like he was commenting about something that either had previously been said or what he thought was going to be said next. But
you know what's funny was when David White said, well, let's stop. Let's get away from looking. Like, you know how I want to take it back to the earth, and he's like, well, he was like, I think if I'm saying this correctly, he said, well, my next topic was all about the skies, yada yada yada, something like that.
He said, the curvature of Earth is not detectable from the surface. And then Dave White said, Jay Tolan Media has said there's observations of 700 miles. And Dave said, no, there are not observations of 700 miles. And Dave White says, you can just go to Jay Tolan Media's website or YouTube channel. He's like, oh, go to a lying flat earther's YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Think about that, dude.
that's something that somebody on drugs would think was a acceptable statement.
Listen, it's hard to determine whether someone's on drugs or they have a mental illness. Sometimes he could just have a mental illness. He could just like be a narcissist and have no perception of how bad he's looking. That he might not understand that that's like an inappropriate. It's just an inappropriate social interaction to act like that.
So follow my logic here for just a second. I think you actually we're getting my inference. If somebody is a globie, they typically think like jab juice and other chemicals are good for the body, correct?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. And so he following that thing there, he is a globie, knows that it's a mental illness, and therefore he's medicating it.
Yeah, self-medication is a known symptom of mental illness. That's not a mystery, man. That's in all the literature.
Prescribed. I mean, it may very well be prescribed. I don't know. I just know that he acted like he was, like you said, on a benzodiazepine or something. I'd say very likely that I had some dental work done, was on some benzodiazepines, and I can 100%.
Could be opiates too.
Yeah, I don't know anything about opiates myself, so I can't.
Well, I know how people act, like their physical mannerisms. A lot of times they're kind of sedated. Like, so when they blink, their eyes will shut, but they don't and they stay shut for like a millisecond. You know what I mean? It's not like they I mean, sometimes people nod out, but it's like almost like a little bit of a nod out, and then he opens his eyes back up, but there's like this little time delay between the time his eyes close and then they open back up. And I didn't notice it until you mentioned it, and now it's pretty obvious.
Yeah. Hey, I remember a conversation I had several years ago with somebody about the shape of the earth, and we were talking, and he was giving me several of the authorized points, and I was saying, well, what about A, B, and C? And he looked up at me, and he said, he said, let me be frank with you. He said, that all kind of rhymes with I don't give a crap. And I'm like, well, I can certainly appreciate that. And I really, really truthfully think that unless you are in a profession like NASA or something like that, to where keeping up with the talking points is very important to your livelihood, I can't imagine that any sane person truly is going to hold on to the delusion as much as Simon Dan, as much as McToons, and as much as Professor Dave. And so.
Well, he kept trying to do things to imply that Dave Weiss was using rhetorical techniques, sophistry. So when he was talking about magnetic declination, he said, "You're just using jargon." And then he called his source of information a liar. And then he said that Dave was using a script, right? He's like, "Yeah, that's just your script." Like, he was just like trying to imply that Dave was using dishonest tactics in the debate. But he wasn't using dishonest tactics. He had to do that because he didn't know what Dave Weiss was talking about. He had no clue.
Yeah.
That's all the stuff that he heard that flat earthers have on the globe, that the globe actually has nothing. I mean, what he knows for a fact is that everything he said was what he is going to use himself, Professor Dave, because he only has he has no material, he has no physics, he has no anything tangible. So he's going to project that as fast as he can and try to use ridicule. That's what they do.
That's exactly what they do. You know,
he tried to use the fake it. He tried to fake it till he make it. Because remember that part where he's like, "Yeah, let's do the calculation," which I just explained. He would have been using the wrong calculation, which tells me he can't do the calculation. He doesn't even know what the calculation is. He was just faking it. He was trying to pump his chest out, spread his feathers like a peacock to get attention, so that people would go, "Oh my God, this flat earther, he can't do a calculation. He's being called out." When they don't know that this person calling him out, if Dave Weiss called his bluff, he would have been completely exposed. A lot of Globers, dude, they bluff, dude. You just have to call their bluff. They say, "Let's do the calculation." Say, "Okay, let's go. Let's do the calculation." 99.999% of them can't do any calculation, which is why they say things like, the Earth, he said, can't detect the curvature of the Earth because the Earth is really, really big. What does really, really big mean in physics or scientifically? It doesn't mean anything. We deal in physics and science with actual quantities. We quantify things. And yeah, there's qualitative explanations of things, but we quantify things, especially geometrically. And he didn't know the quantities. I bet you he didn't even know the radius.
That's one of my favorite things on Fascist Book. When you talk to a Globetalian, they will, and you say, "Okay, great. Well, what's the formula for that?" Because they'll say that you don't know the maths, and I'll say, "Okay, great. Prove it to me. Show me that I don't know the maths. Go ahead and do the calculation for me."
Yeah, but
every case, they will always say, "Google it, man. It's right on Google. Just go ahead, just do a Google search. You'll see the math." I'm like, "Well, no, that's not how that works. You said that I don't know math, so it's up to you to show the mathematics. Now show the mathematics." And saying "Google it, man" is not that's not an answer.
No, and the mathematics are always supposed to follow.
Definitely not. They're asking you to provide their evidence. Fundamentally, they're asking you to go find their evidence and debate yourself.
Yeah, math has to be followed by, material has to be followed by math, not just nothing. You can't math nothing. You have to have the material thing, the material object in front of you, and that's what you're supposed to be doing math according to. You can't just come up with bull crap. And none of their stuff. They can't calculate anything on the ground. They got all these special, crazy phenomena like mathematical equations and calculations and visual, whatever they want to call it, science, right? But if you set someone on Earth right in front of any one of them and you challenge them to it, even for an amount of money, they can't do an equation to tell you how far something is from you, literally on the Earth. or how, the density of it, the height of it. Like in reality, they couldn't film themselves and get it right.
And my problem is I do
No,
have
and
a
Dave.
So when they tell me that I don't know math, then they're absolutely barking up the wrong tree, because I know math and I know it very, very well. And where I always start with is then if when they try to say, see, we got the math here, here's the formula that proves this, I'll say, okay, great. Well, how did you derive each variable of that equation? You need to document from 3 different sources each of your variables there. You can't just drop out an equation. You have to actually derive it. You have to said if you did this to your a college math professor in the class, you would just flunk out. Oh, here's the formula. No, you have to first take the formula, cite who the formula came from, then you have to explain how you derived each variable when you used it, and then you have to use a different formula to prove it. And without that secondary proof that you also then have to verify, calculate, source, you have nothing. And the truth is as soon as I ask them to either provide their calculation or to provide their evidence, usually they just hit the block button and are gone. I guess that's not in the bot's kind of scripting to actually they just, oh, well, here's the formula. Well, great.
They also say, they also qualify that usually. They'll say, the math proves that it's impossible on a flat Earth, right? So you should know, if you got a math degree, how hard it is to prove something is not mathematically possible, right? They're saying that if you can't do this, you can't use any form of mathematics, any mathematical model to make this work. That's what they're saying. You know how hard that is to prove? It's nearly impossible to prove that you can't make a model that works. You could say, well, it doesn't work in a spherical geometry, or it doesn't work in a hyperbolic geometry, or it doesn't work, if you use rational numbers, or you could say a bunch of things, but it's hard to make that blanket statement that it'll never work.
It's called
because
predicting
you can change
future.
coordinate systems. Yeah, because you can do all sorts of mathematical tricks to do things, right, and make things quote unquote work.
But what you can't do, you can't predict the future. You can't predict the lotto numbers for tomorrow, and you can't predict the future. So what they're trying to do is tell you they've predicted every future variable. They've predicted it already.
Exactly. They'd have to predict that there's no mathematical system in the future that would ever, because they're claiming impossible. So here, Dave tried to point out, like when he said the calculation for orbits, he said, where did you get the mass from? And Dave just skirted it. He said, oh, it's in the calculation. Well, okay, they calculate mass from the period of the orbit, and they calculate the period of the orbit, but you need a priori knowledge of the mass. So what came first, the chicken or the egg? Dave also said, this is the funniest part to me, is that Dave said, gravity falls off. He says, when something gets far, there's less force of gravity, and it falls off exponentially, right? He said it was r squared. So r squared, any squared function is a parabola. But when Dave said 8 inches per mile squared, he said 8 inches per mile squared is a parabola. Professor Dave does not know what he is talking about at all. Not even a little bit. He is just a run-of-the-mill glober, like some 14-year-old that comes in here. Which makes it even more aggravating that someone that incompetent is going to be insulting people.
They're kind of like a broke
punching out of your weight class as it is. A broke what?
It's kind of like a broke Siri, like just looking for parabola, calculate curve numbers, celestial sphere, angles, GP. Like they just get broke and they're like, just go. They just start saying shit.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Okay, so there's some Globers, like they have their, like they'll say stuff, right? And they know what those things mean. But then there's other Globers that are parroting the anti-flat earther Globers. And they just think just saying the word, like, you know how they come in here and they say refraction, gravity, parabola, like you said, like a broken computer. They just sit there and just say random buzzwords. They think somehow are kind of like defeat the argument because they said the word.
Yeah, there's a term in psychology about know words, but they don't know what the words mean. And I, for the life of me, I never can remember what they call that, but it's a well-known thing to where in various psychiatric disorders that people will they'll sometimes sound like they are at the top of a profession or the top expert in a certain hobby or area of interest. And the truth is they've just heard the words parroted over and over again, so they just parrot the words. And it's and I see that and nearly every time I talk to Globies, I notice that's one of the things that I see over and over and over again is that they rarely actually know what the actual meaning of what they're talking about is. They say, well, it's you can see further because refraction. Okay, well, 7 or 6R, how do you get the R? Well, Google it, man. Come on, you can Google it. Come on. I'm not doing your homework for you. Go Google it.
Just ask him to draw. I mean, for us on a piece of paper.
They also don't know how 7/6R is actually applied. Oh, I was saying they don't even know how it's applied. How they like that little 7/6R? They don't even know how to apply it. They don't even know how it's applied mathematically to the refraction. It's just something they say. They just say things, random words. Word salad. Really, it's really just word salad, because if you don't understand the words you're saying and how they apply or even how to use them in a context, you're just using word salad.
And they never measured the actual material dirt. So when people get the idea of like these things disappearing and how things would look and the visual, like you're never going to get it right the way they keep saying stuff, because they keep talking about imaginary things that do not exist and they're not material. So when you see, the material thing do something different and you're like, why is this doing this? And you're like pointing to some imaginary line. It's like, where do we go from there?
Yeah, I understand. Even if their semantics were correct, they don't have the correlative physical measurements, experience, observations to support their claim in the first place. So it's just like mental masturbation of concepts. They're just all swimming in their heads, right? All we need is a beer and some whiteboards, and we can prove the Earth's a globe.
That whiteboard would outdo him really bad, because what I was going to say, if he did pull out a whiteboard, it would be so funny. Just draw how a building, right, on a sphere disappears just by dropping elevator style. Just demonstrate that for us. How anything drops bottom up, elevator style, from the observer on a sphere, and how that would look visually, to a circle on a board. What you're going to see is a building laying against the ground, going down, 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 just to go against the side of the ball. You understand what I'm saying? It's going to be into the ball embedded. It would be.
Oh,
retarded.
Yeah. I would ask him, I'd say, okay, draw the heliocentric model to scale. Forget about it. That ain't never going to happen. He's going to need a really, really fine point time to do that.
Well, I mean, I don't even think they know what 93 million centimeters looks like. Millimeters. I mean, do they really? They really know how far that is? About 238,000 centimeters or millimeters just to represent their miles or whatever they want to do. I don't think they comprehend.
All I know is if the Earth is like 1 pixel, then the solar diameter is like 40,000 pixels. So you would need 1 pixel Earth, 40,000 pixel Sun, and who knows how far it is away. Like you can't even get it in your visual field. It's so far away. So you're going to need a very big whiteboard.
Right. I mean, even outside, if they went outside literally with 2 objects, one called the Earth, one called the Moon, and had to walk 238,000 centimeters, inches, millimeters away from the other thing, do they actually think they're going to get a reaction of a shadow or something hitting that other, like, is that what they think?
I think somebody did it with marbles, man.
Well, they've got a scale model in the desert, like that, something like that. I think the sun is the sun itself, and then everything else is just set up as like a supposed
There's a scale model where I live.
Millimeters, yeah.
It starts at the sun is at the Museum of Science in Boston, and Pluto is like in Newton, which is, I don't know, like 9 miles away.
Right. It's crazy, and they think they could get some shadow reactions to show us something. That would be their lab. That'd be their lab for that, to show us how shadows and solar eclipses work and all that good stuff. Right there. Boom.
And the sun is like on a wall. The wall is probably like 20 feet tall. So just think of that, man. The Earth, I know Mars is at like the Galleria Mall. I don't know where they stuck Earth.
I mean, do they even get that? I mean, do they even comprehend?
No, I don't think they do. And then they come in here and imply that we don't understand scale when they do it with the billiard ball. Like, we don't understand scale. Like, no, dude, you don't understand scale. You're projecting.
I just ask them, if they went outside in their front yard or backyard, where we start to measure the curve in the mud puddle, the ditch, the little hill in their backyard, the little piece of cliff dirt. Like, where's this at? In a waterfall? Like, where can we start to measure the curve of the Earth? Like, right outside. I don't think anywhere. Anywhere at all, ever. Anywhere. Nowhere. Last time I saw, the topography hurts them as much as it hurts someone saying flat. If you stuck to the idea of a flat line, that would be ignorant or retarded on our part. And we know there's topography. It's the same thing as their claim is a smooth Earth. I don't care what anybody says. There's mountains, there's dips, there's valleys, there's a Marianas Trench, there's a Grand Canyon. Like, how do these fit into an equation of an arc or a sphere? None of it does. Anywhere. None of it.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Huh. Yeah, I guess I lost connection because I was trying to interject a couple comments there, and you guys couldn't hear me. Weird. But anyway, so I disconnected and reconnected. But one of the things that I noticed, which is very telling of Globies, is they cannot tell when they're looking at a animation or a drawing. That's the thing I notice over and over again. So how can we, to show us anything at scale, show an actual experiment? And I keep getting them sending me this Japanese satellite that's up there that's supposedly showing what the Earth really looks like. And in every case, I answer back, okay, look, I'm looking at it. That's a drawing. Can you show me any other picture in the history of mankind that looks anything like that? oh yeah, look at a weather map. That's what a weather map looks like. You've successfully showed me a weather drawing. You've not showed me a photo from a satellite or anything. And, they will fight that to the death. And how can you expect those people to understand? Okay, well, let's put it to scale. Let's take a 20-foot yellow object we'll represent the sun with, and let's go out how many ever miles away in the desert, and they can't comprehend the one, yet alone the other. Am I wrong on that?
I'm looking at what you're talking about on this website.
I think they can comprehend where down's at. They don't know where down or forward is. From their feet position, where's the elevation? What's the fastest way to reach 35,000 feet? Forward or up on a sphere? What about that question?
Maybe the Supreme Court nominee, maybe, she can't tell you what a woman is because she's not a biologist. Maybe they can't tell you the difference between up and down because they're not a geographer.
They're not a globologist. How would you win a bet from where's up in elevation? Forward or up? Vertical or horizontal? Which way's up? Which way is to the sky faster? Horizontal or vertical? Or ever? If you can't ever reach the clouds horizontally, what's the problem? I'd say welcome to flat Earth. A rocket literally has to go horizontally to go anywhere to space anyway, regardless of what it does. No matter what it does, has to do that. Why not just force the horizontal and do it right to begin with? Straight across the ground, straight across the surface of the water. Everybody set up and watching all the way down 8 miles, 10 miles, 15 miles. Everybody set up watching and just watch it leave the edge of the planet and hit space. Cameras on it, front, back, side, cameras on hot air balloons, watching it leave the Earth. Where is this? This has to be simple. And what speed do they go? Mach something? What speed do those rockets go? They go pretty fast, right? So how long would it take for that speed to actually leave a 10-mile area, 8-mile area? Where the area is actually leaving the object as fast as the object is leaving it.
And it'd be really easy for them to cut a passageway right to the water.
Tube, a straw. Yeah, just have a straw bridge, 8-mile straw bridge right to space. Yes, sir. You're fucking right. Already designed it and everything. They can also have one, if they wanted to, they can have one vertically. You fill it with liquid. You just sit an air ball in there. You have the top sealed off before you put the air ball in there. Then you seal the bottom, right? Like a little P-trap. It pops in. It's in the liquid. The air ball goes up as soon as you open the top of the straw that's in space or wherever you want it to get to that certain elevation. And it goes zoop, right up. And you have the people, you take your equipment, you take your rocket, and you build it from right there. Or you send it from right there.
I saw an article about kind of that this morning. They're using some sort of centrifuge that'll be like a vertical merry-go-round and will spin the satellite several times the speed of sound inside of it, and then it'll let the top off and then shoot it straight up in the air, supposedly.
You know what several times the speed of sound is?
For them, 0, because it ain't gonna, It's just another way for them to take more money.
Well, I'm just asking, like, just for a general question, do you know how they measure the speed of sound?
The roughly 600 miles an hour?
Yeah, they do it by temperature. So 3 times the temperature of 600 or whatever that
I didn't know they did it by temperature.
Yeah, isn't that funny? Well, everything's done by electrical continuity. Everything. There's no such thing as the pressure they're getting. It's an electrical reading of resistance in the fucking material they have encapsulated with the two things reacting on each other with the resistant container. They can't do anything without a containment or resistance. You understand? And what they claim space is no resistance. See, the idea of a sphere is total resistance. Like when you have an air bubble in water and it rises out of the water, that's total resistance. Everything they claim to you is the opposite in reality for what the physics are. They claim total acceptance, mass attracting mass, time.
Absolutely, they do. And then my question.
You cut out, JE.
Yeah, I think so. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think they're trying to get me to upgrade to a new phone. Starting about 6 months ago, I started getting indicators in the middle of a call that would disconnect, and I'd hear a little busy signal that say network busy. And then ever since then, I just get the phone randomly cutting out. And even on my home network, which is what I'm on now, so I have a feeling, a stinking suspicion, that they've done something programmatically to. It's time for J.E. Barrington to get a new phone and put more money into the system.
Have you ever thought that all their 4G and 3G and the idea of the speed of what you're getting the phone at doesn't make any sense either? Because from the first cell phone I ever bought, I could pick it up. From the corded phone, I could pick it up and say hello, and you say hello. And I say hello, and you say hello from every different phone directly. So there really isn't a difference in speed. Not for that. You understand?
Might be a phone thing. JE, what kind of phone and how old is it?
It's a Pixel 2 XL. They got it 2018. Well, into 2017. But it
it might be a little bit of planned obsolescence. Yeah, maybe. But it also is like if they're going to be trying to upgrade their communications all the time, then it might not even be a money-making scheme. You just might have to get a different phone, right, that can connect to, you might be able to get a cheaper phone that can connect better than the one you're using right now. So it may not be a money-making scheme, but it might be something to get everybody on the same network. Not sure.
Well, yeah, it's, of course, them having, with the way they want to phase out certain parts of the tower and such, they need to phase it out and reutilize it. But what I do know is this, is I have never had a telephone that has had such a clear signal, corded or not corded, as my first cell phone that I got back in 1996. That was the absolute best phone experience I've ever had in my life as far as quality and clearness, no matter where I was. And I went to some pretty rural areas then.
Yeah.
Hey, Indio. You there, bud?
Oh, yeah. So, anyway, but I do know that to be able to use more and more phones, you have to use less and less bandwidth. So when you use less and less bandwidth, the quality of the call is going to suffer.
Yeah.
There's somebody called the Giggler.
Yeah, we had a conversation.
Oh, okay.
We had a conversation with Giggler.
Okay. Hey, Gospel Bear. Check out that little gem I found the other day. I posted it at 36 minutes after the hour. NASA Gov.
Okay.
Kudos for the correct pronunciation, by the way. The first guy who said it said Geigler or Jigler or Jiggler, something besides Giggler.
Yeah, I said
Well, I mean,
Geigler
you
because
got
that
to
would be
put
the.
a second G in there if you want it to be what you want it to be pronounced as. But I just said the giggler because I'm smarter than everyone else. So there we go.
I just want to know
Surprisingly,
did he draw
surprisingly,
Go ahead.
Connected. I was going to say, surprisingly, I put the definite article in front of it, the in front of it, so people would pronounce it correctly. Because when it was just giggler, they did not pronounce it as giggler because of the missing extra G. But as soon as I put the in front of it, most people just look at it and say giggler, which is cool.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why that works. Probably something to do with psychology.
Well, people are gullible. They're malleable, man. You can do whatever you want.
It's
oh man, I got another example of that. So I had to put the dots in my name, AI, because most Globers were calling me Al.
Yeah, it's called cognitive easing. And it's the same reason, it's the same thing as when you read a sentence where all of the middle letters are jumbled up, but the first and last letters aren't. This concept, psychological concept of cognitive easing, is why that's the case. I am stubborn and attempt preciseness and also think it's a little funny to read things in the most literal way I can. So I knew that it should be pronounced giggler, but chose to pronounce it phonetically instead.
Respect.
Nice.
I also don't like the nature of cognitive easing, just because of how lazy you can get if you fall into that pattern.
Yeah, like globally, you can easily just start believing in something like the globe or something as ridiculous if you just kind of ease yourself into it.
Would an example of cognitive easing, would an example of that be like, I come here believing that I'm right about the globe. Now, you guys show me good evidence that I'm wrong, but it's easier if I just go, those guys are a bunch of wackos, and I just write it off.
Yep.
Okay.
No, that would not be a good example of cognitive easing.
That's an example of what happens. But yeah, I don't think that's what gospel.
The Harvard study of the letters jumbled up in the middle of words and you still being able to read entire books written that way or otherwise is an example. The example of you driving from one destination to the next, A to B, and getting halfway or 3/4 of the way and going, oh my gosh, I don't quite remember the last 5 minutes. I feel like I just zoned out. And of course, some of that can be explained by your brainwave pattern in regards to the gamma and theta waves and all of that. But cognitive easing, there's many examples for it. But no, that one would not be an example.
My example was probably actually how I am resolving cognitive dissonance.
Yes. I would agree with that. I believe what I believe because I want to believe it.
So what do you all think?
Go ahead.
What do you all think of the dog yesterday who was telling us that we were cheating for using a Zoom lens on?
Listen, hold on. Somebody made that joke in the chat, and he read it. He actually, to my awareness, was not making that claim, but somebody jumped on him immediately after he said it, even though all he was doing was reading a facetious comment from the chat.
Oh, gotcha. So he was just passing along. Okay, cool. That'd make more sense.
Yeah. Yeah, he
It
wasn't.
could have been me that jumped on him too, but you got to be careful here, folks. Got to
He
be
wasn't
real
that
specific.
Yeah, he wasn't that brain-numbingly unintelligent. It was a case of mistaken origin.
Mistaken identity?
So just so we're clear, even if you can zoom back in on something, that doesn't mean Earth's a globe. In fact, no matter how high you go, you can still see the thing you zoomed in on from the ground as long as there's no physical obstruction. And I don't mean Earth curvature, I mean mountains. Okay, shit like that.
Yeah, there was someone we were speaking to that I sincerely think had an incapability. Some people think it was unwillingness, and maybe it was an unwillingness, but they seemed to also have an incapability of visual spatial reasoning.
Certainly possible. Takes all kinds to make up that Glober lot, don't it?
Well, yeah. Did you see the mosaic I posted the other day?
Yeah, that was weird.
It was hilarious.
Yeah, I just wonder who sits down and does that.
See the article?
I think it was not yet. No. I'll click on it now. I think it was algorithmically accomplished, as in not manual.
Yeah,
I see.
This may or may not be interesting. Now that I'm reflecting on it, I realized that growing up, I was told two things about the world, which I didn't really have any good way to demonstrate myself. One was that the earth is ball. The other was that God is real and loves me. And I was only skeptical about the second one for some reason. It seems like I handled these two things that were presented to me very differently. I wonder why.
I don't know. I mean, gullibility is all over the place one way or another, you know. Just because I'm not gullible enough to believe the globe doesn't mean that somebody can't fuck with me on April Fools. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know.
Yeah, I notice your continual attempt at trying to bring up provocative religious statements. But again, that's not the purposes of this voice chat, so I would advise you to not do that, Giggler.
I appreciate you acknowledging that. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it happens to be a topic that I have lots of knowledge and passion about, so I notice.
Let me ask one quick question. Not as a parting shot. I'm just
not.
Curious. Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Do it.
Do you have a guess as to what my question is going to be? Like, was there something you were anticipating? Because you probably do this a lot, and you've probably seen a lot of people like me.
Yes, but go ahead.
Okay. You probably heard this question before. As a person who believes the Earth is flat and not a ball, do you notice that that tends to correlate with God belief in any way, or do you think these are totally
and stop?
Hold on. I can address this. Your question has a presumption. To this day, I don't believe it, Giggler, so why are you assuming I do?
Which one, if I may ask?
Your presumption on how you started that question.
You assume it's a belief that we believe it's Earth being flat.
Yeah, I think I did.
Yep, and I'm challenging that presumption.
Oh, I think I get it. So this is like the flat earther version of new atheism, where you go, I'm not saying the Earth is flat. I'm asking you to show me it's a ball.
Nope.
I do not have a burden of proof as a flat earther. You have a burden of proof as a ball earther.
Can we just take a minute to all simmer on the fact that he absolutely has no clue what Gospel Bear just said?
and then after we simmer on that, if you could explain it so I would understand, I'd really appreciate it.
It's not a belief, it measures flat.
Oh my goodness, bro.
Yeah, help him, AI, please.
His answer is yeah.
Oh no, so believing the Earth is flat is not a belief. Believing the Earth is flat is simply, I did a measurement and it shows it's flat. What measurement did you do to show it's a ball?
No, hold on, stop right there. You don't have to continue the sentence to say what measurement did you do to show it's a ball. That's irrelevant. Okay, all we're talking about is whether the proposition that gospel bearer holds to be true is categorized as belief or knowledge. That's it. So if gospel bearer went out and tangibly verified the surface of the earth to be flat, then how could it possibly be a belief? So see what you're doing, my friend. Hold on.
Sure.
What you're doing, what it seems to me, is that you want both things to either be a belief. Because if it's true that you can verify the earth is flat, that's not palatable to you. You want either both to be beliefs or both to be false. You don't want it to be the case that the flat earth can actually validate itself, but the globe earth remains intangible and unverifiable, and therefore must, of a categorical necessity, be a belief.
Yeah.
I would like to say, although I'm sure everyone's going to laugh right in my face, but I would like to say that I don't have a horse in this race, and I'm not really invested in. Oh, sorry, damn it.
No, now you're good. Keep talking.
You would like.
You're fine.
You would like to say that. You would like to say that, but the problem is that your actions belie that. Okay, because you know, and I know that you know, that what you just said isn't true. You do have a philosophical predisposition that you prefer to be true. And if you say you don't, we all know you're not telling the truth.
Okay. I do not disagree.
Thank you. See, I'll give you an honest assertion from my life. Okay, my life, I prefer the globe model. Okay, it's more to me in the way that I grew up and the way that I interacted with my experiences, mostly of the fictional realm of my life, which is just thinking, hoping, fantasizing, daydreaming, all of that stuff. The globe Earth and many worlds out there, Star Trek, Boldly Go Where No Man Has Gone Before, that is more romantically appealing to me.
Yeah.
So if I had to prefer one over the other, I would choose the space world.
Especially because it's the status quo.
He's giving you a full understanding or explanation as to why and how it is not a belief. Did you appreciate that?
I did, and I get that. Thank you. I guess I'm asking for you guys to have a little bit of patience with me. I'm 51 years old and went through a lot of schooling, telling me repeatedly this thing is a ball. If I were to accept that's wrong, it's going to be a big hurdle for me. And it's going to bring in a little bit of social
anxiety.
Consequences.
Yeah, consequences. Thank you. That's a good word.
For sure.
Yeah, man. Listen, I wouldn't have done this if it weren't righteous. I wouldn't have put myself out there as someone who all of a sudden, out of nowhere, thinks the earth is flat. Unless it were. I'm not the kind of guy that doesn't really bet on something that's not a sure thing. And also, I've been looking into this for years and years. If this is perhaps your first day, first week, first month looking into it, absolutely I can understand from where you're coming on that one. And, I can speak for everybody. We'll do our best to, help you out with that. The thinking process, figuring out what they actually did lie about, and how many times it happened, and what they've actually accomplished versus what they're teaching kids and adults what they've accomplished.
It's almost like a 12-step process, like AA shit.
Totally. The first step to fixing it is to admitting that there's a problem, and the problem is it's actually simpler than anyone might make it at first.
I think like step 5 or 6 is like denial. Like,
hold
no
on.
way. Sorry.
Yeah, it's in there. Denial's in there. Anyway, I'll just finish with. It takes a while to understand what kind of wool, what color, what thread count of wool has been pulled over your eyes. And the very first step, though, is admitting that there's a problem. An alcoholic says, fucking shit, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. I got to change my life. And then you say, really? And they're like, well, yeah. Okay, so do you want to survive? Yeah, show me. Okay, well, they have to make that decision first. Do you want to know the truth about something? Yeah. Can you admit that you might not know this thing? Sure. Okay, that's going to mean that you were duped. That's going to mean your ego's going to be a little bit hurt on that one. Is that okay? Can you know that you've been duped the entire time up until when you just now started thinking critically about the world around you? Can you admit it? And if you can, that's the strongest place to be, and it's the most important step in this process.
I know that going back to religion is verboten, but this is just kind of an analogy. But as a non-believer, I've always thought that if your great-grandmother is on her deathbed and you're seeing her for the last time and she asks you to accept Jesus, just accept Jesus. You know, this is not the time to dig in. And, you know what I mean?
What is
Are you telling us metaphorically that you're on your deathbed and you want us to accept the globe before you die?
We're not doing it.
Potentially what I was suggesting is that at 51 years old, maybe it's too late for me and I should start working on my kids.
You're not an old dog, and this is not a new trick, dude, or it's been flat the whole time.
Look in the chat. I put your whiteboard thing in there for you. I put a little thing in the chat for you, buddy, just for you. I drew your, like, each line represents your building or your boat. Just take a look at it real quick.
I'm driving around right now. I'll take a peek at the chat later. Thanks.
Whenever you're not
Hey,
driving.
just for the record, my grandmother lived to 104. Edward Bernays lived to 103. So you're not even at middle age yet.
Edward Bernays, talk about a dude. Edward Bernays is an excellent person to bring up to somebody that's skeptical about deception and propaganda. Like, just do a little research on that guy, Giggler. Learn about Edward Bernays, and you might go, oh, whoa, one dude contracted by the government accomplished all of that? Just one guy?
That single person literally convinced everybody that an all-American breakfast or a hearty breakfast starts with bacon and eggs. That's how we have the concept of the all-American breakfast.
But he wasn't freaking wrong, bro.
Wait, it doesn't start with bacon and eggs? Shit.
He literally crafted that into being everybody's standard breakfast.
Not just that, though. There's a lot. There's a lot of things, but it's not just about the content; it's about the connections and where the money went from and to in relationship, and who was associated with those different decisions. He didn't do it single-handedly. That's kind of part of the point. Thanks for bringing up Edward Bernays, AI. What a guy.
I read this book.
You guys don't realize it yet, but I'm a segue master from the future. I know where the conversation is going, and so I come back to get it there.
There you go.
I read this book not too long ago, and I forget who the author was. And I'll find it when I get home and put it in the chat, maybe, if you guys are interested. But I think the title was something like, What If We're Wrong? And he was talking about, we have all these ideas that have coalesced in our collective minds, and it's so hard to break out of that. But there's no way that we currently know everything.
Just
was
wait.
He the guy that his phone was trying to tell him to buy a new one?
No, different person. Giggler. Giggler's
I remember,
driving.
and the reason I bring Neil deGrasse, I pronounced the last name. These two guys, easy pieces. You can find them pretty quickly if you just look for it. But in the book, What If We're Wrong? He presented the opinions of these two physicists. I guess really, the other one's a cosmologist. Doesn't really matter. But one of them said, we're so advanced in our science that the things we know now will never be disproven. And the other one said, every new piece of evidence is going to cause us to reevaluate everything we think we know. And reading this book, definitely agree with the second.
Don't continue. I want to know which one out of which is the physicist and which one out of which is the cosmologist.
Isn't Tyson the cosmologist?
Okay, I want to know who's yeah. So which one said which statement is what I want to know.
Yeah, I know, and I wish I had the piece of information for you. I can get it for you.
Okay, let me give you my guess. My guess is that the cosmologist might have said the thing that we know what we know, because I do know that he said science is wrong whether you like it or not. Science is true whether you like it or not. Yeah. So I would submit to you, you see, only one of those men is an actual scientist.
Okay.
Because cosmology is not a science in the classical sense. So somebody who's not a scientist would probably make a retarded statement like, everything we know now is the truth. But that's just my guess.
I strongly suspect that you're right. Just because at the time I read the book, I wasn't really a big fan of Tyson, but I was a pretty big fan of physics, and therefore by extrapolation, Feynman. And it does seem like Feynman is well known for saying lines like, if you think you understand quantum physics, you don't understand quantum physics. He was very much open to the possibility that we're going to keep learning we don't know yet. Although maybe it's just the two fields. Maybe we've gone. No, that's a stupid thing to say. There's no way we've gone as far as we're going to go in cosmology. Yeah, maybe Tyson was just more closed-minded. I don't know. Interesting.
So I posted 2 words in the chat. One of those words is cosmos. The other word is esoteric. There's a certain person's name that comes up in both of these words in their etymology, and I'll just read it. Pythagoras, and this is under the word cosmos. Pythagoras is said to have been the first to apply this word to the universe, perhaps originally meaning the starry firmament, but it later was extended to the whole physical world, including the earth. For specific reference, the world of people, blah, blah, blah. Okay, it just goes on. And then under esoteric, secret, intended to be communicated only to the initiated, profound. 1650s from the Latinized form of the Greek esotericus, belonging to an inner circle, from esotero, more within, blah, 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 classically applied to certain writings of Aristotle of a scientific as opposed to a popular character, later to doctrines of Pythagoras. In English, first of Pythagorean doctrines. Isn't it interesting that esoteric is linked to Pythagorean doctrines? Interesting. If you actually continue on the logical path and you keep on digging, you will see that there is a common stream and a common origin for the cosmos and for esotericism through the mystery school religions of Babylon.
Pythagoras is the a squared plus b squared equals c squared guy, right?
I'm pretty certain that would be a yes, but I'll double check. That is known as the Pythagorean theorem, so I'm pretty sure he would.
When I was a junior in high school, I was going to a Catholic high school, and my geometry teacher was this delightful old Hungarian priest. And the way he pronounced Pythagorean theorem, and I wouldn't even take a shot at doing it, was just delightful. And so that always kind of stuck in my mind.
Hey, was it Pythagorean? Was it pronounced Pythagorean?
No, that doesn't sound quite right.
Okay.
I guess to give you an idea of the accent, I remember when he was talking about intervals. Every time, like for the first semester I heard him say that, I kept hearing interwalls. What's this interwall he's talking about?
Interwalls. Oh, so yeah, I got it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so, my friend, what brought you here today? I don't know if I've heard that yet.
As
quickly, just like a sentence.
I don't know names like a phone.
That's cool.
I have a big interest in talking to religious believers about their beliefs because I think God's non-existence.
Please stop there. Please, thank you so much for stopping there. So this has nothing to do with religion. If religion is brought up, at least for me, it's because I want to make sure I delineate between the religious belief of the globe, right? Because there's no physical evidence of the globe, versus knowledge.
Yeah, if you want to study religious people, maybe try Gem Panda's server. They're all into the globe over there.
Definitely, Gem Panda is a way to see effeminate religious people throw tantrums. Indeed. Sorry, go ahead.
What I was trying to say is, from my perspective, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying from my perspectives. So,
this guy roboting hard.
You're robot now, partner. He almost had it though, didn't he? It was almost there.
God will stand. How a person could come to the conclusion. You know what's interesting, guys? Because I'm talking to you and I'm trying to avoid going home, I'm kind of circling, and I was driving past the exact same area you said I was roboting last time, so it should be better now.
Partner, I would just maybe pull over, but that's just me.
Did you? I like wasting gas. Did you get the gist of what I said, though?
No.
Even with the roboting?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Sorry, dude.
So, from my perspective, God belief seems just as wacky as like flat Earth belief. And if I can understand the thinking that would lead somebody to accept the Earth is flat, I'd be better able to understand the thinking that would allow someone to think that Jesus died on the cross and rose from the dead.
It's this kind of thinking, okay? It's the same sort of thinking that a person uses to determine their height. Let's say they take a
Hey,
measurement.
listen, there are people here that could have that profound of a discussion. Now, obviously, it's not the topic of our server. However, religion does cross the things because, okay, if the Earth is flat, stationary, fixed, immovable, and set in place with everything as it is, then it was created axiomatically. Okay, the whole idea of heliocentrism, Big Bang cosmogony, and cosmology is to have a reasonable alternative explanation by natural forces alone that give rise to everything we see, and as an emergent property after the fact of material stuff coming into existence first, give rise to consciousness, which is us. I would submit to you that the idea that consciousness is an emergent property of dead matter, that is the silly, nonsensical belief. Not the idea of believing in a creator being, and not the idea of believing in a demonstrable, non-curved surface.
Yeah.
The idea that everything came from essentially nothing for no reason and give birth to reason millions of years later, to where we experience beauty and pain and loss and pride and all of these things on an internal level where the sentient experiencer experiences beauty and love. That all came from inanimate matter rather than following logical entropy, which means we came from something higher. I would submit to you that Big Bang, heliocentric, atheistic cosmogony and cosmology is the fanciful idea that is a silly belief.
Not only that, and that was perfect. Wow, that was good. But
And it's
also,
also contrary to science.
we don't have to involve the word belief, religion, any of that in it because, my friend, the Earth measures flat.
And to say that believing in that is crazy is like saying that believing your own height is crazy. Or why would you even say that you believe?
Oh, no, nobody said crazy. Nobody said crazy.
Okay. Well, it's just not something that you have to believe in because it's something that can be measured.
In fairness, I think I did say wacky, which is probably just as bad. So
yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah. Okay, so check it out. All of modern science is based upon causality. Okay, so the Big Bang is the causeless cause, goes against science, goes against reason, goes against mathematics even.
Yeah, and I got a whiteboard diagram for you too as soon as you pull over. You can see that your buildings are automatic space bridges that supposedly are impossible to create and make a horizontal off a globe, but you do it vertically every fucking day, all day, everywhere on the globe on the outside surface. That would be a horizontal bridge out into space every time. Would it not, people? I got the diagram.
Please don't let me become the whiteboard guy because I brought up whiteboards. That would be...
Yeah, you're going to learn today. You're going to learn tonight.
Yeah, so what's wacky about measurements anyway?
I'll tell you what. If I had a whiteboard and it was engineered flat, and then I drew a curved line on it, is the whiteboard now curved? Or is it still, in fact, flat as it was engineered?
It's still flat?
Yeah.
Alex? Ding, ding, ding.
Man, I forgot to turn my car off when I'm pumping gas and the fire marshal showed up. So I'm like, oops, I'll just turn this off real quick. Isn't it funny how when you forget things, like that's when the people who matter show up? It's like you never see them any other time, but as soon as you go and say that there's demonstrable Earth curvature, all of a sudden a flat earther shows up and says, where's that proof?
You can dig holes all day long, nobody cares. You try to stick a body in one, and all of a sudden you get everyone's attention.
Yeah, all of a sudden the cop just decides to eat donuts on your street.
Something like that.
We had a weird experience several years ago where we live on a small street without a lot of traffic on it, and we had several police cars a day driving down our street. It's obvious something was up. And I stopped a few of them to ask, hey, what's up? And they were like so resistant to say anything. It was weird.
Because you might have been the suspect, dude.
Well, I know I'm not, because I did find out later what was going on. One of the people who lives on our street is a police officer, and he had gotten a threat from something connected to his job or something like that. So they were like increasing patrols, blah, blah. Which, funnily enough, now that I think about it, kind of tempts me to threaten that particular police officer so I can get more patrols on my street.
So, demonstrated falsification. Is this an abhorrent concept or something that you'd be willing to accept?
Me?
Yeah.
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
I'm not sure I understood the question.
Okay. Do you know what falsification is? Because I can give you examples. I can give you examples.
I think I've got it, but let's go with the example just to really solidify we're on the
let's suppose you have a wife. I think you mentioned maybe being married, but maybe you didn't. But for the sake of the example,
I do have a wife.
Okay, so let's say that somebody makes the claim, hypothetically, and you can depersonalize this so it's not too personal, but let's say somebody makes the claim that this wife is faithful, chaste, not a whore. Okay?
I've got an uncomfortable feeling where this might be going, but let's continue.
If it has been demonstrated once or 3 times or 50 times or as many times as you look for evidence, you continue to find evidence that the claim is false, as in there are examples of unchaste behavior, infidelity, then the claim has been falsified. And you can't say
you're hot micing, brother.
You can't make the claim that, well, I don't see it right now. As long as you have any evidence of falsification, the original claim is no longer valid. That's what I mean by falsification.
Chalk, a good thing you told me. I was about to start using a circular saw. That wouldn't have been good.
Oh my goodness,
bro! I heard you working in the back. I'm like, let me.
Dude, I got him yesterday with my Vibatron 7000.
What?
So the Vibatron? I don't want to know what that is.
Do you follow my example, Giggler?
Maybe you want to give them the background of why falsification matters. Like, why? What is it? Like, where does it come from? Like that type deal. Falsifiability.
Maybe it's loosely associated with the law of non-contradiction. I think that could also apply to this, but
the basis of the scientific method. Period. It is the fundamental basis of the scientific method that all claims or theories must be falsifiable by experiment, meaning that there must be an experiment that you can talk about or hypothetically do that would prove it wrong. Because if you can't prove a theory wrong, then what's the point? Then not that it is proven wrong, that it can be proven wrong. You understand the difference?
Well, I know we're trying to avoid.
I didn't come up with this thing. I didn't come up with it. So this is the basis of the
argue religion. But I'm just an analogy. Is non-scientific because I've never heard anybody tell me, "Hey, Giggler, if this was true." Am I roboting again? Dang it! Let me circle one more time.
You were. You're good now. You're good. Go. Okay, you were good.
If the God belief were a scientific type belief, then somebody could say to me, "Hey, the Giggler, here's how you would falsify the existence of God." I've never heard anyone say that, especially to me.
God, as soon as you ask the question of God, any question about the supernatural, it is no longer a scientific question by definition. Science does not deal with God. Cannot. It's by definition things that don't deal with God. So asking for scientific proof of God doesn't even make sense.
I want to explore that so badly, but I know it's not the point of this server. So let's.
You don't have to explore it. It's just the definition of science. It's physics versus metaphysics. God falls under the category of metaphysics. Science falls under the category of physics. So it's a category error. Anyhow, the point is the modern scientific method. Yeah, so the modern scientific method, as espoused by Karl Popper, which everybody follows now, is the principle of falsifiability. Karl Popper invented the term pseudoscience, and any claim or theory that can't be falsified by experiment is considered pseudoscience. Okay? The point of all this is that you can never prove a scientific theory correct. Now, I'm saying a scientific theory. No matter how many confirmations you have, because just as the example Gospel Vera gave, it only takes one counterexample
to prove that scientific theory wrong. The example typically used is, my theory is all swans are white. I don't look for white swans. I look for a black swan. And once I find a black swan, I know the theory all swans are white is incorrect no matter how many white swans I found. I could have found trillion white swans, and as soon as I find the black swan, I know it's wrong. That's why you look for the falsifying example. You don't look for the confirmation.
I want so badly to agree with you.
You don't have to agree with me. That's the way it is.
But my mind can't stop coming up with examples like, hey, I theorize if I hit you in the face with a snowball, it will hurt you. And you go, you can't prove that. And then I hit you in the face with a snowball, and you go,
that's not a scientific theory.
I can prove that.
But
okay.
What he said about the swans doesn't make sense to you. If your theory is all swans are white, well, what does finding a black swan do to that theory?
Disproves it.
Thank you.
And if you have a snowball in your hand, you can grab and touch that snowball, weigh it, feel it, measure it, touch it, feel it, put it against your cheek. You can feel it, you can touch it. Like, all the stuff you're saying are just words, and like they're non-material.
Yeah, and plus, like, you have to qualify your snowball throwing once, twice, a million times. Like,
okay, I recognize
all swans are white. Okay, go ahead.
I recognize the problem, Giggler, that you've suffered throughout your life is that you have been raised in a system that incorrectly teaches children and adults what is the nature of propositions and how propositions are proven. There's a confusion between science, logic, metaphysics, physics, all of these things. And don't get me wrong, like I mentioned, Edward Bernays, there's other people who are involved in designing this system to produce this result in the populace. So it's no slight against you that you suffered from this. But, most people have. Like, there are people that will say the only way to know anything is with the science, even though there's many propositions that have nothing to do with science, et cetera, et cetera. Like, for example, you look at some content, right, from our server or other servers, and YouTube will say the flat earth is an archaic model that has been scientifically disproven. This is the official statement, right, that they put under content that has to do with flat earth. How can you scientifically disprove a proposition that by categorical necessity is not a scientific question? It's completely incoherent. Yet most people will read that and have no idea what's really going on in that statement.
Yeah. So scientific theories are phenomenological, right? Science deals with phenomena, events, occurrences. X causes Y. They don't deal with what is. They don't deal with any of that stuff. There's no scientific experiment that could determine Earth is a ball, Earth is flat. There's no scientific experiment that could do that because you have no independent variable. You have no dependent variable. So you can't do the experiment. You know why? Because cause and effect is not in existence. Right? Cause and effect, this is another category. Verb versus noun. A phenomenon, something that occurs, versus something that just exists. See, a lot of Globers, they do this thing where, like, they think that the globe theory has scientific evidence, right? And that it's a scientific claim. It's not a scientific claim. It's a geometric claim, but they can't prove the geometry. So they try to say the Earth is a globe by inference of a scientific theory, which is why there's no globe proof, which is why you're here, which is why you're struggling, which is why everybody comes in here struggling, is because they don't understand, as I just eloquently said, what a proposition is. They don't understand logic. They don't understand anything. It's sad to say, but it's just the way it is. It's not me that says it. You can read university textbooks that say the same thing. It's not me. Even so, the first ever book ever on geodetic surveying, it's 2 volumes, something like 1,300 total pages. At the beginning, it even says, the Earth cannot, basically, I'm going to paraphrase it, the Earth can't be measured as a ball, so they have to use a theory of formation and rotation in order to map it out. Right? So what they're doing is they're making measurements and mapping it to a conceptual surface, which you could do with any surface. You could do it with anything, literally any shape, pick it out of your brain, assume it's that shape, and just map points onto the surface. What? Say that again?
Dinosaur. You could do it with a dinosaur.
You could map it to a dinosaur. Map it to anything. You know anything about 3D graphics? You know how you got a wireframe, and you can literally stick a texture onto any 3D model? It's the same thing. It's no different.
And they don't even have a celestial sphere anyway. It's a celestial plane, if anything.
It's funny when you say that, right, Indio? The ball is a geometric problem, but then when they can't establish the geometry, then it's a scientific problem. But then when they can't establish that scientifically, science doesn't prove things.
Yep.
See how that works?
It's like run, like oh my god, that's like a battle of attrition. Just run away.
Yeah. And let me interject there, Chocolate. You got to update that rhetoric you just said, because the next logical step that they have to go to is philosophy. So they start with geometry, they recede to science, and then they recede to philosophy.
Yep.
And then they basically say, "Oh well, you can't trust anything. Nothing can be proven. Truth is subjective."
But philosophy is the origin of the whole belief in the first place. It comes from the mystery school religions. The philosophies taught there from there.
PhD is a doctor of philosophy.
Yeah.
Not too many people know that. It's a philosophy degree. A scientific PhD is a philosophy degree.
Yeah.
Hey guys, how accessible is the owner / staff of this server? Like, if you can reach out to them, or is anybody in one of those?
You're talking to them.
Yeah, you're talking to multiple of us right now.
Okay, perfect. I was on an atheist server a while back, and the owner of the server said to the group, he was kind of just like complaining in general, and he goes, "We have all these scheduled events that we have to send messages for," and he goes, "I hate that I have to be available to send the message at the time I want it delivered." And I said, "Dude, I think I could write a bot where you could schedule messages." And he goes, "That would be cool." And so I did it, and I put 6 months work into it. If this is the kind of server where you guys have a need for that kind of thing, I'd be happy to share.
Real quick,
yeah, I would just code it myself. No, you're not.
We don't need you
on the server, dude. Are you out of your mind?
It wasn't tough for sure. No, I just thought of it.
Thank you, though.
Join somebody else's server. Yeah, no worries.
Thank you very much, though. We appreciate that.
Hey, but to be fair, a long troll with the idea of getting us to allow your bot so you could sabotage our server is commendable.
Yeah, that would be delightful, wouldn't it?
Hey, the problem is,
listen, there's precedent on other servers, on other flat Earth servers. This has happened, so there's precedent.
Yeah, but why would he leave with that he did it for an atheist server?
Trusting people is a challenge sometimes. Yeah,
has nothing to do with trust. It's security risk.
Yeah, it's called
trying to use social engineering on someone that's been doing IT for nearly 30 years is never going to work, dude.
So my bot is
trust
open
or believe
source and available on GitHub. So if there were somebody who had the interest and the expertise to look at the code and make sure you're cool with it, I'd be happy to share it with you. The catch is my GitHub I use like for my Discord life, but also for my real life. And so I can't share the source code with you without like doxing myself, which I'm not terribly uncomfortable doing, but it does carry that, you know.
How about this? You send me the code and I'll self-host, since you're so generous.
I would be delighted to do that if you're serious.
No, I'll self-host it. I'm going to self-host it on my server.
I would be delighted if that was a thing you really wanted to do.
If it's just a scheduling bot, though, that's like trivial to code. It's like we don't need that.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
The bot that's in the server, the one that posts memes, I coded that bot, and there's another bot that gives people other roles. I mean, Discord bots are super easy to code. They're not difficult.
Yeah, I figured it out, for crying out loud. And if I could figure it out by following some simple instructions, then it just takes patience.
So here's my take on it. Getting a bot to do the thing the programmer wants it to do is just stupidly straightforward and simple, right? You can make a bot do anything. The challenge is designing a bot so that a non-programmer just interacting with your bot can, in an intuitive way, get it to do the things they want. And that's the real challenge, because now it's like UI design, which is hard.
Oh, yes. I'm glad you brought that up. Okay, check this out. I'm so glad you brought that up, because I just want everyone to know iPhones are trash, and the idea that iPhones are this great user interface is garbage. And so there we go. My iPhone rant is over for the day. Continue.
I'm in complete agreement with that rant.
Oh, my goodness.
Listen, I have an iPhone, and I'm using one right now, and I agree with it.
Just because Discord bots are kind of the topic right now, just really quick, I want to brag a little bit, I guess, in that one of the things I did for my bot was I made a front-end web page for it. So you could interact with the bot without having to go to Discord and deal with Discord commands, blah, blah, blah. You could just go to the web page. Cool. One of the things I had to deal with was how do I identify users when they go to the web page totally disconnected from Discord? And at first, I was literally like creating a user account and password stored in my database for them. And I was like, that's a terrible idea. And then I figured out Discord has their API open to let you do validation through Discord. And so right now, if you go to my web page, you don't have to, but if I won't say it here, if you want it, you can DM me for it. I'm not advertising, I'm just bragging a little bit. If you go to my web page, the first thing you'll see is a login button. And when you click it, it takes you to Discord. You log in with Discord credentials and it sends you back to my web page. And it's so cool. But hard to figure.
Yeah. Because that doesn't sound fishy at all. Anyway, you know what we got? We got this cool bot. Check out this bot we got that one of our dudes wrote for us. What you do is you just type in three things, and then it tells you the amount of Earth curvature that isn't there. Yep. Pretty cool, right?
That's almost as easy as calculating the radius.
You know what's funny about that word calculate? I just looked that up yesterday for somebody. I think it was yesterday. I just want to post this because it actually surprised me a little bit. Because they brag about calculations.
Hey, but you guys want to know a sociological phenomenon? Okay, here you go. This will make Giggler happy. Now, we had that bot, right? Guess what? It got used for approximately less than 3 days, and now everybody still takes all their time and goes to other outside sources to get the Earth curve calculator from like Bislin and all of that, even though we had it as a functional bot that you could just go bing, 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 and it'd be done already. And so everybody forgot about it.
Yeah. I didn't know about that bot.
I've got my bot set up, so if somebody DMs the bot repeats that DM to me, and then I can reply to the bot, and then the bot replies to the person. It's pretty cool.
Yay.
Well, I didn't expect it to be quite as excited as I am, but
That's actually against Discord terms of service. You might want to get rid of that. They consider that a self-bot.
Is it against it?
They consider the self-bot talking to people through the bot, yes. They don't want you talking through the bot interface as if you were a user. Because you are a user, but you're using a bot account. I know this because somebody on our old server did this with their bot, and they ended up getting that account banned.
Oh.
Yeah, Discord toss is a deep basin of rules and expectations, known and unknown.
I did get my bot token deactivated once, and that's because I uploaded it to my public-facing GitHub repo. And what was amazing is, and this is really amazing, I pushed that change that included the bot token to public Discord, and within seconds to public GitHub. Within seconds, Discord notified me, "Hey, we found your bot token out in public." So, how heavily are they searching everywhere to find these things? It's really
algorithmic. Anyway, Ben, have you entered into this conversation yet? At this point, Ben. Hello. Oh, too bad. All right, I'll read the definition of calculate for those who didn't see it because of the GIFs. To ascertain by computation, estimate by mathematical means, to reckon or to compute, to think or guess, to plan or devise. I thought it was interesting. Calculate. Sorry, not sorry. It's fine. It's fine.
I found that book I was talking about earlier. I'll paste a link.
So, Giggler, how far do you think you can talk over the radio without a satellite? How far away do you think that person can be?
Okay, so I'm going to qualify this answer by saying that I was a field radio operator in the Marine Corps. I made it to the level of E3, so I know my shit.
Okay.
Yeah. So when you're talking about radio waves, and obviously this is going to go back to a globe Earth mentality, but I remember we had radios that were, I think it was the super high frequency or the high frequency radios. They had different, it doesn't matter. There were types of radios that were line of sight only because those radio waves, when they went to the atmosphere, they were strong enough to go through the atmosphere. And then you had, and I think it's like FM AM is a good distinction. AM radio waves bounce off the atmosphere and come back to Earth. So they can literally just keep bouncing around the planet. Bounce off the atmosphere, bounce off the Earth, bounce off the atmosphere. Now they're going to weaken at every step, true. And then FM radio waves, it's line of sight because when they go up in the air, they shoot right out into space. But you guys don't think space is there. So
if they bounce off the atmosphere, like why don't they bounce off the air right off the tip of it and come back?
Okay, you never answered the question.
What was the question?
Why don't
How far do you think you can send radio waves without a satellite?
I have no idea.
I think his answer was forever because he claimed that AM waves bounce up and down forever, but it weakens.
But I did say that the signal drops off with each bounce.
Yes,
so you only get a couple
finish my sentence.
So where the atmosphere is awfully thin, way up high up there. How is that possible that it's not bouncing off the atmosphere down where it's thick and low, and just passes through that like it's not there until it gets to this real thin layer, miles and miles in the air, and it's going to bounce off of that? What sense does that make? Make sense of that, please.
If radio waves bent around the globe, why can't you pick up your own signal?
Ooh.
Why don't you get like this crazy echo, man? Like you should get this crazy feedback where the transmission comes into the receiver and it just keeps doing that over and over again as it circulates the globe.
Why doesn't it come right back into the antenna that it leads from, like right away? Why doesn't it bounce like right off the air, the immediate air right around the tip of the antenna, supposedly?
Yeah, where it's thick and dense. Yeah. Why does it have to go miles into the air and into this real thin layer of atmosphere to decide to bounce then? That's bullshit.
It's denser where we are, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Well,
They're so full of shit. Full of shit.
When you skip a stone across a surface of water, how far does the stone need to go into the surface of the water before it decides to bounce back? Because it does go beyond just the surface level by whatever the small measurement is. It goes in, but at some point it goes, no, I'm not going to go in. I'm going to
No, it doesn't. It goes at an angle. It resides off the surface at an angle, and it doesn't go in anything. It hits off an angle and keeps its momentum going forward. And you're not throwing it from the densest part of the water to a less dense part, are you? Are you under the water throwing it to the tip, to the surface of the water? No. So try again.
What do you mean you can't be underwater, throw a rock and skip it off the air?
No, I'm saying he's trying to say that his radio signal's under the water, shooting it.
I know that was sarcasm, man.
Oh,
that's what he's saying. Like he's underwater, he's skipping it off the air.
Exactly.
They're so full of shit. My God.
He's just repeating what he said. He's not full of shit. He believes it. He's just repeating what he heard. He's not lying. He's a true believer.
He's still full of shit. You get filled with shit.
Someone's full of shit. That's for certain. Someone's lying.
He got filled with it, so he's full of it.
All right. From the perspective of I'm full of shit because somebody filled me with shit, that I'm okay with. I didn't like it when I was hearing that as I'm somehow being disingenuous, and I really think I'm not. But yeah, it's entirely possible that somebody filled me full of crap, and I'm spewing that same crap. Yeah, it's
Giggler, if you're there, sorry, I just wanted to ask quickly. I'm sure you've already been asked this, but have you gone through, could you give us 3 things that make you convinced that the Earth is a globe?
I tried to tell a story earlier. I was going to tell the story about how when I first encountered real flat earthers, which wasn't too long ago, and I had to convince myself that what I believed was actually true. I did some math, and then people started yelling at me. But anyway, I have a story to tell about that. I don't want to tell it here because when I started telling it last time, people started shitting all over me, and it was awful.
Okay. But you understand that doing math, going to a room and doing some math isn't going to tell you what the Earth is, right?
And this is exactly what happened earlier. If you want to hear the full story, I would love to tell it to you. I don't think this is the venue, but I would love to.
But do you think that doing maths in a room will prove what the Earth is? Is that what you think?
I would have to give you full context of what I'm talking about, which again, I'm hesitant to do here because when I tried to do it this morning, I just got shit all over for it. So.
All right. Well, is anyone opposed?
Okay, don't listen. Hold on. Don't tell us exactly what you did. Tell us the logic behind doing math can prove the shape of the Earth. Just the logical part. Just the logic behind it. That's all I want. How math can, in principle, prove the shape of the Earth. Just the logic.
If then statements are helpful when you're discussing logic.
See, this is the thing. That, you might have gotten some mathematical result, you might have not. You're using the wrong tool for the job. What you're using can't prove what it is you think you're proving.
Yeah, you got to be testing the surface, don't you, Giggler? The reality that we live in. You're just in a room doing math. You're not really doing that, are you?
Anyway, if you want to hear my story, that's clearly not welcome here. Feel free to DM me. I'll meet you anywhere else to tell you that story.
Can you say it in 1 minute or less?
Not a chance.
Yeah, well, you were asked a different question too. It's like you ignore what Indio said.
Yeah, tell us about the logic behind the maths to prove the Earth a bit, Giggler. Do just from like a logical position.
I've actually moved on to that, and like where you got the idea it wasn't welcome, your story. No one said they didn't want to hear it. You said you won't tell it. That was the nice try of flipping that, right?
In case anyone hasn't figured it out, this guy, I'm not looking at names. This is the reason I'm not.
You refused us. We didn't refuse you because you're being dishonest. You expected to sit here and just listen to you just be dishonest and just passively sit here and let you do it. It isn't going to happen. You refused to tell us. You tried to characterize it as we refuse to listen. That's dishonest.
All right. Well, just so
4-year-old will tell you that's dishonest. Sorry. Go ahead, Wolfgang.
No. I mean, just to dispel any thoughts that we don't want to hear about globe evidence, because we do. We're in here literally every single day asking for globe evidence. I'll listen to what maths you did, the giggler, if you can explain it in a reasonably quick way.
I cannot.
Well, how long are we talking? At least give me an idea. What do I need to go make a drink or something?
I think we should both make a drink. That would be ideal. But it's a little early here. I'm not sure where you are on the globe. Forget it. Not on the globe. Not sure what time zone you're in. Sorry.
Well, I mean, I don't have a great deal of time, but a quick explanation of what you did would be interesting.
Give me 10 minutes.
Oof. Well, maybe not straight. There'll probably be some interjections within that 10 minutes, but sure, get started.
Tell you what, I'll send you an invite to one of my servers. You meet me there. We can get some privacy and have a conversation.
Oh, just tell me here, bro.
I tried. I'm not going to try. I tried. I'm not going to try again.
Man. So is there any proof for the globe that you can tell us about?
I'm not here to prove to you guys the Earth is a globe. I'm here to understand why you guys think it's not.
Okay. Well,
okay. So we've told you. So tell it back to us. So tell it back to us. You've been here for how many hours now? Tell us why we think the Earth is flat. You just said you're here to learn something. Let's hear what you've learned so far. Why do we think the Earth is flat?
India, I'm specifically not going to be interacting with you. No offense.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Dude, you know how bad you look? Do you have any like? Oh my god. This is almost mind-boggling.
That would be a test.
What are you looking for? The low-hanging fruit? What are you looking for? Like, the sub 40 IQ people? You're not going to find them on a server. You're going to have to go to a Globe Earther server, or maybe one of your atheist servers.
That would be a test of your sincerity. You say you're here to learn. You're here to learn why we think. You've been listening for how long now? This is a test of your sincerity. Did you listen to anything? What did you learn? If you didn't listen to anything, then you just lied.
Let's just restate it again. So why do you think that we're here saying that the Earth isn't a globe, Giggler?
Because you believe it's objectively demonstrable that the Earth is flat.
What's given us that
And you believe there's a conspiracy of lies that you're valiantly fighting against.
Well, I didn't say anything about that. But what evidence do you think that we're bringing to give us this idea that it's demonstrably not the globe they've told us?
I took a 3-foot level and I put it on the tile floor in my house and I saw zero curvature. Therefore, the idea the Earth is evolved. It's a big fat stupid.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the tiling in your bathroom here, are we? What are we talking about when we're talking about demonstrable curvature of Earth or lack thereof?
Conspiracy theories,
bro. The straw man activity is really low.
Yeah. How many times have one of us, the people that are in the server, the flat earthers, said the word conspiracy theory? How many times since you've been here?
You misunderstood me. I'm saying that the Globers are lying and creating conspiracy theories. That's
who said that?
I did. I just said it just now.
You're saying that, not us. But we asked you what we think. We're not asking you what you think. And you did say that you think that you think our position is that there's a big conspiracy and everybody's lying. Nobody here said that.
I think that your position is the Earth has a shape, and that shape is not anything like a ball.
And
although I don't know how long I got to stay here to find out what shape you think it is, but that's irrelevant.
We don't make a claim to shape, okay?
Did we not present evidence?
This is classic. This is classic new atheism. We're not saying there's no God. We're telling you if you say there is a God, you have a burden of proof. We're not saying the Earth is flat. We're saying if you say it's a ball, you have the burden.
You're spiraling a bit here.
No, okay, yeah, you're spiraling, and the reason you're taking this tactic is because you don't even understand what's being said to you, okay? And I'm going to explain to you specifically why you don't
agree on, right?
You think that everything must have a shape. What's the shape of a rock?
Rock shape.
Yeah.
How did I know you were going to say that?
So you have this idea that there's a void, right? There's a void, and there's matter embedded in this void.
I was trying to make people
and that
smile.
Earth, don't talk over me. Don't talk over me. You have this idea that there's a void, and that there's all objects are embedded in a void. You don't even know where you got this idea, but it's a presupposition that can't be proven, and it was proven by Zeno's paradox, 2,000 years ago. That this question can't even be answered logically. What's the boundary of space? Is there void embedded in matter, or is matter embedded in void? So you just did this thing where, you have to have a shape. There must be a shape. Give me your evidence or proof that there must be a shape. This is the same infinite regression fallacy that there must be an edge and all this silly stuff, dude. You don't want to have an honest conversation. And that's all I'm doing. That's why you don't want to talk to me, because I'm taking the things you say and just saying, hey, if this is true, then this, right? So you said you're just here to see what we think. You have no idea what we think. And you mischaracterized it in straw man just like 3 times. You said this is the type of proof you need. We gave you that type of proof. And then you said that wasn't good enough. You're not an honest broker. I don't know why you're here. Maybe to embarrass yourself, because you're doing a great job of that. I'd call that a success.
Why do you gotta call me this?
I just explained it to you. Aren't you just listening? Aren't you listening?
Yeah, don't forget the constant injection of religion in the conversation at his part. Totally unnecessary.
I'm restraining real hard to I'm restraining real hard to say things about atheists which are empirically true. Okay.
Oh, knock yourself out! I got a pretty thick skin. I don't mind.
Well, at least it's empirical due to the General Social Survey, which has been conducted in the United States over 30 years, that most atheists are clinically retarded. I don't mean like retarded as I'm calling you names. I mean clinically retarded as in sub 83 IQ. 70% of atheists have a sub 83 IQ. It's an inverted bell curve. So you have like 5% have a very high IQ, but the vast majority have a below normal IQ. This is a 30-year survey that's cited as data by scientists, social scientists all over the world. Irrefutable, empirical data.
Yeah,
this thing I figured out about atheists is that they think that they're taking an intelligent position, right? It's almost like this thing. I'll call myself an atheist, and I'll puff my chest out and call myself smart, and everybody will bow down to me instead of God. But the reality is that's actually not the case. Most atheists
Well,
are
what's
not
the
smart.
mechanism making people so stupid? I mean, people are going to say, "Oh, you're just hating on atheists and calling them stupid for no reason." What would be the mechanism?
I didn't call them stupid.
Fair enough.
I'm not calling. I'm saying they're clinically retarded by by IQ tests, right? Which are like they're great for groups and they're probably not great for individuals as IQ tests. And this is just a correlation. So something like 70% of the people are below 83 IQ, which means you can't get into the U.S. military. There's just a lot of things you can't do because you don't have the cognitive function to do them.
Okay. You're not saying that they're stupid. Okay, that's all well and great. What is
No, not at all.
relation, if anything, with these tests and that marker or whatever, if anything, based off of what it appears to be indicating or not? What is the causal link or whatever, if any?
Indoctrination of
I don't know.
incorrect information. Indoctrination of incorrect information. That's the cause. Indoctrination
IQ
of incorrect information.
Yeah, IQ tests pattern recognition. So it tests pattern recognition to draw conclusions. So, people would see a pattern in, existence and then come to the conclusion God exists. Atheists don't see that pattern. But that's just like my hypothesis speculation.
So you think it might be selective stupidity, failing to recognize a pattern that may be obviously and glaringly there, making people choose a form of stupidity that otherwise would not be there, failing to see a pattern recognition and creation, leading to, say, a creator or in other areas.
For example, atheists may think the Earth is a sphere, and may also think the Earth is spheroid or blade, and also may think it's a pear shape all in one. And we know that's illogical.
There would be a failure to recognize patterns without some level of consistent thinking, one would assume.
Okay, so think about it like this. So one of the arguments against evolution is irreducible complexity. And irreducible complexity itself, to understand that concept, you have to understand that there's connections between certain properties of something that, as a whole they can function, but in parts they can't function. But if you don't understand patterns, how those things relate to each other, you're going to see irreducible complexity as like a non-argument. You don't understand the significance of the argument because you don't understand how hard it is to create patterns, right? Irreducible complexity means here's a complex thing. There's a pattern of traits, right? And that pattern of traits came together to make this thing survive, like a woodpecker, right? So a woodpecker has something like 11 features, any of which the woodpecker couldn't survive. So they don't see that this pattern is hard to create by chance, right? That can only be created by intention. And because they don't understand the probability statistics, pattern recognition, they don't understand that there's only one way that this thing can exist, and it can't be chance. Understand what I'm saying? I hope that came clearly.
Yeah.
Failure to recognize patterns that are obviously there. The way that I paraphrase it myself is enforce stupidity. There seems to be a pattern there like a creator, but I'm going to choose not to see it in this area in other ways, and select stupidity in a way to avoid an otherwise obvious pattern or conclusion, intellectually, theologically, evolutionarily, shape of the earth wise, and otherwise potentially.
Yeah.
I think what happens is you wait for other people to make the pattern recognition for you, other people to enforce a worldview of pattern recognition on you, an appeal to power, if you were. We're going to believe these scientism authorities because of their power, their prestige. They will set up the pattern recognition for us and indoctrinate us in what to think or what, if any, patterns to recognize.
Skeezy, would you like to say hello? I'll give you about 10 seconds or less. And never mind. If you would like to say hello, go up to VC check-in. Skeezy.
I think the thesis that you're proffering or positing as a possibility, enforced stupidity via pattern recognition that is ignored purposefully or otherwise, is very interesting because the hallmark of a thinking, organic, living mind is ability to detect patterns, whether or not, you're indoctrinated to do so. You just say, oh, this is like something I found over here, and you just make the connection automatically. But if we're being forced not to recognize patterns that are otherwise available, we may have a very serious form of enforced stupidity with, say, atheism or other, systems of thought.
Akenu, would you like to say hello? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Akenu, if you'd like to say hello, go up to VC check-in.
I'd also want to say one thing about.
No, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. No, you go.
Yeah, no, really quick. The person was asking me earlier if it was Neil deGrasse Tyson or Richard Feynman who had the position that what we know now will never be disproven. I found the book that I read it in, but I don't own the book. I borrowed it from a neighbor. And in the preview on Amazon, I can't find the pages that would tell me the answer to that. So, sorry.
It would shock me greatly if Richard Feynman uttered that.
Me too. When I think about it, me too.
Have you heard Richard Feynman try to define magnetism? It's hilarious.
Yeah, he can only describe it. And a lot of these things, physical phenomena, all we can do is describe them. So that's why, like, when people say, there's no explanation for flat Earth, we're not trying to give explanations. We're just giving a description. And you can accurately describe something just by measuring it. You don't need a whole bunch of theories. So you have to start with the description. So you accurately describe what you're seeing, measuring, testing. You accurately describe it. And from that very accurate, rigorous description, then you can come up with physical theories about it. As opposed to coming up with a physical theory, right? Like assuming the Earth's a ball, assuming rays of the sun are parallel, assuming, the sun is an infinite distance away, assuming the surface is curved, and then shoehorning and cherry picking stuff and using confirmation bias to look at only the evidence that supports your presupposition. That's not science. That's the antithesis of science.
If I measure something to be 9 foot long, I don't need to even know what that thing is in order to know that it's 9 foot long. Weird. Not really. Not really.
Apparently, he can tile us 4 by just looking at it. Or at least that's what he thinks we're doing, that we're just looking at the Earth and seeing it's flat, and that's how we draw conclusions. That is not the case. Okay? Correct. You want to know what flat earthers think? None of us think that simply looking at stuff proves anything. It's evidence of, and that the observations falsify the globe, right? But it doesn't. It falsifies the globe of a radius 3,959 miles. Now, of course, it could be a larger sphere. Okay, but then you have to throw out space. But that's not my problem. Throwing out space, that's easy. We can throw out space. But that doesn't prove the Earth is flat. But we have the confirmatorial measurements that indicate it's flat, at least to a certain size. And that size, I don't know what we're at now. Like, I don't know what the measurement that came up to the largest radius. I know it isn't the black swan. The 30-mile black swan, what radius is that? Like 14 million miles or something?
It's like an exponentially larger number than the 250,000 one.
Yeah, that's the thing. We presuppose a sphere, right? And then we do this observation of a 30-mile away horizon, and then we do the math, like Eratosthenes. We're doing everything that Eratosthenes did. Presuppose a sphere, parallel rays, do the math. What's the math come up? Earth is a sphere, a radius of 19 million miles.
Just a bit outside.
Just a bit.
Just million.
Hey, yeah, that's a major league
somebody
reference.
In the parking lot with that ball. Yeah, that's me. You hit someone in the parking lot, man.
So I don't do it myself. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, just a bit outside. Yeah, that's so outside you hit the person in the parking lot. They weren't even in the stadium.
Just a bit outside.
Roger, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Roger, you performed a chat command several hours back concerning Parker, and for some reason, it did not take a 7-day command.
Yeah, somebody unmuted him.
Well, it's not just the unmute, right? Oh, you mean somebody performed a different command?
Yeah.
Okay. I saw it had almost no effect, or yeah, whatever. All right, whatever.
Hey, I have a question. So I'm trying to prove we already know, but I'm just trying to prove that my hometown is flat. There's a lake. I got 3.5 miles across it, and I have a P900. So I just want to make sure that when I document it, I do it correctly. So how do I go about proving that this is flat, or is that not long enough of a distance?
0 miles per hour wind, and the surface would need to be glassy, flat, as in as smooth as is conceivably possible. With obviously,
we get those conditions here a lot. We get those conditions here.
And you would need to be approximately 1 to 2 inches from the surface. So you might need to be using some waterproofing, for safety's sake of the equipment. But you can plug in, the numbers in order to demonstrate the falsification.
I'm thinking 2 inches.
But that's not 8 inches per mile squared. It's different, right? It's not 8 inches per mile squared.
At least a foot off the ground.
Well, here's the thing. From 12 inches, you would expect a horizon at 1.22 miles. So yes, 3+ miles would be sufficient. And then somebody posted, Conrad, in the chat, similar demonstrations. So you could base it off of those that have been done as well. And keep in mind that it's also been demonstrated that that things can be not obstructed. What's the proper word?
Occluded.
That the bottom of objects are not seen in shorter distances than one would expect off of the geometry claim.
Don't we have to figure out how much curvature is supposed to be in 3 miles according to the globe? Then we can debunk that measurement.
There's that, but there's other aspects of it as well. The bottoms of objects being obstructed, or whatever the proper word is for that.
Obscured.
On flat. Maybe occluded is the right word.
Yeah. Another reason I want to do this too is because I want to have my own evidence, like a demonstration I've done myself, instead of just showing other people's stuff.
No, it's not occlude.
Because when I try to tell like family members or like friends that it's flat, they don't want to watch like videos or anything. But I feel like if I showed them like, hey, I proved this, myself, it would help.
Yep.
It would be more believable to them.
Yeah. Distorted is probably the better. The light is distorted.
So just to let you know, it's still a tough sell. I live streamed multiple observations to friends of mine, documenting the camera height, distances to known distances to objects in the distance over water, just over 17 miles, multiple times. And to be honest with you, all but one of them basically gave me the following answers. I believe in the science, and you're not a scientist. So it's a tough sell, but I don't want that to discourage you. Just be aware that might take place.
So you need to be a scientist to know if the Earth is round or flat.
No.
Well, the thing is, though, I'm the youngest out of six siblings, and I got my mom and my stepdad to believe it, and my son's mom. So I feel like the fact that they believe it now, and then my other siblings are kind of starting to question it, but they don't have any, like, I don't know, they don't have anything that they trust, I guess, like sources or something. So I feel like if I could show them I did it myself, it would help. It's more for my family, because my grandpa's asking questions too, and he's like super old, and he's like probably gonna die in the next 5-10 years. So he's starting to ask all these questions about space, and I'm telling him what I believe, and so he's starting to question his beliefs, and he wants to know more. But it's hard for me to show him stuff because he's so old.
You can prove this. You can't have gas pressure without a container.
You need to know how much curvature the globe should have, and you can debunk that. Start that way.
Well, the thing is, guys, you can't easily change people's beliefs. So if they're believing a thing, that's one thing. If they're a person that is open to evidence, then that's a different question.
Yeah.
Why don't you you can always try to get them to go out there with you. Seeing it for themselves might do something, as opposed to you just showing them a video. That might help. It might not, but it might. So you could try that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Unfortunately, I didn't have the option. The people that I was trying to convey the message to were over 1,000 miles away, so I had to resort to live streaming.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, most of the time, the people closest to you are the hardest ones to have a discussion with. Those are the most difficult conversations to have.
I never in my life thought my mom would ever look into it or think about it. I thought everybody in my family was going to think I was crazy for the rest of my life. And then first my son's mom, she always used to call me her crazy conspiracy theorist boyfriend. She told me she figured it out, and then like a couple months later, my mom and my stepdad, and I was just mind blown. I never thought that would even happen. I thought I was just going to be that flat earther in the family for, blows my mind. But I got some family member, one of my sisters, she'll never look at it ever. There's no way. She gets mad at me if I talk about it at family events. She calls me stupid, and yeah.
Yeah.
She's anti-flat Earth.
Well, it's a change in worldview, and many people have an emotional attachment to the fundamentals that they hold as their worldviews. So yeah, a lot of people get really emotional when it comes to this topic because it's it shatters the foundation of their worldview, and it brings uncertainty or doubt into their mind, which a lot of people can't handle, right? Not knowing who you are, where you are, or being lied to about where you are. Realizing
you can trust.
Right. Realizing you've been lied to.
I've had a coworker tell me, I refuse to accept what you're telling me, because if I accept what you're telling me, that scares the shit out of me that everything I know has been a lie. And I won't go down that road.
Yep. I'm surprised they articulated that, because I feel like that's what's going on in a lot of people's brains, but they don't always articulate it.
It is that, and also that the it comes with a certain stigma.
You would think that if you come to the realization that it's possible that everything that you've been taught is a lie, that would be like a major eye-opening, and like, oh my gosh, I need to look into this. I mean, everything has been a big lie. I mean, that's a serious thing. And
some people don't want their comfortability to be disturbed.
Yeah, I understand that, but it still should spark at least some sort of a, curiosity toward, what is the real truth. I mean,
but they don't want to be the social outcast.
Certain terms have been weaponized.
Yeah, I realize that, and of course it has. The flat earther term has been weaponized. I mean, the whole thing has been. But if you get someone to come to the realization that it's possible that everything that they've been taught is a lie, and they refuse to go down that road, that seems backwards to me. To me, it seems like, well, that's what happened to me. And my instant thought was, well, if everything was a lie, I need to know what the truth is. I've got to look into this. I can't just let this go.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I would think that there's probably people out there thinking that, but not willing to do the work. It's like, because now all of a sudden, it's like you're going to have to go back to school, or you're going to have to spend all this time researching and studying and learning, the truth, and researching.
Hey.
That's a lot of work. All of us here have put in years of research and work, and it's a lot. And some people just aren't willing to do that.
Hey, speaking of truth versus lie, has anybody else seen that? They said it was a cloud in Alaska, but it looks crazy. Like, the picture I saw is just like a big black pillar of smoke, but I don't know. It looks like it could be fake, so I just wanted to hear other people's opinions on that, if they saw it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I wouldn't have a comment on that anyway, even if I seen a picture, because, like you said, it could be fake. If I'd seen it with my own two eyes, maybe I'd want to try to figure out what was going on.
It looks highly suspect to me. It looks pretty fake. I don't know.
Just to be shown a picture is not enough for me to want to spend a whole lot of time on it. Of course, I'd think about it for a minute, but I would have had to have seen it.
But my mom did take some similar pictures of the sky not too long ago over here in Minnesota. And I should post those pictures in the chat when I get the chance. I'm at work right now.
No, here's what's funny about that. I think it's a distraction, personally, Conrad. But what's funny about that is the story. And I think that the story is part of the distraction. But their story is that it's a commercial airliner made this, let's call it a contrail. that's the story. And anyway, I think it's all a distraction. It's as much of a distraction, if not a perfect analogy, to the distraction of murder hornets 2 years ago.
How about the Asian bees?
All right, but take a look at these pictures my mom took though. She had a lower quality camera, and they're from a far away, and she zoomed in on them. But I promise you, my mom would not lie to me. I know these are real, and she was freaking out when she saw them. This was a couple months ago. I'm gonna post them right now.
I just read an article they're going to release biogenetically tempered mosquitoes to handle the overabundance of mosquitoes in the U.S.
They've been doing that in Florida for years. Long time.
Yeah, she took 4 separate photos. I mean, it could be something else, but it looks very similar, just smaller and from farther away.
I would agree that it looks similar. Where did she take those pictures?
This would be in Minnesota on the interstate going from the Iowa border
that's fine.
to the...
That's fine. I didn't need that specific, just regionally.
Yeah, southern Minnesota.
I got you. Oh boy.
One quagmire after another.
Murder hornets. Be afraid, please.
What happened to that guy that was here like 15 minutes ago that said he was here, wanted to know why we thought the earth was flat, and he wasn't listening to anything we said? Did
he's
he
still
bail?
here. No, he's still here. It's the giggler.
The giggler?
Yeah.
The giggler.
Yeah, he doesn't like it when I say
Like
that.
Wilbur do that because when they start listening to us, it starts to make sense. And that can't be Neo in the Matrix. No, it just can't be right.
Well, I don't think he's a stupid person at all. I think that, like he said, if he was taught all this stuff that is wrong, and then now he's just spewing out the same thing because that's what he's, taught to believe in, doesn't necessarily make him a stupid person. But because he obviously paid attention to everything he got taught, he knows the argument, knows the globe model to some degree, I guess. So if that becomes a possibility in his mind, now all of a sudden things were taught to him that aren't true. If he really wants to know, he knows what he's got to do.
Yeah,
got to listen. He's got to look and listen and do some observations on his own.
Sorry, God, Rocky, you go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, he had mentioned that he felt like maybe it was just too late, that he was just too old, and he's only 51. And I have a feeling that you were a couple of years older than that when you first started looking into it, right?
I was over 60.
There you go. I don't know if he got to hear you say that just now, but there you go. And Dave's another example. So I mean, the appeal to pathetic. I mean, the appeal to age. Age pathetic is, I don't know. How do you even put?
I don't know, because to me that doesn't make a lot of sense, because I guess I'm not like a lot of my friends that I went to school with and stuff. I go to visit them. They're sitting on the couch and they got this big beer belly and they just lay around and they're.
It's because you're a critical thinker, man. You actually think stuff, so we don't just take bullshit. That's why.
They don't do anything. You know, they don't. I mean, I'm still active. I mean, I've still got a mind. I still want to know. You know, I'm not stuck to the TV shows, watching TV and watching my favorite programs and stuff. Instead, I'm on the internet researching, talking to you guys, learning stuff. You know, it's just a matter of what you want, you know, what you want your mind to be, basically. You want to.
That's way too much work for a lot of people, God rockin'.
All it took me is Mark Sargent, 15 minutes in Flat Earth Clues, and I was done.
Me too. It's not a lot of work though, if because it's like a new inspiration. It's like,
but you can think of it as a lot of work if you want to.
I guess you could, but for me, it's a lot of like, oh my God, a lot of new stuff. This is cool.
Yeah, I'm only teasing in regards to, you know, things not being what they actually are, but you can think of them as that.
You know, I think a lot of people, when you get older, they get into a rut. They get retired. They get tired of life. They get, you know, they're not healthy. They don't feel good. You know. What?
Are you old enough to have seen the moon landing on TV live?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, so you're like 1 in a million, bro. Because everyone who's seen that, I think, believed it.
Yeah, I watched it live. Me and the whole family, we set out the blanket, got out the popcorn, sat in front of the TV, the whole family.
Was it cartoon?
What year was it when they landed? 1969?
69, yeah.
Was it?
See, I was born in 56, so I was 13 years old.
Yep.
And Buzz Aldrin explains that in Conan. No, you didn't. You saw animation. You saw
animation cartoon. Yeah. Was
that
he explains it? At the time, I believed every bit of it. I mean, you know, I was just a 13-year-old kid, and it was like, we just got a TV. We were one of the first families in the neighborhood to have a TV. My grandpa gave it to us because he got a new color TV, and we had a group of people, neighbors even came over and sat down and watched the moon landing.
Yeah.
You know, it was like an event. You know, I mean, it was like, oh my gosh, look what we're doing. You know, we were all like so happy and so proud and so, you know, but I didn't have.
That's another factor right there. That pride. That's another factor right there. That pride.
Yeah.
A lot of people won't give that up because they're proud that we did that. We did that.
Right.
Right. That team mentality.
Yep.
All together.
Exactly.
Well, the moon landing is certainly one of those scenarios where when you talk to people about it, they commonly use the phrase we landed on the moon.
Yep.
They place themselves within that scenario.
We
draw a large emotional attachment to it.
You mean
Go ahead.
What's up, Rita?
Yeah, I think we had a conversation about this a while ago. I don't know if you remember, but I was saying about how you get these different narratives are crafted for different demographics. I think what you have is you have a certain set of narratives that are crafted for, say, patriotic type thinkers. Let's just be as broad as we can while still actually having meaning. So the people that love the idea that America's the best nation in the world, then they give them a set of narratives that make them that conform to the way they already think. Right? I think we had this discussion before, and then you get a set of narratives that are then crafted for other types of people who don't think like that, and it's so that they can kind of control how those meta groups kind of interact with each other. And this is why when someone like us comes in, it's like when you say, like Jem Panda had a rant the other day about how defining a woman is right-wing babble. And it's like, no, I'm pretty sure communists know what a woman is, bro. Like, it's not right-wing. He thinks it's right-wing because he's not right-wing. Yeah? So all he's revealing that he's and that everyone who doesn't agree with him must be right-wing, right? So that's obviously very basic and silly. But these kinds of narratives are crafted deliberately to get people at odds with each other, you know?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
is defining a woman right wing?
Apparently,
That's what he
not
said.
just right wing, but babble. It's meaningless babble. Apparently, who knows?
There are modern examples for all the current generations to be able to attest to how this "we're in it together" ideology, propaganda, if you will, is executed. Nobody has to have lived through 1969 in order to understand how this is still carried out, even in our modern era.
You guys made it easy for me, and I don't see why other people can't make it the research easy. Because when I first come on, I spent almost 2 years over on listening to Nathan Oakley, and even was on his show a couple of times, and when it was on one of QE's first shows when he first started, before I ever came over here. And what I did was them and you guys both, say that you found this video, you learned this, you learned that. I mean, you gave me this big list of cues that all I get. Look, now I've got all this stuff to go look at, and I didn't have to do the research to find it myself, because you guys just gave it to me. Just listening day by day by day, I kept hearing more and more about this, about that, about this. So I'd go and I'd find it and look at it and watch it, learn about it, and so it's not that difficult for someone my age, because you guys are here to spoon feed anybody that really wants to learn. Because the bulk of everyone here has done so much research, and you can suggest so many things to watch and think about and learn, and interact with certain individuals and whatnot. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on. And basically, you made it a no-brainer. You made it very simple. And so it's not this big thing of work. I mean, it's just time. Sure, you got to spend the time, but you guys spoon-fed all this shit to me.
And the beautiful part is that you can scrutinize it and validate it for yourself too.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going on.
God rockin'.
Yeah.
It's a salient point. Why is it so? Because many people have the proposition of the shape of the earth intrinsically connected to their worldview and philosophy and religious predisposition, right? So it's not as simple, is it this shape or that? It's, how does this affect my entire paradigm? Like, for example, most atheists realize that if the earth is not created through naturalistic processes, right, then that means there's a creator. So that destroys their worldview completely. So it's not just, is this can I'm holding in my hand round or flat? It's, is there a God? Is there meaning to life? Are there moral concepts, et cetera, ad infinitum? A lot of people are so wrapped up, right? For example, some people, the globe is their career. And so if their career was challenged, that would upset their paradigm. That would upset their pride, their ego. On and on it goes. If the proposition has its tendrils into your personal life on those deep levels, right? So it's much harder of a proposition to accept, because you're not just accepting one proposition. You're accepting a domino effect that destroys almost everything else you believe.
Well, see, I grew up in a Mormon state. My family's all Mormons. And so I've believed in God regardless, ever since I can remember believing in anything. And so I believed in God, whether it was a globe, whether it was flat, whatever. I just knew there was a God. I believed it. I was taught that there was. And then later I learned that, yeah, it's obvious there is. There is definitely a creator of some sort. And so, that part didn't affect me that much as far as whether it was a globe or a flat or whatever.
Yeah, but is the creation more prevalent if it's flat?
Oh yeah, well for sure. Flat screams creation all day long, and globe does nothing of the sort. It screams idiocy is what it does. flat screams creation.
They're contingent.
Wrong. Nothing about
exactly. So certain propositions are contingent upon others, or vice versa. So, for example, in order to have a naturalistic, spontaneous universe that's not created by sentient agency, you need some kind of process that you can explain mechanistically, because it can't be explained from agency, right? So an atheist essentially requires a heliocentric style version of things, or a Big Bang style version of things. They require that type of thing. The idea that things are just created in place is antithetical. So they need this mechanisms. Whereas to your position in your life, it's like, it doesn't matter because I believe in a creator. He could have created it this way or that way. It's irrelevant. But to them, it's very relevant. It's excruciatingly relevant.
Right. And then as time went on, very quickly, I learned that, once I started studying it, obviously the globe has nothing to offer as far as the creator goes. It's complete opposite. They're trying to say it's all spontaneous, Big Bang, all that kind of shit. That has nothing to do with the creator. So for me, it was like, that shit's got to go right now. I don't give a shit about any of that. What I want to know is anything that screams creation, that's where I'm going. And that's what Flat Earth did. Every part you look at screams creation. The whole flat plane, everything about it. It's more than obvious it was created. The place we live in, it's impossible that it could have just fallen together the way it is. Impossible. It's like the jet in the junkyard scenario, where the tornado blows through and reassembles a 747. That's never going to happen. That's impossible. I don't care how many trillions and billions of times you let that tornado fly through the junkyard. It's never, ever going to reassemble that 747.
From a kid, Rockin'.
What?
You're not even given a proper analogy. Okay? Not only do you have to assemble a 747, you have to imbue immaterial consciousness into that 747 through mechanistic processes, no less.
Well, I wasn't getting into all the specifics, but yeah, you're right.
And not from a junkyard, but from like something more like a campfire.
Yeah, there you go. Where wires and circuitry and stuff that has never been created yet, all that stuff would have to be created along the way, accidentally.
Yeah, I asked the Glover about this about maybe a month ago, and I said, do you think that it's likely that if you just had a junkyard that eventually a Boeing would appear out of that junkyard? And they said yes. I was like, how? How would that happen? Wind would blow and then weather, and it's just like... Eventually. This is never even come close to happening.
What about entropy? Entropy along the way would destroy everything along the way. You'd be fighting two battles. Yeah, everything would be subject to entropy along the way. So you can't have entropy and creation at the same time. They don't work together in an unsupervised environment. That doesn't work.
How do you like this Google propaganda I posted in the chat, guys?
If mass attracting mass was real, we would watch aeroplanes self-assembling themselves all the time.
Henry Ford had a great example. Henry Ford said he can take a car motor, and take it all apart, all the bolts, all the nuts, and put it in a barrel and spin it. He said it would never come back together again, ever.
Entropy would be your biggest battle, because let's say that a circuit does accidentally form and you get this computer chip or something that did form, but yet you gotta build the jet. You got to go through 1 million more times of a tornado. By then, that chip's going to be destroyed. Entropy is going to take place. It's going to rot. It's going to rust. It's going to fall apart. I'm sorry, it doesn't work. No matter how you look at it, entropy is the biggest enemy in that whole scenario, in my opinion. There's just no way. Because things are going to be destroyed over time and they're going to go back to their normal natural state. They're going to break down to single elements just because that's what entropy does. And I'm sorry, that's such an impossible thing. It is ridiculous to even consider it. I mean, are you freaking kidding me? Even if something did form and was waiting for the next part, by the time the next part came along, entropy would have destroyed the other one.
It's a good direction to take that argument. That's for sure. That's logic.
Exactly. You guys taught me a lot about logic here, about using, because you guys, all your arguments are logical. You use that a lot. And so it's been a great benefit to me to be here. And like I said, just being spoon fed all this stuff, all this logic thinking, it's critical thinking. It's just been spoon fed to me, and it's made it real easy for me to just like light bulb after light bulb coming on,
Is there a chance I can throw a piece of chalk on a chalkboard and I'll bust into a million pieces and spell the word God? Is it possible monkeys will eventually type, what was it? That poem, the Odyssey, or some shit like that?
By throwing chalk at a chalkboard? Is that what you said?
What's the thing? Like a million monkeys and a million typewriters, given enough time, will eventually type out all the works of Shakespeare or something.
Oh, shit.
There you go.
Do you think that checks out?
Do I?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're asking the wrong person.
Entropy would have destroyed the typewriters. Sorry.
You're asking the wrong person. Interesting.
Yeah, I have embraced I don't know as a philosophy of life. There's so many things I don't know. There's a few things I'm super good at. I won't list them here, but yeah, most things I don't know.
Okay, do you know if I'm a pineapple or a human?
Great example. No, I do not.
I'm not a biologist.
Crypto is not a pineappleologist, so.
Right. No, you're a person.
Do you know if you ate
do
breakfast?
Something else to demonstrate to me that you're a human, or do I just have to accept it based on sounds that get to my ears via Discord's automatic?
That should be plenty enough, really.
Do you know if you ate breakfast this morning, the giggler?
I never eat breakfast. I get nauseous when I eat in the morning.
But that wasn't that's not an answer to the question that was asked.
That was an avoiding.
I think it was because
no, it absolutely was not. The question was, do you know if?
Yeah, the answer is yes, because you said no, I didn't eat breakfast. But you know that you didn't eat breakfast, right? Okay.
Okay, so do you know if you ate lunch? Do you know if you ate lunch?
I'm sorry, I was waiting for the completion of your question.
Yeah, that was the question.
Lunch?
Yeah.
Do I know if I ate lunch last Thursday?
No, just
I do not.
this day, like today.
Today, as a matter of fact, it's in the microwave now, and I got to put it for 30 more seconds.
Right. So when you ate it, do you know that you ate it? Because you're avoiding the question. You don't want to say yes. I know. I ate my lunch, right?
I think he just mentioned he has not eaten it yet. He has to reheat it.
But he's playing this game, I think.
It's still a yes or no question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we know that he's not going to answer the "Can a million monkeys and a million typewriters write out Shakespeare or whatever?" I'll tell you the answer. That ain't never going to happen, right? That
You can also ask these people if you can also
one at a
you can
time.
also ask people if hey what would be your response if you went to your bank and asked to pull out a couple $100 or whatever for bills, and they said you don't have any money here? Would you express to the teller that you know damn well your money is in this bank, or would you say, actually I didn't know, so maybe you're right, so I'm not certain of anything?
I will be pissed on the spot.
Did you forget when you took out $200 and went and bought some crack yesterday?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So one of the things you don't know then, Geigler, is that you ate anything today, right? Can't prove anything. Or am I false?
But you can prove it to yourself. You might not be able to prove it to someone else, but you can tell yourself, yes, I ate, because you know you ate.
Yeah, they talk to us like we are being hypnotized. Like we go to the doctor and the doctor is telling you, hey, you are feeling dizzy now. You better take these pills. Yeah. But you actually went to the doctor because you have something else.
Yeah, unfortunately, that probably does happen quite a bit. Pharmakia and doctors are pretty dastardly when it comes right down to it.
That's why we need like a 20-year-old to be in the room when you say that, so he can go based. Nobody was there, so I figured I'd throw that in there.
Based.
Even though I'm not 20.
Do you guys know what I realized? I realized two things, and I'll tell you as soon as I get out the elevator, because I don't know if I'm going to cut out.
All right.
Well, can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Because I'm in the elevator. Okay. So number one, is math a language?
I think it could be described as a language.
Okay. So therefore, it's circular reasoning when they say, I have proof of glob. The math that's actually a language is another way of telling you that Earth is glob. So Earth is a globe because Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I suppose it's a bit like saying, well, if I say it in Portuguese and English, then it's true.
The abstract science which investigates the concepts of numerical and spatial relations.
Yep. So, Elijah, in order for a proof to follow that has formational logic or mathematics that lead to conclusive proof, the premises must be true in the first instance. That's the problem. They have all this language in mathematics, they don't have the premise in the first instance.
That's right. You have to identify that it's a circle before you start doing circular math. You have to identify that it's a triangle before you start doing triangle math.
Right. Otherwise, you're just saying it, and that's ultimately what they're doing, basically. The other thing that I discovered is
This was never a debate. Never. Ever, 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 ever.
Nope.
The moment that things moved forward was the moment we allowed them to tell us that level and curved isn't actually a true dichotomy.
And who said that? Who would have ever been on board with that statement?
On board with the statement that level and curved isn't a true dichotomy, or is?
Yeah. Isn't. Who would have been like, oh yeah, it's not a black and white issue.
Well,
I mean, yeah.
Nobody on Earth until you ask them about the curve of the Earth.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, I thought he was suggesting that somebody on the side of truth would have been saying that.
I mean, I guess my
no. I'm just saying it's actually a true dichotomy, and so the reason that we're all debating and shit is because we have allowed them to redefine a term that, if left alone, would have been one half of a true dichotomy.
Yeah, well, they were going to do that anyway, right? They actually would have done that anyway, had we been in the debate or not, because they need level 2 mean curves on a ball. But I had this debate with Bev a couple of years ago. I was like, who gives a shit about the term level? Use flat. Flat is unquestionably cannot conform to a curve.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think I heard that conversation actually, and
people get hung up on this level term. Like, who gives a monkeys about level? Use flat.
Yeah, I'm okay with both. I remember maybe 2 months ago where I was like, I would have never called it a flat earth. I would have used the term level until I came across the information that actually the elevation profile on Google is flat. As a matter of fact, when you're doing graphs or anything like that, that's what you would call flat. So in that context, we're well within our means.
Yeah, and I think from Bev's point of view, he actually qualifies himself as a level earther. Right, so then there's something kind of personal there. He wants to be a level earther, and he wants level to mean flat because he's a level earther, right? From my point of view,
but he'll say that Earth isn't flat because we have mountains.
Yeah, of course.
That's his reasoning.
People are morons. Yeah,
but that's equivocation, isn't it? Because when we say level, we mean as a profile. When we say flat, we mean a profile of flat. We don't mean flat.
We know what we mean. He knows what we mean.
We don't need people being that dumb. We just don't. Sorry, Bev.
Honestly, if someone's that dumb, you probably can't convince them that the Earth's flat based on sound logical reasoning anyway. So you're probably wasting your time.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But you're right, Eli. That this was never a debate. You're absolutely right about that.
Yeah, you are.
They always convince us that the questions that we have aren't relevant. So one of that's the first thing you have to do is tell us that level isn't level or flat isn't flat. Or equivocate between what we mean by flat and flat.
Or the definitions of words are fucking meaningless.
Yeah, I thought I'd just clarify the position. I'm not saying just give up the word level. Still fight that, but what the word level is like many of these contested words. They will contest them to the death to waste your time. Right? So you have to be aware of the tactics being employed. They will contest level all day long because it means that you don't get to the actual meat of the issue. So just be aware that it's a tactic to waste your time and just be like, okay, not level, flat. We can do about that, you know?
But you can still point to level as a true dichotomy because I mean, level meaning straight, meaning like you can't redefine that.
They do, though. That's his point.
But they will use that as a point of contention to waste your time. So if you're going to argue that, you are falling for their debate tactic. Just be
That's
aware
the
of
point I'm making. It's not a debate tactic. It's us going, okay, so fine. It's not a true dichotomy that we shouldn't point out because, well, they've hijacked the word level to mean something else for a sphere. Therefore, we can't point out something most basic in philosophy.
Well, Elijah, here's the point. You can't reason with irrational people. Oh, you got it. You can't reason with irrational people. That's the point. So, if somebody's going to pursue being illogical, why would you think that logic is going to work?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention something as well. Can anyone pull up a definition for the word square?
I can.
I think it means circular.
No, but it's important. The wording is very important. And you'll see why in a sec.
All right. Yeah. Here you go. The noun or the adjective.
Let's go for both. See what they say.
All right, cool. So the noun is a tool for measuring right angles, carpenter square. You want me to keep going on that one or move on to the adjective?
You go for the adjective as well, because that wasn't quite what I was after.
Okay, and then square adjective containing 4 equal sides and right angles.
That's interesting, containing 4 equal sides and right angles, because I've seen other definitions which just talk about right angles. Okay? Now, it's very important because if, for instance, you're talking about a square on a globular surface and the definition is only right angles, then you could effectively have a 3-sided square. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is because we're talking about maths being a language. We're talking about how definitions matter and all the rest, right? So it comes down to what is the true definition of square. If a square is only defined by the angles, then you can have a 3-sided square. And if it's defined by the 4 sides and the angles, then you can only have a 4-sided square.
Correct. Must be 4 sides.
Well, if you go back up to the noun, it says in the geometric sense, 4-sided rectilinear figure.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. But as I say, I've seen definitions elsewhere. I'm driving at the moment, so I can't check. But I've seen definitions elsewhere where it just talks about the angles and not about the amount of sides.
Mm-hmm.
So then the question is,
I see what you mean.
What's the true objective definition of square? I don't know.
The etymology of the word, I would suggest personally.
That's fair. That's fair. But it's worth being aware of, because it's the kind of thing Globers will do. They'll say, oh, well, like we're saying square has 4 sides, and they're like, oh, well, I've got this definition by some goober that no one cares about that says it's angles only, and I can have a 3-sided square because I say so, right? These are the kind of bullshit tricks they do.
So then how would you define a triangle then?
Right.
Well, there's different types of triangles, but a triangle is defined by having 3 sides. 3 straight lines. 3 straight lines that meet each other at some, what is it, vertice?
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Well, actually, triangle, 3 angles.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. You're right, 3 angles, 3 corners. Yeah, you're right.
So, anyway, whatever. I just thought I'd bring it up as a point to discuss, really.
It's a good point to break down the tactics, because It's not like we're over here breaking down their proof.
No, exactly.
So yeah.
Well, I guess I missed after I said what I said earlier. Okay, so how would you suggest that I point out that it is a true dichotomy that they're trying to avoid us talking about?
You do it that simply.
Just use flat instead?
Just use flat instead. That's what I do. And when they say, "Oh, it's level curved," I'm like, I don't give a shit. Let's use flat. Because the thing is that they will bog you down in this irrelevance. Like, and I'm not saying that the dichotomy is irrelevant. What I'm saying is that they will bog you down in whether level means curved or not. That thing, so that you can't discuss that the water is flat, right? Because as soon as they hear level, they'll bog you down in this bullshit. Just avoid it. Just say, well, I disagree with you on that. Should we use the word flat? Just move on. Get to the meat of the issue.
And in that context, flat would obviously have to already be level or perpendicular to plumb. And it would have to, like, because what do we live with? A lopsided flat? There's no other. Sorry.
In that discussion, they would be saying that level is curved, and you would be saying level is flat. But who really cares? Because level isn't in the discussion anymore. You've got rid of that. You've got level can fucking mean pink, because we're talking about flat now. Do you know what I mean? It's just, don't let them waste your time with irrelevant nonsense.
Orvis, you're hot micing.
I was saying, is Wolverine making a getaway from a crime scene or something?
Hey, baby.
Feels like he's in a movie store and he's making good his escape. Morvis, you there, man? Oh, is he muted?
Yeah, he muted.
So I take it by now, seeing as you've had a bit of a hiatus from 24/7, half of Georgia's flat earthers now, yeah?
Got a couple of heads. Not everybody. the ones whose heads don't explode. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose they think that the... Have you got a lot of I support the current thing people down in Georgia?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Shitload of those.
Yeah, it's funny, man. Like our media has been all about Russia, Ukraine for weeks now, and it was funny because
sure.
Yeah, but it's all they talk about. They don't talk about anything. They don't even talk about the big bad coof anymore. It's all Russia, Ukraine. And it's funny because Indio linked a video about the coof, and I was just like, that's like ancient history to English people now. No one's talking about it anymore.
Yeah. They're still trying to talk about it here.
They're still trying, are they? Right?
They're still, yeah. You know what it is? They're trying to keep it in the back pocket just in case they need it. Because they realize everybody's like, all right, with the shit already, right? But they still want to just have it just here in the background, just marinating, just in case they need to pull it out to, express some more control over everybody. So let's just keep it here nice and tidy in the back pocket. That's how I see it.
There was an interview with that arsehole Fauci, and he's basically come out and said now that, we think people should exercise personal judgment over the kind of risks they want to take. It's like, yeah, you're 2.5 years late to your own party, bro. Like, that's what we do.
You mean Mr. Personification of Science? Did you hear him say that? Like, I am science, basically, he said.
Remember these clowns? Remember the lady after Biden got elected? She's like, finally, science is back, baby. And she was holding a globe.
Lightfoot.
The Earth isn't flat.
Lightfoot, the mayor of Chicago.
That's crazy. Yo, we just aren't good. We're not good enough. We're not good enough. You know how much content we have, but haven't categorized and put out there to be digested. Like, it's just here. It's all here. We're not great at marketing, man. Let's call a spade, because we have more than enough to we can have a comedy show.
What blew my mind with that video was who or why in the fuck did you connect these two things? And why this person? Like, what does Earth no longer being flat have to do with the big
Donald
bad
Trump.
C word? It's like, what? How did you link these things? And then why did you make it seem like you woke up from a bad... Like, that whole commercial, whatever it was just mind-boggling. I don't know where they came up with that shit, but it was nuts.
Yeah, because
Let me see if I can find it.
They've already got in the kind of public consciousness that we are retarded, and therefore anyone who agrees with us is also retarded. And of course, people who don't believe a word the lying mainstream, the Lugan press, says, aren't going to believe in the moon landing shit. They're not going to believe in the coof. They're not going to believe in the fucking globe, are they? So, of course, this group are kind of one group, but they're not really kind of disparate groups. They're just one group of, we don't believe your bullshit. That's really what the one group is. We don't believe your shit. And so, I guess they've kind of accurately assessed it in a way, but I don't know. Not in the way they think that it works, you know.
And she said, "Science is back, baby." It's like, what? I gotta find that shit.
It's like these people as well. Like, science is like, it's like pro-business to them. Like, they think that, you know, these famous scientists, they're like famous actors or famous singers, and you know, they're personalities. They don't really see science as being a method with nerdy guys doing experiments in the laboratory. Genuinely don't think that's how a lot of people see science. They think science is like, I don't know, like magic. It's kind of like, I don't know.
That's literally what it is. That's what it's being used as, though. Oh, yeah, just follow the science. Follow the science. That's what literally they've used. I don't know about the TVs over there, but I haven't heard "follow the science" used on television so much. I mean, I don't really watch television, but when I look at clips of different things, all these people that are pushing a certain narrative, they're all saying the same shit. Follow the science. Follow the science. White House all day long. Follow the science. No one actually provides any science to follow. And let's all shut down all the scientists out there who are actually doing and saying shit that go against your scientific narrative. But no, just follow the science. It's like, what?
Yeah, you're totally right. The funny thing is that the science is meant to be the one doing the following, because science is meant to be trying to assess what is true. You're meant to be doing experiments. You're meant to be following reality. Like, the science is meant to be following the reality. And it's us figuring out reality through science, not the other way around. Like, you don't follow the science. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
like, doesn't even make
most people aren't aware of that, man. Because I realized watching a lot of that shit, like, if I wasn't in this and I wasn't in this discussion and I haven't spoken about science for all these years, I probably would just follow the science and be like, damn, I guess they got the science for it. Right? I would ever question it. That's what they're counting on. People not questioning what they say. That's how the trick works. Just say the word science. It's like abracadabra.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, It's like, yeah, you're right. And it's like, a good example is my mate actually said that to me about the COOF about a year ago, and he's like, oh, mask mandates work. And I was like, cool, let's see some science for it, because he used the term follow the science, or it's scientifically validated or something. Okay, cool. And he provides me a paper where someone literally invented 5 scenarios for spreading events based on different levels of mask usage, based on no real world data at all. He just invented it all, and then he said, "Oh, well, in scenario A this happens, and in scenario B this happens." Okay, cool. So you've got 5 scenarios based on literally nothing that we can all just ignore. But the problem is that people think that is based on real world data and present it as science when it's not.
Well, you have to understand, 90% of the population will buy an air fryer and be like, "Thank God, science for this technology."
Shut up, Jose. Get on Car Mobile.
That's good, Jose. What up, Jose?
Get thrown together all the time as well, and they're not the same thing.
Yo, Jose, you missed the most epic day today, led by our beloved gospel bearer.
What, Danny showed up?
Well, that's not just Danny. It's Danny, Paza, 2 newbies, and Matthew Learns. He asked them the simple question of, I'm sorry?
And don't forget Giga. I was listening. I was listening on the live stream this morning. I didn't hear all of those, but I heard your exchange and India's exchange with Giggler. I heard a little bit of Danny's and Matthew's, like bits and pieces.
And don't you? It's awesome, like, because I don't need you to see that there is no evidence anymore. All I have to do is ask you, well,
How much
what is the
would
limit?
it take?
Well, yeah, exactly. What's the limit? Like, what? Give me an example of how you would falsify your belief. What would falsify your belief? Give a hypothetical example. He says it so much better. I gotta hear him say it a few more times. And they said, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Each and every one of them. And but here's the beautiful thing. Matthew Learn says, I guess 2,000 miles. Then he says, well, what altitude? Any altitude. I guess 100,000 kilometers. Or was it 100 kilometers? My bad. 100 kilometers. And then somebody had posted in the chat, and they were like this observation of 4,500 kilometers. And he's like, yeah, I guess I wouldn't accept that then. And so Gospel is like, exactly. I don't think that you.
So yeah, it's probably just shipping the on his what he would consider proof or whatever, because it's there. That's hilarious.
Right. And then he said, "Yeah, you're right. I'm not going to accept the damn thing." Basically. Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually.
To be honest, man, all of us have been doing this for so long. I think we all just know. And when you talk to someone that's like new, you just know the difference between talking to someone that's new, just is trying to like learn information and just kind of try to put one and one together to see if it equals 2. And then you got like the zealots that we've been dealing with for the past 5 years. And to be honest, man, I have no faith for the zealots. I think they're fun to have a conversation just so it keeps us, it keeps us a little bit sharp and shit like that. I think it's good for that. But I mean. And to expose them, other than that, I don't see no use for them. But yeah, man, those same people have been around since I've been around. All those people you're talking about.
Yeah, man. Well, are you gonna play any COD today?
Yeah, but later on, like around 7 o'clock California time.
7 California, 8, 9. Okay, that's 10 o'clock my time.
That's like 10 o'clock for you, yeah. Yeah, I'm back to my normal schedule since I came back to California. I was in Georgia, Chocolate's in. I was out there in Augusta, Georgia.
Oh, that's where my daughter is. Yeah.
Oh shit, for real?
Yeah, I was out there for about a week and a half. I went to go visit my girlfriend's son. He's in the military and he was going through some shit, and I guess we just went for moral support. But I was there for about a week on base in this base called Fort Gordon in Augusta, Georgia. That's where I was at.
Oh shit. Was in the hood.
Yeah, I was hitting up Moon because I know Moon. It lives in Savannah, and I googled Savannah. And it was only like a 40-minute drive, I think, or an hour, maybe about an hour from Augusta, if I'm right.
Yeah, Savannah's like about an hour up north from me.
Bro, you guys get some fucking crazy ass rain. Like, you have to understand, I'm from California, man. Like, we just get like we do get rain, very rarely. We have mostly sunshine. Where I live right now is like high winds. So there's a lot of like winds and mostly sunshine now. But it was just crazy to be out there and experience fucking like legit rain. When I was out there, I was like, whoa.
Yeah, the rain out here is crazy, bro. Sometimes that should come out of nowhere.
It was so bad that like my girl didn't want to drive anywhere. I don't like driving on base because I feel like I'm gonna get in trouble. I don't know why. I just feel like I don't know why. Like you know how the mentality of a person, like you don't want to be like near authorities figures like cops. I've always been like that. Like, I don't like just being around that stuff. So being on base, I'm like I ain't trying to fucking drive and get pulled over on base for no fucking reason, you know.
Right, because next thing you know, they're wearing like I don't know, a NASA symbol, and you get into a debate. They don't want to get into a debate with the authority. Which, mind you, I today was the second time I randomly asked a cop, "Hey, y'all debate flat Earth in y'all circle?" I was just curious, like, because I want to know where this debate is happening, and because I know like it's high tensions, and he's like. Nah, he's like, but go on. Why are you asking? And I can't say it as succinct and as beautiful as I said it earlier. But I said, well, first of all, you do realize that it's a false dichotomy between shape and shape because flat is not actually a straight; it's an aspect.
Right.
And he's like, oh shit. I was like, yeah. So on the offset, people are taught to think about it wrong. But it's measurably flat. Navigators use it as flat. You know that little box and all of them diagrams? Yeah, that's an angle that they actually take real measurements to obtain. You know, it's like, wow, I had never thought about it. That's crazy. Like he understood it immediately. The way we understood when someone said something that we did understand and then they just linked it to the contradiction within our belief. And it's like, oh shit, like his mind was blown. He's like, where you, what, who's talking, why'd you decide to bring this up? I'm like, this is what I talk about every day. Flat Earth Discord 24/7. Nathan Oakley, 1980, man.
It's really funny that you brought that up because I'm sure some people have heard this story because I brought it up last time I was on here not so long ago, but a lot of people didn't hear this. But I've recently become friends with a bunch of my neighbors, dude. Like I literally moved into a neighborhood where everyone has like literally all my new friends are my age and they all have kids my age. Like it's perfect. Like my kids play with their kids and we have little play dates or they invite me to their parties and stuff. And I've been getting really cool with these two neighbors of mine that are about my age. And the first time I went over there, I brought up 9/11 because to me 9/11 is like the easiest one to know if they're conspiracy theorists. You know, for me, like. No, for me, it is. It's like if you still think 9/11 happened the way it did, like then I'm not gonna talk to you about conspiracies. Like that's kind of my litmus test, right? Yeah, it's a litmus test for me. So when I was over there, we were at a party, and it was me and the other two neighbors, and all the kids were playing because it was a birthday party, and we were drinking, and I wasn't gonna even talk about conspiracies, but I got a little buzz, and I started kind of getting in the zone. I'm like, I don't want to flat smack these guys, but I don't know, like maybe I shouldn't start this. So I started with 9/11. Dude, they were both on board with 9/11. And then after I saw that they're on board 9/11, because dude, even they knew. They're like, dude, come on, they found passports. Like, come on, get the fuck out of here. Like, they knew about 9/11. It was like, it wasn't like they just, like, you could tell they knew about it, like enough almost to where I knew about it, right? So then I tried to drop in flat Earth without talking about flat Earth, which I kind of did mention. I'm just like, have you guys ever heard of that flat Earth debate shit? And then one of the guys was like, oh, that's stupid as fuck. And the other guy's like, I looked into it. That shit's fucking interesting. And in my mind, I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna talk to him about it. So I pulled him to the side later on, and I started talking to him. I'm like, bro, I'm like, you really looked at the flat Earth? He goes like, yeah, he's a person that does that works with total stations, a surveyor. He's a surveyor, dude. And he said, I found it very interesting. It was because in my line of work, that is the discussion right now. Like, people that work in that area, they talk about it a lot. And he says, and it's really funny. He goes, he's like, to me, he's like, I haven't determined who's right or wrong, but I'll tell you one thing that the flat earthers say that is really interesting and makes a lot of sense. He goes, I've been working in this field for the last 50, like he's around 40 something, that guy. He's been working in this field for the last like 20 years. Like, that was literally his line out of work at college, went straight to being a surveyor. Like, he's been in that line for a long time, right? And he goes, and in the whole time I've been working there, he's like, back then we actually used to do the math. Like, we used to have to fucking do the math, write it down, and figure it out. He goes, now it's all done, like, through a computer. Like, a computer does, all we do is take measurements, and the computer transfers the data for us. Like, we don't even have to fucking write anything. He's like, which is great because it saves us a lot of time. He goes, but I realized this, when we used to do the math ourselves, he goes, like, fathers always talk about how we never account for curvature. And he goes, and that's a fact. He's like, that's a fact, we never do. Like, it's just, it's literally,
say that one more time.
Yeah, he said that. Yeah, he was saying that when they used to do the math like by hand, that they never accounted for curvature, ever. Like, all they did was like take measurements from point A to point B and elevations, but never like it never corresponded to a globe. Like, they weren't even thinking about that, he says, and it's something that's like, anybody would have missed it because no one's trying to think about flat Earth or globe Earth when they're taking these measurements. But he says that if he were to go back in time and he were to crunch the number, he goes like, it's never like, it's not a globe, just based on that observations and the measurements we do. That's he didn't really. I'm trying to say exactly how he said it, but it's not coming out. But yeah, like in other words, he's saying that that the math now that is done through a computer, like most people won't even get it now. That was his point that he was trying to get across to me, is that people that like are claiming it's a globe with with total stations and shit like that they're full of shit, because most of them don't even know how to do the math. He says that they're fucking dumb. That's what he's saying. They don't even know how to do the math because they don't have to do it. Yeah, he says he's not a flat earther, man, but he definitely looked into flat earth and globe earth stuff, so maybe he's a closet flat earther, who knows, but I'm gonna have to probe him more.
Yeah, especially because he used to have to actually do the math. Like, nowadays, if you're just doing it on a computer, you could just say, yeah, the globe's factored into the computer, sure. But when he used to actually do the math, he's like, nah, no curvature accounted for here. Flat Earthers are right about that. It's pretty dope.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
It's also amazing that that he said that this is like a very hot discussion right now. Why aren't? Oh, right, because you don't want to get fired, or you don't want to be. But oh man, still though, the fact that that's going on, especially in that line of work, that's interesting.
I don't know if you guys ever seen this, but I was watching this on national TV. Not on national TV, actually, but it's a clip from a baseball game that occurred. I don't even know what the teams were. I'm going to have to look up the clip, and I'm sure some of you guys have seen it. But it's like this guy talking about how like all his baseball players that are pros are flat earthers. And they're literally having this discussion during a baseball game, like the narrators. And I just thought that was so interesting. I'm going to have to look up for that clip. Have you guys seen that?
Nah.
I'm gonna look for it right now. It's gonna be very hard to find because the algorithm, but let me look for it.
Oh, by the way, Eli, I posted that Lori Lightfoot video, that extra cringe video.
Seen that, Jose? It's the St. Louis Cardinals from a couple years ago. It was on Nathan Thompson's channel, I think.
Yeah, it's from a couple years ago, like when Flat Earth was really blowing up. It's really funny because I was talking to my niece knows I'm a flat earther, and she's about I've been flat earth since 2015. She's about to be 16 this year, and she knows I'm a flat earther, but I've never had a flat earth discussion with her. 'Cause she was young, But now that she's older, I kind of tried to bring it up last time I hung out with her. And I was like, what do you think about the shape of the earth? And she's like, to be honest, she's like, dude, I already like how my niece thinks. She's like, I don't know. She goes, I can't say I know because I've never seen it for myself. Like, but if based on what I could see, it doesn't look like what they teach us in school, So I thought that was really interesting that she's already thinking like that without me ever flat smacking her or talking to her. Like, she's like saying like, how would I know what the shape of the earth is? Like, if they tell us it's this and there's pictures they claim, but I've never seen it. She goes, I only believe in things I can see for myself.
We can only hope a large percentage of that generation feels the same way. Think for yourself, right?
Yeah, man, it's crazy because like the majority of the kids coming out of college right now, they're very like they're like on the excuse me, they're like know-it-alls, right? Where they come out of college and they feel like they get a degree in a field and they think they're like entitled to just be like on top of people just because of that degree, not knowing that like to have a degree doesn't mean you're an intelligent person. It just means you're able to learn a field at that point and be pass what they required for you to pass to be what they would consider a professional in that that degree of aspect or whatever. But it's like it's really different from intelligence. Like there's so much people out there. I mean, we all seen this. How many people here come in with degrees and they're fucking dumb as rocks? you know I'm surprised no one brought up Michelle Thaler after I said dumb as rocks.
As long as they're dumb, complicated rocks, it's okay.
No. Yo. No, nigga. Y'all stupid. Or y'all.
Ooh, man, I don't know. I almost want to let him talk. He sounds like he thinks he's tough.
Let him go.
Okay, I'm gonna mute so he can go.
Say you really want to know, bro. You're really curious, right?
I'm curious.
I want to know.
I really want to know. I want to see this argument. I've never seen a fucking flat.
I'm interested. I want to know why it's.
Okay, so which one of you are the most interested? Put that person on the phone.
All of us. All of us. We're all in the.
We're all pretty interested. You're one account. We're not.
Right,
We're not
which one is okay, so which one is the most mature?
I am. What's up?
All right, good. Who would like to have this conversation?
I would.
On our end.
I would like to have. Oh wait, on your end. My bad.
Yeah. Who's there right now? Matter of fact, yo, Jose, you want to take this?
You want?
Is my mic good enough right now?
You want to take this?
Is my mic good enough? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, it's good.
It is right now.
All right. So I'll take it, I guess. Who am I talking to?
Will.
Will, hey, welcome, Will. So what brings you here? What's interesting about this?
I'm just interested in, like, I don't know. I feel like the world's round, but I feel like it's flat. I'm not sure which one to be on because I've never, like, been up in the air or anything. I've always been on ground, so
All right. Well, a good way to start is, like most of us here that, we're flat earthers, you call us that. We kind of came to this conclusion, most of us, I would say, is by actually examining the globe itself. Are you familiar with the dimensions of the globe, how big they claim it is?
Right, yeah.
Are you familiar with those dimensions?
You
Oh, exact numbers.
No, I don't know the exact numbers and stuff.
Okay. Well, they claim it's about they claim the globe was formed like 4-point-something billion years ago, right? And I don't have to get into the whole details how it was formed, but they claim pretty much the size of it is about 24,901 miles in circumference, with the radius of about 3,959 miles, right? Now, if it's that size that they claim, you can pretty much do some tests yourself to determine whether it's that size or if it's a globe to begin with. A good one that I would, advise people that don't want to spend so much money and just go test this for themselves is just go find a big lake or an ocean if you live near the ocean, and you can do a marcation test where you observe something at a given distance that it's that distance. For example, there could be a lighthouse that it's distance from you. There could be something on the water like a dock, and you're standing on the opposite side of a lake, and you can know the known distance. And what you do is you try to observe things that are far beyond the drop of the curvature of the Earth. Now, just to put this into perspective, in just 10 miles, that's a 66 feet of drop from point A, where the observer is, to point B, where 10 miles away from the observer would be. That means there should be 66 feet of drop between those 2 points. So this is something that anyone can go and test out, right? So that's one way to determine whether the Earth you're standing on is curving to or conforming to the exterior of this ball that they claim it is, right? Do you have any questions on about that? Mic check.
I'm not sure, but I think he
You're
rapped.
good, Jose. I hear you.
You're still good.
Oh, I think we lost him.
You might have stunned him like a deer.
Yeah, I think we lost that whole group.
They said, "Oh, these motherfuckers are talking for real shit. I'm out of here. This isn't fun."
That's what I was gonna say. Like, hey, oh shit, this is for real moment. Sounds like.
Yeah, I thought my mic was just fucking up because I don't have like this. I don't even have a mic. I'm using my phone, and I know people always say that it sounds like shit. That's why sometimes I don't like talking anymore.
Hold on, are they still in here?
I don't think
It's
so.
not the best, but you're definitely audible. It's not. It's not. It's
Yeah,
better to be how you sound than low, and because low is worse.
Yeah, I just turned you down. Yaga.
All right, cool.
But you sound okay, fine. But yeah, I can see what they're talking about. So it was the person y'all were just talking, Parker Laser Eyes. Is that them?
No, it was Messiah.
Oh, they're gone.
Yeah, they're gone.
I'm too.
Did they get kicked or did they leave?
No, they left.
Didn't get kicked.
So they left on their own accord.
Yeah, when he was talking, it was weird.
And they asked the right question. Like, you know what I mean? They said, we just want to know why you guys are here. That's the one question I wait for with bated breath. Just ask me why I'm here. Right? And these motherfuckers.
Well, there was too many. There were too many people in the room.
Wouldn't it be funny if it was like for a science project and they're actually doing this live from a classroom while the teacher's listening? He's like, hang that shit up. I ain't about to make you guys all go flat. Hang that shit up.
Oh no, they're talking about abort. Wait, we're supposed to be bringing up the math. This sounds bad. Doing measurements, known distances. Oh, they're not talking about the Bible? Nah, we're out. We're out of here.
Dude,
We can't make fun of them? Oh, shit. All right, later.
We actually had this happen to us a long time ago, like 3-4 years ago. I remember it was me in here and me and Morvette were in here. And we were the ones like just holding the conversation down for a while. And out of nowhere, these kids came in laughing. Like, it was like, I'm not lying, it sounded like a whole classroom. And it turns out that it was like the teacher told them to, I guess they were doing some project on like different shit, and for some reason they decided to do it on flat Earth, and they literally came in here and we actually talked to the teacher. Like the kids were all talking crap and making fun of us, but as soon as we talked to the teacher, we actually had a good discussion with the teacher. It was pretty interesting, man. And we're like, you should join this server, and he's like, I don't even know how to work this. Like the kids are the ones that are showing me. It was so cool, man. We actually had a really good conversation with like a school teacher about this. It was even funnier when Nemo Rick called the teacher retrograde mongoloid.
Hey, what does mongoloid mean?
Retrograde mongoloid.
What's that?
I don't even know, but I know in Spanish there's a word that sounds similar, and I bet you it's the same thing. It's called mongolito. That's what, that's used for like retards. Like,
so mongoloid is a retard.
I think so. I would think so. Pretty close,
Okay.
something similar like that.
And then retrograde. What does that mean in context to the mongoloid?
I guess you keep reverting back to being a mongoloid. I don't know, because retrograde, like, how planets have retrograde, like they go, like,
No, I don't know. I don't know about that. No idea what you're talking about.
Look into retrograde. Like, I'm not sure which planet has retrograde. I think it's
No. You're saying planets again. That's a foreign language. What is retrograde? That has and make sure you describe it not using outer space nonsense. I guess, okay, so my question is, did the word retrograde come from outer space nonsense?
No, regression. Like retrospect, retro wear, retro clothes, like retro.
Throwbacks.
Yes.
Yeah,
or regression.
Regression. I like the regression, yeah.
Can I explain it to him so he gets it? That's something that really happened.
Oh, I got it, but if you want to explain for the audience, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
No, I got it. But I mean, like I said, the audience could probably use a refresher on that. What that means.
It's not really about outer space, though. It's just that the paths reverse, right?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, it's pretty much just going backwards.
Okay, yeah, and that's what I wanted to clarify and make sure that was clear. Yes, so to go backwards, backwards retards is a retrograde mongoloid.
Yeah, I actually love that insult. It's pretty hilarious.
That's a really, that one will get you, right? That's a poke to the ribs.
So retrograde can also mean a degenerate person.
Sure.
So it could be a double entendre then, if you use it in that manner. It has two different meanings.
You globe heretics.
Those Mexicans like those ambiguity jokes. Tell you right now.
Mexicans just like to talk shit, man. They're the biggest clowns you'll meet. To be honest, to this day, I met all types of races, and the ones that, like, I've never met anyone that comes close to, like, how much Mexicans troll each other. Like, that's literally their lifestyle.
And I feel like, I don't know. To me, they're the most loving people. And the most accepting of that. Listen, if I run into a group of Mexicans and they're drinking and I'm drinking, we're drinking. I may as well be Mexican. You know? Like, I've never seen unhappy, never, ever. And whenever I'm working out here, you have us, the African Americans, that are like peppered throughout, because we really don't do this kind of, I don't know why, but we don't do this kind of delivery work. So there's the Mexicans, there's the Africans, and there's the Russians. Am I missing? Anyway, the point is, the Mexicans, almost any time you can walk up to a group of them and have friendly conversation, whereas the Africans will look at you like, yeah. Why you? What? Like, they don't want to talk to you.
100%.
You know, they'll share a cigarette, they'll share a beer. They're the coolest people on the planet. I agree.
They'll offer you some tacos, and your wife will just go get it.
Elijah,
yes, I use the word planets. Sometimes it happens.
Elijah, why do you say you are African American?
Because I don't have any known